Greetings, greetings, family. This is Bomani Tyehimba, and welcome to Pan-Africanism towards Nationhood. We're building a global Black business pipeline. And family, I'm here with my good brother, Kala Genesis Radio, Black African Infrastructure Organization. And family, we're the kings of Pan-Africanism and Nationhood, and we're all about connecting our people so we can build a beautiful future together. And family, I'm always saying that if it's not about Pan-Africanism and nationhood, what is it really about? And all these people trying to separate us from getting our, from building our strong Black nation. But family, we're not gonna let these folks get in our way. We're gonna keep on pushing strong. So, Color Genesis, brother, how you feeling? You ready to, you ready to shake up the, shake up the YouTube again?
You know it. I hope people are ready for this one tonight.
Yes, family. This is the topic for tonight, and we're gonna do our best to stick with it all the way. But as time go along, we have to evolve. But tonight we're talking about sacred cows. Why do we hold on to values and beliefs that have failed us? And this is the Afrikstan analysis, family, with Bomani Tamba and Kala Genesis, and we're here to give it to you nice and strong. So yes, brother. So that is the topic. So let me share with you some information on our updated schedule for you traveling and connecting with us to Africa, because family, that is one of the most important part of our mission. In order for us to get into investments, get into a lot of other things, we have to get our people to the African continent. We have to get them connected in the right setting, the right environment, so they can be successful. And also a nice journey to the African continent, open up your mind. So I'm always telling anyone that's interested in what we do, take your time and do your research. Look online. We have documentation from our website, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, and just information just online. We've been in this business for 17 straight years, 2006, 2023. I've been traveling to the African continent for 19 straight years, from 2004 to 2023. So when you're on YouTube and you're on Facebook, or when you just online, what you'll see is our documentation, because it's a lot of people who talk a lot about this movement and a lot about doing certain things, and and quick to judge other people. But then when you ask them what are they involved in, what have they contributed to our people, what have they built, you get not much from them. And as I'm talking about what we build in, so we have tours, but also we have investments. Investment is our Black Star Pan African community, our 15 plus 60 acres, and that is what we have set up to, to use our profits to build it into the future. So I'm always sharing with us that we have to get into some level of investments, whether you invest in with your bank, or you invest in a social group, or you invest in real estate development or real estate operation. We have to just work it. That way we can build a way where we can just have something tangible, because that's what we talk about. That's the purpose of building. What we talk about, building cities, towns, building our own Afrikstan, building and creating an environment where we can organize ourselves and thrive. Because that's one of the issue is we're making these moves to Africa, and unfortunately, and sometimes we're not in the right circles, or we don't have the best people assisting us, and then we get taken for a ride. So we're always here to clear these things up and give people proper directions on how we can become more successful making these moves to Africa. So, so this is our Journey of a Lifetime schedule. So what I'm gonna do is blow this up big so you can see it, and then I'll just go through the schedule and share some information on our website. So family, that is the tour flyer that we have with all of our schedule. So we are getting ready to leave for Ghana in the next few weeks, and that's on our Ghana Repatriation Investment Tour. That's May 24th to June 5th. And that is our classic journey, and this is our 23rd time doing this Ghana Journey of a Lifetime. So what you'll see mainly on when you look at video recordings as far as our previous tours, you'll see a lot of Ghana journey, just because we've done a whole lot of them. But our next journey that we have after that is Tanzania, November 16th to the 27th. And this is our fourth journey to Tanzania. We've been doing this journey every year since November 2020, all the way to now, November 2023. So that's an incredible journey taking you to tropical paradise, connecting you with the roots culture, and also this opening your minds to East Africa. So next journey to Ghana in West Africa, and then after that Tanzania in East Africa. Then after that we're gonna head to the southern part of Africa to South Africa, and that's December 24th to January 4th. And then so that will complete our journey for this year. And next year we're gonna set it off with our featured journey of a lifetime. Me and my good brother Kala Genesis is gonna take you on the adventure of our Pan-African country, Liberia, and we're gonna be connecting into business investment as far as presentation, and then just exploring Liberia as much as we can. And then the goal is just to document all of our experience, especially with great dining and incredible tour sites, and us enjoying ourselves on the resort. So that is information that's just like the other tourist family right there on our website at africaforafricans.org. And then check out the itinerary. That's the main thing that you want to read, is the overview with all the numbers, the price, what's included, what's not included, and then the itinerary, which give you a full day-to-day, and it also has the hotel links, so you're clear about what hotels you're going to be staying at and what you're going to be doing in the country. And from there we're going to return back to Ghana, and that's for our July 11th to the 23rd journey, and that is a repatriation investment tour. So that includes the repatriation investment business conference, and also includes the land tour of our Black Star Pan-African community, so you can come and see the tangible energy, see our business office/house that we operate all of our movements through, and our 15 acres, which is completely sold out, and then our 60 acres, which we're working towards clearing the land and start putting things in place. And then you'll be able to also just see the town that we're building around, and you'll be able to just do a drive-by and just walk on the beach, and just and just open your minds to the future of this beautiful town. And we're literally going to build a beach, business, and technology town, all that good stuff all in one. So that's the ventures of what we're building, and that's tangible. And as I mentioned, family, a lot of people talk about these things, but you can practically see what we have going on. You can practically see the land, homes going up, and just our consistent updates when we travel to Ghana and show you what we're doing. And so from there, we're going to head to Egypt for a Nile Valley journey of a lifetime. And we're also going to spend time on the Red Sea. So you're going to be able to we're going to take you back to the, past, present, and the future in Egypt. So we're going to be doing Cairo, Luxor, Aswan, Abu Simbel. Those are the popular locations. And then we're going to be going over to Hurghada there in the Red Sea. And we're going to be staying at these beautiful Egyptian-owned resort. And the last one is has a nice little water park also. So those who journey with us can stay back longer. And just like any other journeys, if you decide you want to stay back longer in the country, our hosts, our guides, and the people that we have in the country, they'll take care of you, and you'll be able to just enjoy some extra time. And then we're heading back to Senegal and Gambia, and that's April 1st to 11th, 2025. So in between these journeys, you may have one or two other journeys, but right now this is the schedule that we're pushing. And as you can see to the right, you'll see the previous journeys that we have traveled on. The last previous journey, Senegal and Gambia, April 2023, Ghana, December 2022 to January 2023, and then Tanzania in November 2022. So those are the last journeys we have done, and these are the group size. And I want to say, when I'm looking at the group size, you're looking at 17 to about 16 to 20 of us in the groups. So that is a busload of people, and we do all of the accommodations and help you with all of your visa, and then just go through an incredible program. And we build these incredible tour books, and we have tour T-shirts and tour bags and a few other things that we just share with you as far as this a thank you gift for joining our journey. So all these journeys are including English-speaking tour guides, and most of our custom-based people live here or from the Americas. So that's what we just literally focus on. But if someone from Europe or other parts of the known Black world or in the African continent want to travel with us, it is an open journey for yourself also. because just because you're in one part of Africa don't mean that you've been to the other part of Africa. So these journeys are for our brothers and sisters in the, in the Black world in general. Other things are included is now we take care of all your flight bookings, and just be clear about which ones say it includes flights from where you are, which if you're in LA and need a flight from LA, we work that out for you, and just make it all work out for you in a nice group package. Transportations around the different countries. Sometimes we have flights, ferry boats. We just have different movements, so all itineraries are different. And the thing that we're just trying to create is a level of energy of this, doing a lot of networking. So that's our tour flyer. That's my number for US, Ghana, Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, website, email address. Reach out, connect with us, and let's get you on one of these incredible journeys so we can connect you to an incredible experience so we can kind of build from there on. All right, so greetings, my brother Kala. I am back, and so family, what we do is we'll share some more information throughout our presentation, especially when we talk about Liberia, and share some information for you on our website. But the main thing is once you click on our website, you'll see all of the information. Just take your time, whether you're on your mobile phone or another small device, or you're on a desktop or a laptop. Prefer for you to look at it on the desktop or the laptop, because it gives you just a better presentation, and it's information. So we want you to take your time and read the information so you are clear. So family, below you'll see my information also scrolling through. So I'm not a hard person to find. You can Google me on YouTube, Google me, Google me, or just do a search of my name or organizations, and you can put together the details and see that we've been, we haven't survived this long just by just surviving. We've survived this long by putting the work in, being dedicated to the game, making sure that we spend Black dollars and put it in Black hands and support Black-owned business, and work with different Black organizations so we can all come up together and work strong together. So family, that's what it's about, family. Pan-Africanism towards nationhood. Greetings, my good brother Kala. Let me pop up the subject again, so you can just share your thoughts on the subject, and get into your classic presentation. Family, Kala Genesis is a scholar, so take the jewels that he's dropping to you. I mean, because this brother is full of knowledge. I mean, I'm always telling people out there, we don't have any other brother out there that can debate my brother here or can bring it. I mean, we have had many try it, but they've all failed.
Yeah. Thank you, Bomani. Thanks for having me, brother. It's always an honor to be here and everything. I appreciate the energy, appreciate the support. Sacred Cows, that's one of my main series that I do. I do several different series. When I started off back in 2007, I started off with Sacred Cows. I started with Enemy Within, and I have a bunch of themes that I dwell my message on. My favorite is the Enemy Within, and then second is Sacred Cows. Okay. What are sacred cows, right? We're gonna play that video. I've sent you a video that I'm gonna play in like a minute. That's gonna set it up. What is sacred cows? Okay, I sent you a video about those cows. It's only 3 minutes long, but it makes the point. Okay, sacred cows are beliefs, and I'm gonna say this at the beginning, so I'm gonna make my point about sacred cows and what's the difference between a sacred cow and a tradition. Okay. A sacred cows are always rooted in something negative. Okay? It's always rooted in something negative, something bad, or something impossible, or something that's illogical, or something that does not make any sense. But people do it anyway because it basically is something that they were taught to do. And because it's comfortable, it makes them feel good, right? They keep doing it, even though it does not benefit them or does not advance them. That's what's called a sacred cow. They said, "What you don't like traditions, Carl?" No, I all like traditions. Real traditions, right? Brings culture. Culture allows you to evolve. Culture allows you to build. Culture allows you to have peace, harmony, reason, logic, respect, justice. Okay? A sacred cow is just something people hold on to because they don't want to take the hard thing of actually doing work to do something. They'll hold on to a belief and ideology. Like one of the biggest sacred cows, and I got my notes here, but I'm going to go off script right here. One of the biggest sacred cows is, oh man, we can't get into business. That's capitalism. That's capitalism. That's you're going to be an exploiter or whatever like that because you're doing business. When anybody talk about business in the black community, they're labeled as a capitalist. They're labeled as something bad. And it's almost like the natural state of black people is supposed to be failure, poverty, and struggling. The sacred cow of the struggle. The sacred cow of suffering. The sacred cow of mediocrity. The sacred cow of just sitting back, being powerless and voiceless. We think that's a natural state of being black. Okay? And so we ask ourselves, okay, why don't you change that? Many people try. Dr. Amos Wilson was clever. Blueprint for Black Power. But black people rejected that. Why? Because what he's talking about requires work. It requires challenging yourself. It requires producing something tangible. But right now, people are asking for reparations. Why? Because they can sit back and not do anything. They can sit back, oh, we want reparations. But what about all the building and stuff like that we have to do? Putting our money together. Buy black. What about all that? No, we need reparations. You see how sacred cows are? We need reparations. The white man has to pay us back with slavery. We went through slavery and everything like that. We're owed reparations. Okay. In the meantime, what are you supposed to be doing? That's what I mean. No, we got the reparations owed to us. And reparations is the biggest sacred cow in Black America. And what it does is has black people sitting around instead of building and realizing that if reparations come, they come. They don't, they don't. Any other group of people that got reparation one night, they didn't stop what they were doing. The Jews didn't stop what they were doing. They were going to the Palestine building and everything. And then when they got paid out from reparations from Germany, it was all the better. They were organized. They knew what to do with it. This is why even like somebody like Umar Johnson is against reparations. He said, look, if black people are focused on reparations, right, they're going to basically forget about everything they're supposed to be doing in their life, building families, building their culture up, cleaning their communities up. Everybody's sitting around waiting for a reparations check because the sacred cow of, oh, we got reparations. And also, people that do this, these gurus that's on YouTube and everything spreading this nonsense, they're not with black people. They're not going to build with black people. Tariq's not with black people. He doesn't live with black people. He doesn't have to deal with the fallout of people basically giving up on life, not taking advantage of opportunities before them, not building and doing things that they're supposed to be doing to build themselves up. Everything is we're owed reparations, reparations this. Even so that they take a reparations movement, right, and make the reparations movement centered around dividing black people in the diaspora up. Oh, you're not from the foundational black Negro American, so you can't get a reparations check. A check that's never even going to come. You basically say that you want to divide black people on something that's not even tangible, something that's not going to even probably in our lifetime ever happen. So this is what I'm talking about, because we have this sacred cow of reparations. It's a sacred cow. It's sacred. We owe reparations and everything. We hold these things to our own detriment. And what's been the result of the last 5 years? Black people talking reparations. Nothing has been done. You see, the needle of Black America politically has not moved. Socially and politically has not moved. In fact, it's gone down. We're becoming a permanent underclass in Black America, in the world. We're becoming a permanent underclass where everybody else is basically doing what they have to do to build and everything. And so everybody else is moving forward, right? Taking advantage of opportunities available to them. We're sitting around worrying about our reparations. We got people actually sitting around talking about, oh, this politicians will get reparations. This politician, and the bottom line, these people you listen to, Jason Black and all these people are not serious. These people are not serious about this. They're not saying reparations sounds easy. Why? Because they don't have to do nothing. Just keep talking about reparations. You don't have to get out there and build anything. I give Michi X credit, right? She did a Black empowerment thing, right? and everybody came at her and all stuff like this. So she put that thing together herself, a woman, right? She put that black empowerment thing together, and she did really good with it, right? And she was like, basically, I'm not doing this to make money. I'm not going to live off my people. I just want to see my people in a better position. I want to see people empowered and everything. That's doing something tangible, okay? And I give her a lot of credit for that, right? So the bottom line is, if she was going to sit back and talk about reparations, we're going to organize. How are you going to have an organization, have a conference on reparations like Tariq did? You have a big reparations conference, you know? What happened with that? Everybody came down there, paid money and everything to talk about reparations. And everybody gets up there with a bunch of clowns, and everybody gives their clown speech. And it's all based on this culture of Samboism. What is a Sambo? A Sambo was created in Black America. A Sambo is a jokester, a clown. You know, he does not have anything serious. Everything he says is a joke. The white man don't take him seriously. The black women don't take him seriously. Nobody takes him seriously. He gets up there, he makes impassioned speeches and everything, and he's entertaining, funny, and sometimes even threatening. But he does not do anything basically tangible. And not only that, because the culture that we live in America, no one expects him to have anything tangible. We let people so-called represent us for years who never produced anything tangible for us, never built anything, right? But we still, they have the nerve to still call themselves a leader or somebody that's leading black people in America. And they've never produced anything. They never moved the needle one bit. Black people's lives have not improved. But we did a show Saturday. We showed black people that were top in their game. I never heard these people. Why? Because the real people, black people out there, are out there building. They're not on a thing calling themselves black leaders. They're not out there telling you what to do. They're showing you the way. They're showing you how to conquer this world. They're showing you that they can get it. They show you that they could build. We have a history of that in Black America, but no one in Black America pays attention to the people who's actually building. Building. Black people pay attention to the people who are the loudest, the people who are on the media, the people who's the most entertaining, the people who can make you say, yeah, and jump and shout and everything. And that's what I mean by sacred cows. So we're going to talk about that tonight, right? And I hope you guys are ready for this, because this is going to be a fire and brimstone sermon from the College Genesis. This is Jules from the College Genesis. And but before we do that, right, you want to play that video?
Yes, let's play the video. You sure you want me to read one of your nice comments?
Yeah, read a comment. Let's see what the fools have to say. Let's see what these people have to say. Nobody takes
it serious either, but keep pushing. So why fight another black group? I don't know what that means. This person seems to be obsessed with you.
Yeah, well, bottom line is also, we're going to read some of the comments from the other night. If people don't take me seriously, I sure do got a lot of people upset. You know, somebody that they don't take seriously, I'm sure they're on everybody's mind. People sitting on the toilet, they think about Kala. You know, I know it. People go at night. I'm in your dreams. I'm in your nightmares. You see me everywhere. You know, I'm everywhere. I'm in your soul. You know, you're eating, you're putting down that fork in your plate. You're eating soup, you're eating your Cheerios. You're thinking about College Genesis, man. You look down in your bowl of soup, you see me looking up at you and whatnot. You know, I'm everywhere. I'm in your soul. You can't get rid of me. You know, and that's what it is.
These trolls, they're obsessed with you, man. Literally, look at this other one right here.
Oh, God, Thomas intellect. I would eat Thomas Sowell for friggin' breakfast. I would destroy Thomas Sowell. Thomas Sowell's never been put to the test. You know, you put to the test when you debate somebody like College Genesis, you know, and I've debated many people like them, and I destroyed them. And all they could walk away saying, you're just a hate monger. You're just
brother.
That's all they do is say you're a hate monger. They dismiss you as a hate monger. You know, when you tell the truth, you dismiss a hate monger. Malcolm X. Malcolm X used to eat these people up freaking live. Because you know why? Because when you use LARP, right? You know what LARP is? LARP is what's logical, achievable, reasonable, and practical. Okay? Ain't nothing Thomas Sowell says is logical. Why? Because he puts all the blame of everything that happened in America on black people. He doesn't hold white people responsible for anything. He will never talk about all the black towns that white people wiped out deliberately. You know, he'll just say, okay, and then he'll have the nerve to say believe that America is this just country. America is not this just country. It's just for white people, right? But white people built this country off our backs and maintain this country on our back. The fact that the black people in this country are working for most part are working class. Like somebody asked, why don't we see black people in those factories and thing like that? Because black people and the black people who have money and whatnot are disconnected. That's the way it was. They'll never let black people have it so that you're running any sort of major business with all black people. That's never going to happen. If you build a business in America, you better be multiracial, and that's the way it is in America. Kala, your people are Congo people, Angola, not ADOS FBA. Look, I don't claim ADOS FBA. I'm African American. I have 400 years. That's my identity. That's my identity. I don't claim ADOS FBA. I don't claim that stuff. I don't know what the hell it is. It came out of nowhere and everything like that. I don't believe in delineating it. If ADOS FBA means that somehow we're a new race and we're not descendants from Africa, I don't claim it. So I don't believe in ADOS FBA. That's an anti-African hate cult. That's what I don't believe in that crap. So you'll play that, brother?
Absolutely, family. So, family, this is a link below. Please show some love. I mean, show some love.
Hit those super chats and hit the like button, folks. Hit the like button. And if you're not gonna super chat, hit that like button. Hit the dislike button. Hit something. Come in the chat room. Hit the like button.
Show some energy, family. Show some love. Show some love. All right. So yes, brother. Let's get into the video of it.
Conservative Hindus in India revere cows as near deities. But here in rural Madhya Pradesh, a state in the heartland of the Hindu nationalist Bharatiya Janata Party, stray cattle are fast becoming a menace.
पशु बहुत परेशान करते हैं। गाय रात के जाए दिन में यदि पालतू पशु आ जाते हैं, यदि वहाँ पे कोई भी होता तो भगा देते, नहीं होते चौपट कर जाती है वो।
In the past, aging animals would have been sold for slaughter, valued for both their meat and leather. But in 2004, the state government passed a law banning the slaughter of any cattle. Now, unwanted animals are abandoned in villages or by the roadside, often under cover of darkness, and have become a major rural nuisance. It's a problem that is only likely to get worse as the government under Prime Minister Narendra Modi encourages similar bans in other states, a move that is wildly popular among conservative Hindus.
बहुत अच्छी होती है। अब ये स्वार्थ जो होता है लोगों को, जैसे दूध निकाल लेते हैं, इसके बाद में फिर बूढ़ी ठाडी हो जाती है तो उसको भगा देते हैं। उसको भगाना नहीं चाहिए, उसको अपने खूंटे के ऊपर ही रखना चाहिए, अपने घर में रखना चाहिए उसको, क्योंकि वो गौ माँ।
Agricultural experts warn that the ever-stronger controls on the animal trade and cow protection laws will upend the economics of India's dairy industry at a time when Indian milk demand is rising.
My feeling is that the growth in milk production would definitely decrease, because if farmers is not being paid for the price of the milk, if his redundant and infertile animals are not taken care of, if they are forced on him to keep them at his own cost, there would be negative growth in milk production, which would ultimately mean that the milk production will decrease, demand will increase, and prices of the milk are likely to go up.
In Madhya Pradesh, the government has provided land for gaushalas, a kind of old age home for the animals. But farmers leaving animals there must pay 500 rupees, about $8, a hefty sum which many are unwilling to fork out.
नहीं ऐसा कभी नहीं करते। जैसे अगर वो कोई छोड़ के जाता है 500 रुपए देके, तो हम तो कोशिश करते हैं 100% गाय को यहाँ पे रखा जाता है। जैसे आज तक ऐसा नहीं हुआ, ये गौशाला कोई 20 साल हो गए कि कभी हमने मना किया।
India is undergoing rapid economic changes. Demand for milk is increasing as people seek out more nutritious food, and the use of bulls in agriculture is dropping with mechanization and the growing use of tractors. Amid these changes, India's ruling BJP believes that cattle should be allowed to live out their natural lives. The question is, just how many aging and unproductive cattle can India support? Amy Kasman, Financial Times, Madhya Pradesh.
Yeah, and these are the people that's the Africans looked up to for inspiration. Oh, Indians are coming here and telling you what to do. Oh, we need Indians in Africa, but don't listen to Black America when the Indians have the way. These are the people like this. The Hindu culture, right? They believe that cow is their ancestors. So not only do they don't eat the cattle, right? They're letting the cattle go roaming and tearing up the countryside, eating up to their own demise. Beliefs, actions, and everything that you do to your own demise. That's what's called a sacred cow. That's where the term sacred cow comes from, right? And also, sacred cows is always something backwards, always something illogical, always something that doesn't make any sense. It's always something hurtful, okay? It's always something that doesn't have any rhyme, logic, or reason. But people do it anyway because it's a sacred cow, okay? And also, like I said, we're going to talk about our sacred cows in America, and we're going to talk about some of our sacred cows as far as Africa, as far as the Pan-African world, and we're going to get into that tonight, okay? What are our sacred cows? You know, what are our sacred cows in Black America, right? Okay, one I could think of, right, is the Democratic Party. That's a sacred cow. Black people all the time, the Democrats don't do anything for us. They don't do anything. They don't promise us this and everything. And the Democrats know why? Because the Democrats know they're this big, fat, sacred cow that's eating everything up and everything and shitting all over your place. You got to clean up the shit. You got to watch the Democrat cows walk around, eating up everything, farting and shitting all over the place, everything. And you won't get rid of them or slaughter them because you believe they're sacred. The Black people and the Democrat are sacred. Did I say the Republican? The Republican could be a sacred cow too. Anything that you have that you don't benefit from, that's to your detriment, right? Black people in every major city are run by a crazy leftist Democrat thing where cities are going down because they don't want to put people in there that can do the job, let people do the job. You have to vote Democrat and everything. And the Democrat Party are full of people who don't have your best interest at heart, but you vote for them anyway because they're Democrat, because they're a sacred cow. Okay? They're a sacred cow. I was watching this thing the other day where in Baltimore, they have these criminals, these two criminals on the loose, right? And they said because of Baltimore's the crime has gone so bad, right? And the criminal element in the inner city communities is so bad, right? It's now affecting the surrounding counties, right? Because the criminals are moving outside of Baltimore and affecting places like PG County and other suburban areas and everything. They're bringing that culture and everything. Why? Because it's been allowed to fester in places like Baltimore and Philly and everything. Same thing happened in Chicago. Small towns and everything are being now affected by the criminal element because the people in power, right? Like the prosecutor and thing don't want to put criminals in jail. There was a baby that got carjacked not too long ago in Chicago, right? And the bottom line is the baby died, and the guys only got charged for some minor thing. They didn't charge him for the murder of the baby. And because the bottom line is, another sacred cow is that Black people are oppressed, right? Black people are oppressed, and putting Black people in jail or when people commit crimes and everything is because the society failed them and all the stuff like this. So we believe that sacred cow, right? That crime and stuff like that is justified because some people are born poor or some people are perceived as poor. So therefore punishing them would be unjust. That's another sacred cow. Black people do not like to stand up to criminals. Black people don't like to take a stand against crime. Black people sit back and look at crime like it's a natural way of doing things. And most Black people don't commit crimes. But the criminal element know that the Black community is a sanctuary because we worship criminals in our culture. We listen to them tell their bullshit in the records, put stuff in our kids, put stuff on videos, everything. So they make it seem like crime and everything like that is a natural way of doing things. Why? Because that's a sacred cow, right? To basically talk about crime, to talk about cleaning up Black America would be basically going, sounding like you're the white man, you're the man. We like disorder, we like crime, we like chaos and everything like that because we won't ever say that, look, you can't get a motherfucker to say, I'll live a normal, decent life and everything. Why? Because you'll seem as lame. You'll seem as backwards. You'll seem as what's the word I'm looking for? Corny. Because you're not down there. You got guys out there who do work good jobs, but they still got to identify with the criminal element. They still can't let their homies go. I got a video I just sent you a little while ago, proves that. You got an old ass nigga talking about he's a Crip and shit, you know? And this is what I'm talking about, the criminal culture, right? The streets, the hood, my hood, keeping it real. Even though in that so-called hood, you don't own anything, you don't control anything, you have nothing and everything, and you never even got laid in that hood in decades, whatnot. But that's my hood. None of the girls are fucking you. None of the girls like that, but that's your hood. You rep your hood and everything. You have nothing and everything. The Arabs have the businesses. The Chinese have the businesses, everything. But you walk around like, oh, that's my hood and everything like that. Like people ask me, why do you live? I don't give a fuck about that shit. I don't give a damn about that. Why do I need to friggin' go to a place where, you go to a place where there's no unity. Nobody does anything. Nobody's unified. Nobody's building anything. Nobody's together and everything. And you're gonna call that's our base of that sanctuary. That's our homeland. No, I'd rather look to building what we talk about, the Afrikstan on the African continent. You know, that's what I'd rather talk about. Why? Because this is where we're gonna build something. These motherfuckers right here, like this goofy fucking clown-looking motherfucker, troll-looking motherfucker. This motherfucker basically is lost. He's lost. His life is gone. But somebody probably did this TikTok video or whatever like that, probably got 1 million views, whatever like that. But they won't take that same time and go interview somebody like Brother Bomani and doing what he's doing, right? This guy is more interesting and whatever like that because he's keeping it real. Go ahead and play that video, brother. I can't hear the volume. You gotta turn the volume up.
Right now, we are in what's considered Road to 30 Harlem Gangster Crip neighborhood, and I've been over here since in the 90s. I actually have a lot of homies from over here. I'm actually been in the mix over here. I know a lot of them, and they all know me. But I can tell you like this: I've been fortunate to be able to navigate around here, and I don't have a problem or issue with nobody. And I'm not getting taxed into something. And I'm an East Coast dude. I'm an East Coast dude, official 100%. And not only am I 100%, but I was banging on the East Coast before I even came down here. So I have a story. So yeah, so it was just natural for me to come out here and take to this. But I can tell you this much, and this is not bragging, this is not boasting or anything, but that whole checking in thing, that's only for people that don't know how to navigate out here. Then that whole thing about WAC 100, talking about checking in and all that stuff, that's a myth. It depends on who you are. And don't come out here, with the attitude and, thinking that you're better than the civilization out here, because the civilization will check you out here. And you can go anywhere out here. You can go to a burger joint out here and not know where you're at, and you end up getting checked for jewelry or whatever the case. And Big Mike right here know too, because he's from that soil. But I can tell you this much: if you come out here and you mind your manners, and you get with a representative out here that knows where he's at and whatever else, then fine, you'll make it out here. But do not go into these areas like P&B Rock and go to a Popeye or what was it that he was at? It was not Popeye. I'm sorry. He was at Roscoe's. He was at Roscoe's in South Central LA, in a neighborhood where 3-4 gangs is warring with each other, where he could have went right here on Pico and La Brea and not had no problem. Method Man, everybody go over there. Or he could have went to the new one right here on Washington and La Brea. He would have had none of the problem. He'd still be alive. He'd still have his chains.
See what this clown just did? He just blamed PM whatever his name is, for his own demise.
Yeah, PNB Rock.
PNB Rock. He blamed him for his own demise, right? That mentality right there. And also, when you look at those neighborhoods, those are not poor, rundown neighborhoods. He says, okay, you got to check in. Are those people real estate agents? Can they get them investment loans? Can they get them housing loans? No. They're just people that we allow to tolerate to parasite off our culture and community and everything, because we don't have we're not man enough to say, look, we're going to make this a place where people could live in peace or whatever like that, and we're gonna get rid of that criminal element. You know, they're all cowards. All the people that joined that shit, and this guy talking about I was on the East Coast banging. We didn't bang on the East Coast. He's lying. You know, it's fucking clown. He was lying. You know, we didn't have that shit. We had New York. We had crews. We had block associations and crews. We didn't have gangs like that. You know, you could go to New York and nobody. You have to check in and stuff like that. So what is he talking about? So this is what we're talking about. We hold on to these things. Oh, you gotta come to the hood. You gotta check in. You got all this stuff like this. Nobody ever freaking says, why do we have to settle for this? If you believe that that's your place, South Central Los Angeles and stuff like that's your place and whatnot, you know, that you got to walk around in fear of getting shot and shit like that. That's not your homeland. That's not your hood. That's not your place to be. That's just some place you choose to live in because you choose to live in an environment because that's what you want to do. You don't have to do that, but that's what you want to do because you think that's what you're supposed to do. And this is what the legitimate criticism of large elements of Black America is. Okay, it's not because Black America is bad. It's because we don't call out this stuff, and the grown people, right? Like I said, I look at these guys that had young kids around them. They're gonna pass that same mentality on to look like his grandsons. You know, this idea that this is a hood. I got somebody else that looks like me around the corner is my enemy and shit like that, and I gotta be strapped. I gotta be all this stuff like this. You know. This is the mentality, and you cannot break that mentality. You know, you got to be like, why? Because you live in America, and America has given us the Sambo nigger culture, and a lot of Black people realize that if I want to be, the white man always makes it seem like if you live like a smart, decent Black, that's why they hated the Nation of Islam. They hated people like Malcolm X. Malcolm X was a badass, right? But he was righteous. He did things right. And that sort of thing was attracting Black youths. They said, it's all about having power or being empowered or have some sort of agency or some sort of agency in your life and direction. And the Nation of Islam, groups like the Nation of Islam, the 5% Nation that happened in New York, was giving young Black men that sort of thing where you had enemy, the white man's the devil. You said, we got, what's up, God? Knowledge, God, back in my 5% days. And stuff like that. And brothers go out there and your woman is your wisdom, your wisdom. And I know a lot of brothers out here, I meet them like that. I said, so my boy Jay not too long ago, I'll tell you about that. And brothers growing up and whatnot, he got his wife, got his kids, everything like that. He's like in his 40s now. Back in the day, he was much younger than me. He's like in his 40s. And basically got his wife, but he's still a 5%er right here. He says, my wisdom right here, blah, blah, blah. He said, he got a good job. But he's living a normal life and everything. That's what the sort of culture we had with the conscious community back then in New York and here on the East Coast, And so therefore we was able to build communities and stuff like that, Nobody said talked about getting rich so people make it. They didn't make it. But the bottom line is this: we was talking about a culture because we let go of that negative shit. Sacred cows is always rooted in negativity. It's always rooted in something that that's wrong. Gangbanging is wrong. Checking in, all stuff like that, all that stupid street hustle shit. It's just wrong. But you try to justify it. But that's the way it is. We just bang and everything. And they also they don't realize, right? Everything when you have a sacred cow, whatever like that, it always have a start. For example, South Central Los Angeles, Compton used to be one time peaceful places. Up until like the late 70s, those were thriving Black middle class communities. But what happened was, and I can't prove this, right? And they said that there was a train that stopped in there. They said that in the movie Boys in the Hood. They fictionalized in the Boys in the Hood, right? Where basically guns, I think it was a Boys. I never really saw that movie. Where a train load of guns was in places like Chicago would just stop in the middle of, in South Central Los Angeles. A trail said that people go in there try to rob it, and all you saw was just nothing but guns, high power weapons, everything. When those guns hit the streets and whatnot, what used to be gangs that used to fight with their fists, now we're pulling out guns. So you have a war zone contained in those blocks of South Central Los Angeles. So the people now acting like that's the way it always was. No, it wasn't all it was. The guns came in, the gang culture grew. And the gang culture that would go fight, whatever like that, and then years later they make up and, hey, what's going on? Or they grow up and become adults and become men and whatnot. They got wrapped into their childhood. You were banging when you're 15, and you got guys stay 15 years old all the way up to 60. I saw not too long ago where these guys are talking about, I'm the real, I still got this. The guy was in the 60s, pushing 70, talking about he's a real G, and I got this, and blah, blah. He's getting into an argument with some other guy, you know, and he's talking about going at Charleston White, talking about this. Charleston White was going at these clowns, you know. Dudes in their 70s still talking about this, still holding on to this freaking gang culture. Why? Because it's a sacred cow, you know. It's a sacred cow. It's something I got to hold on to. That's my identity. And like I said, when people have sacred cows, it's always something negative. It's always something demeaning. It's always something backwards. It's always something that basically is going to hurt somebody. It's always something that's hurting you, you know? Colin, when's the nation of Afrikstan going to come to fruition? You've been decades now. Oh, the bottom line, first of all, the Afrikstan, it has to be up here first. You know, before we can build the Afrikstan, we have to build the mind first. Right? The mind, right? I might not see it, I might live to see it in my lifetime, but I'm laying the fruits by which people will know that the only way that we're going to have freedom is that we have to build a new world order, right? All the freaking, what you see in Africa has to go. These post-colonial governments got to go, right? A lot of these kings and all the stuff like that that people hold on. I'm going to get on these African kings and all the stuff like that in Africa. Don't worry, I'm getting to you, bro. I'm getting to you, you know? All this stuff that's propped up and everything that's holding Africa back and everything, all got to go. Out of which this idea of an Afrikstan will be formed. You know, and the bottom line is that's the only way Africa and the black race is going to survive. Because if we keep going the way we're going right now, we as a race are going to be extinct. So therefore, we're laying the foundation for this. We could build what we want to build in Liberia, Ghana, and wherever like that, right? But the reality is, right, when it really comes down to it, right, a decision is going to be made because the conditions in Africa and Black America can get to the point where we have to make a decision. And then when you look around and say, why have we made the decision to build a nation? Or basically, why come we don't have that strong nation on the African continent? Why don't we have that one strong state that can stand up to the West, right? We have sacred cows. We have something that's holding us back. You know, we have these governments that the Europeans created and everything like that. We're still trying to hold on to these post-colonial countries like Ghana and Nigeria, countries that make no logical sense. We need an Afrikstan. We need a global black infrastructure, a global black business pipeline. You know, we need a black state, okay, that has black African infrastructure, that has the strongest, the smartest, the brightest, the intelligentsia governing the whole continent by force. And that's what's going to happen, right? Everybody got their own little fiefdom, their own little side deal with the government and everything. And all the stuff like this, they got all this stuff like that, that's not getting anybody any place. Look at the country of Equatorial Guinea, right? Can you say that's how can you justify the existence of Equatorial Guinea? The oil companies broke this guy out of exile, put him into power and everything to lord over their thing, and they prop him up in the media and everything and says this is the leader, and he elected himself president again. But I think he's been down there for 30 years, right? His son has Lamborghinis, condos all over the world and everything. Spent millions of dollars. It was the Los Angeles, Orange County, Los Angeles, seized some of his property. And it's a shame that it has to take white people to say, look, this guy is a criminal. He's robbing these people, Equatorial Guinea and everything. And it's white people that's freaking seizing his property and everything like that and selling it and trying to help the people of Equatorial Guinea while they get millions, while the family and the president of the country uses the coffers of the government as his personal bank account. A sacred cow is we don't challenge so-called black leaders. When somebody's up there as a black leader and everything like that, particularly Black America. And Black America is worse than Africa when it comes to this. Anybody gets up there and calls himself a leader and everything and speaks loud, all he has to do is have a loud tone of voice with that. Oh, he's a leader. 30 years go by, he has not produced anything. Oh, he's still a leader. We elect people in Congress for decades when the communities that they represent go to hell and everything, and they still get elected. So we have nothing to talk about Africa as far as that. Look at the people who we elect in majority black areas in America. Look at Los Angeles. Look at Chicago. Look at Detroit. Gary, Indiana is completely abandoned. Oh, well, what happened to Gary? Well, white people, no. Niggas. Because you didn't want to do the right thing, right? And make real plans to build everything and crack down on crime and tell kids, you better get in school and crack those damn books or else. We're not going to give you an option. You're going to go and do the right thing. DC. Why is DC? DC used to be 90% black. Now, blacks are not even the majority in DC no more. Why does that happen? Because we let it happen. We Marion Barry, he did good things back in the days, everything. But when it was his time to go, everything, he should have been put out to the pasture. We need a younger leader that's going to take DC to the future. No, we brought Marion Barry back after all that. And the other black people said, look, the progressive black people said, look, forget about it. Same thing happened in Newark, New Jersey. I thought, Cory Booker was supposed to be this messiah in Newark, New Jersey. Oh, Cory Booker. He's on hip hop magazines. He's shaking hands with Jay-Z. He's hanging out with Beyonce. And what's that other chick? Rosario Dawson. He was given $100 million from Mark Zuckerberg. He's a man. Oh, Cory Booker and everything like that. Why? We worship these people. And they do absolutely nothing for us. Yeah, you cannot chastise a black human capital who are needed to build. Well, the bottom line is this. The bottom line is the black America and the diaspora have the human capital, but it's in America. It's not going to do with this generation, the next generation, right? The Afrikstan is going to be built by future generation. All we got to do is lay the groundwork, and it'll be done. We have the human capital, right? We have 300 years in the industrialized world. We're not starting from scratch, like other countries in Africa where we're not starting. We have people that's been living in the working industrial middle class for generations. So part of the problem in building a new nation is getting people the sacred cows, right? And you go to China, right? You know what China has to do to move people into the middle class living? You know what the biggest hindrance is? People don't want to give up their rural agrarian way of life. Chinese government said, we're going to put you in a condo and everything. They don't know how to live in a condo. They don't know about mail and everything. You got so many people, millions of people in rural China. All they not do is what they've been doing for hundreds of years. That's the impediment. That's what it means by sacred cow. They got their thing. Mao Zedong with China, when he took over in China, right? He was a student of a Chinese philosopher named Lu Xun. Lu Xun wrote an essay called After the Revolution, right? And what they found out was, although they overthrew the Manchurian thing in 1912, Dr. Sun Yat-sen, right? China was so sick because of the Taiping Rebellion 100 years before, the Boxer Rebellion, and the European enclaves carved out and everything like that. China was sick. China had the Opium War. China had a huge opium addiction. Shanghai was a place of nothing but prostitution, crime, everything like this. So therefore, even though they had liberation, right? The national had liberation. The people were so sick, all they want to do is sit around and smoke dope and everything, right? So therefore, the communists realized that one of the reasons that they do that is because people hold on to traditions, So the Chinese basically had to get rid of things like what they call super, like martial arts and even like Buddhism and stuff like that. They had to ban all that, right? And then they said the Chinese, a great leap forward, and said what it was, the slogan was, we praise science, learning, math, and all the stuff like that. Literature. That was the Cultural Revolution. They had to fight against the sacred cows and the stuff that held them back. And that was painful. It's painful to tell somebody that your culture and everything is backwards. And that's what's the problem with the black race is. People will stay in backwardness for hundreds of years. You got people on the African continent still hunting and still thinking that we should just give up everything, just go back to hunting and gathering. Because it's tradition. You ever notice that it's always tradition when it's something easy and lazy? Oh, we don't have to learn. We don't need all that. I say people all the time. You got so-called African Americans going to Africa and say they want to live like their ancestors did. You know, that means they don't have to go to school. They don't have to learn everything. They just go back to the bush and and just survive on berries and hunting and everything like that. You got people like that, not just black people. You got people like that who go to places like Alaska and everything. And they basically, after a couple of years, when I say, something, this life I thought I was going to escape into and everything, it's time to come back to the city and get back into trade school and do something with my life. What I mean by sacred cows is when people have a sacred cow, it's always something that gives them makes things easy, life easy, right? And sacred cows is this. One thing about sacred cows is this. One thing that basically will check this is women. Now, a man can get lazy and he can say, something, yeah, we don't have to build anything. We don't have to do anything like that, right? But guess what? The women are like, they're going to be attracted to that guy that's doing something. And that's what preserves the order of things. Women will be like, hey, look, and a lot of people want the women to be backwards with them. But when the women have options and everything like that, that's why you think you see in developing countries and everything, the first people that really get to is women. You see women out there as police officers, as lawyers, in rural India. That puts some pressure on the men. Well, I got to do something. If I want a wife, man, I got to get my education. I got to get my stuff like this. Or I'm going to be left out. I'm going to be a country bumpkin. Dude, man, Zongo, shut the hell up. Why don't you worry about what your country has? Don't worry about Black America. We'll be all right. Don't worry about that. If you guys were so good, your country would be a first world country right now. It's not. It's beyond. It's not even a third world country. It's like a fifth world country. If you would work on that, you would get someplace. Stop trying to convince me about Black America. Black America is not a monolith. Some of us are doing well. Some of us are middle class. Some of us are rich. Some of us are poor. Some of us ain't shit. That's the way it has always been like that. It always will be like that. So stop looking at us as a group. Black America. We're not a nation. The world and America make sure that they're going to say, we'll never be a nation in America. It will never be a nation outside of America. That's the bottom line. That's not going to happen. Not without a war. Bottom line is white people have some of us here, some of us there, some of us there. The Black middle class is integrated into white society and everything like that. There is no concentration of Black people where the Black intelligentsia has the pool of labor and capital to make itself rich, And if that was the case, Detroit, Gary, Indiana, and Detroit would be mega cities right now. It's never going to happen inside the borders of America. That's why the only place it's going to happen is our own state, our own soil, where we can do whatever we want to do. It's just simple logic. Stop telling me about what Black America is doing. Black America is in America. That's it. That's it. There's no, Black America as a group of people need to do this. It's not going to happen. I don't believe in that stuff. All we can do is those of us who believe like we could believe, just get together and build something and everything like that. But the masses, try to have some mass movement where Black people are going to be together and everything, build something inside the borders of America, it's not going to happen. Now, another thing is I talk about the Democrats, right? Black leaders, okay? I talked a little bit about Black leaders, right? What is a Black leader? Okay? A Black leader is somebody that's chosen by the white power structure. Back in the days, right, the Black leaders were whoever white people decide to put on TV. We had Harry Belafonte. We had Lena Horne, like Huckleberry said. We had Dick Gregory. He said, these are clowns, puppets. And the bottom line is this. And to this day, 2020, right, who did they have speaking for the so-called Black people? Cardi B. They had T.I. They had Young Jeezy. Nothing has changed. Why? Because the white man decides who's going to be a leader, right? If somebody that's brilliant, that could talk and everything like that, black people like this, you know, if you haven't been on MSNBC or Fox News or whatever like that, if you haven't been on the cover of Time magazine, you're not a leader. We don't choose leaders in Black America. Leaders are chosen for us. And all that leader has to do, right, is show up every time somebody gets shot, right, make a bunch of speeches, right, and talk a bunch of stuff about white people and white supremacy and talk about reparations. And guess what? He's a so-called leader. Why? Because we don't look at intellect. We look at who's loud. We look at who's threatening, who's boisterous, and all stuff like this. That's what qualifies as a so-called black leader. Not anybody that has a real plan. Because if we did that, right, we were listening to Amos Wilson. He had a plan, blueprint for Black Power. Where did it go with it? No place. And much as I criticize Dr. Corey Anderson, he has a lot of good ideas that nobody listens to. Anything that takes real work or real effort and everything like that, no one's going to listen to it. Because the only thing with Black America listens to is people that entertains them, people that gets them aroused, people that gets them excited and everything like that, and people that look good, people that basically says all the right things. And like I seen Al Sharpton a couple weeks ago at this thing, he's doing a James Brown dance and whatnot. I feel like if I was there, I'd go up there and hit him with a stick. You know, he's up there doing his James Brown dance and whatnot, you know, because he got it made. He's on MSNBC. He's with the white people now, you know. He got up there and doing his thing and whatnot. And he doesn't have to, you look at Al Sharpton on Facebook, whatever like that, nobody's go there. He can't, Al Sharpton can't come on a show like this, even get an audience on YouTube, right? He knows that. Nobody listens to him. He's somebody that's imposed upon us. He knows that. You know, when you really look at it, right? It's something else. It's really telling when you got somebody like O'Shea Duke Jackson, who has 300,000 subscribers, right? People listen to him on a regular basis, right? You know, say what you want about O'Shea, right? At least, you know, I give him that much credit. He built up an audience, right? He has a higher audience than a public figure like Roland Martin, okay? Omar Johnson, right? Has an audience, right? People listen to him. He's all over the place, okay? People listen to him. Who else? Tariq. Nobody. We don't like Tariq, whatever like that. But you gotta give him credit. He has an audience. He has an audience. People listen to him and everything. But he has a following. He has a following, so you have to respect that. I don't agree with his following. I don't agree with the stuff he does, but he has a following. You know, and it was not something that was given to him by the white man. He has people that seek him out and follow him and give him money. You know, you got to commend that. Same thing with Omar Johnson. You got to commend that. O'Shea Duke Jackson. You got to commend that because people follow him. People support him. Right? But look at Al Sharpton. Does his money come from black people? No. Everybody else that you see in the media and everything like that, they're on media. They blast in front of us and everything, and they're invited on. They're like, who? Where's your following? Where's your base? It used to be back in the days, right? If you didn't have a constituency, a church, or something like that, you had no legitimacy. Now we're living in this age of social media, right? We'll at least be able to say, geez, don't you have a friggin', don't you have at least a following online or something like that? Don't you have an Instagram that we could go to and see, check you out, see if people support you? No, they don't have to. Why? Because they know the white man is going to make sure, as long as he's saying what they want to say. And what do they want to say? Every 4 years, right? Get your black ass to the polls and vote Democrat. So my friends and family, brothers and sisters, this is the situation you find yourself in. Almost 50 million people are in a political quagmire in America. Because we don't want to get rid of and slaughter these sacred cows. And when I come here tonight with a double-bladed axe, right? And I'm like this, if you have a sacred cow that you want me to slaughter, I will take that double-bladed axe and slice that sacred cow to pieces. You look at that video from India. People are starving. People are, the cows are all over the place. But the cows are sacred. So even though they said if the gift keeps going on, it could destroy their economy. So that they would rather be destroyed than say, you know something? If who started the so-called sacred cow thing? And they'll go back in history and say, yeah, he was a fucking idiot. One idiot said this 700 years ago, and we're still doing this. It's time to change things. But you got Hindus up there saying this is a sacred thing. And what it's all about, it's about control. It's about having power. It's about basically telling people, keep doing this because this. It's all about power and control. It has nothing to do with moving people forward, right? People who use sacred cows always want to keep you in bondage, keep you down, keep you depressed and everything. So you always have to listen to them. So this is what we're talking about tonight. You know, it's time to slaughter the sacred cows in Black America and Africa. You know, it's time to slaughter them, time to get rid of them. And I hope by this show that we did. Another sacred cow are these jack-legged preachers. Oh, don't say nothing about my pastor. You know, your pastor's a jack-legged preacher, like T.D. Jakes. Oh, don't say nothing about T.D. Jakes. He's a man of God, Collar. T.D. Jakes is a borderline homosexual supporter. When I says he's involved on homosexuality, he's involved on sin. That's why I'm glad General Jenkins checked him, you know, because all these people, because they basically have on the pulpit and everything like that, you sit there, they like Jamal Bryant and all these people, you know, all these people that you sit there and listen to, right? Because he's a pastor, you know, he says the word of God. So we don't want to listen to talk about this. And I wouldn't even care about that unless these people are saying things that's destructive and it's an impediment to our growth and progress. This is what we're talking about tonight, right? We have all these characters there and nobody wants to challenge. I challenge everybody, right? If you have somebody, right, in the community, right, I'm going to teach Black people, right? I'm going to teach Black people to learn to hate. That's what I'm saying. We've been teaching love too much. You know, I'm going to teach people how to learn to hate. You know, I'm going to teach you how to hate people who disappoint you. Hate people who do nothing for you. Hate people that use your name and for their own benefit. This is what we want. This is what we're talking about. People can put their money where they want. Yeah, they can put their money what they want. But you're not going to hear me say, your pastor is a bum. Your pastor is a devil. Your pastor is a liar. You know, I don't give a damn what your pastor thinks. You know, and this is what the problem with Black America is. Nobody ever talks like this. You know, nobody ever talks like this. Nobody ever says, you know, wait a minute, you know something? We've been listening to the same people for generations and we aren't getting any place.
There you go. There you go, family.
You know, and they would. That's why I said when they listen to Colin and whatnot, yeah, I like Colin and that. So they turn on, they say, oh, let me turn on T.D. Jakes. You know, and you go right back to sleep. You know, all these people have to be challenged. All your idols and everybody else that you worship have to be challenged.
Yes, Tyler. Bust down the idols, man. That's what we're talking about. We're pulling down all idols.
Yeah, all these people like this. All these people have not done anything for us. Damn them all. You know, we have not gotten any place. If you look at every city in America, right? Where the hell are men at in the communities? Where the men at? Where the pastors at? Where are the people that call themselves community leaders and everything? Where are all these people at?
Good question. Let's ask some of our guests. Are you ready for some audience?
Yeah, I got to finish my thing, but yeah, bring them on.
Yes, man. Yeah. Yes, family. So Kala basically saying that is his first sermon.
You could call me Reverend Collar tonight, you know?
He's going to drop some more knowledge on you. So yes, family.
I'm just warmed up.
If you want to have a social conversation, join us. And if you want to debate Kala on what he's talking about, you step up to the plate.
Okay, let's continue, right? I talked about the jack-legged preacher. Now we're going to talk about gurus, right? Gurus. You know, internet gurus, you know, people who just basically talk a bunch of stuff and everything like that. You know, the people like Tariq and all these people, these gurus. You know, people just listen to people and everything. And I've never seen, like I said, the Bible says a fool and money soon parts. You know, and the bottom line is the reason why I don't take any money, because years ago I wrote a blog called The Guru, the enemy within the guru, you know, sacred cows. I said one thing I never wanted to do was be that type of person who I want to say my message, right, without basically people saying, oh, you just did this for the money. No, I'm saying this because this is what I really believe or I feel. you know. And I'm not saying no people can make their living and everything, but the bottom line, you have to look at that. You have to look at that. For example, look at Tariq. Now he's changed his ideology. He used to be a Pan-Africanist, you know. He went from Pan-African, right, when that money dried up and everything, because he feel like he can't really compete in the Pan-African world, right? Then he goes and he becomes a Moor, and then he starts flirting with the so-called "we were already here" indigenous thing, and then he'll flirt with that, and now his ADOS FBA. And whatever people want to hear, okay, oh, ADOS FBA, we got the sacred cow is our lineage in America. We got it's always something negative. It's always something backwards. It's always something wrong. Okay, so you want to basically divide black people based on so-called heritage because you think you're going to get a so-called reparations check that somebody else might not get. Let's say if you got a reparations check, what do you care if a fucking immigrant from Ghana got a fucking piece of a little bit of money? What the hell you care? You know, it's just an excuse for you to hate people who look like you. You never hear them people. I hear white people walk around saying we need reparations. I have yet to hear any blowback about that. I hear white people saying, oh, the Irish suffer and everything like that. You know, they never say anything about that. But the moment black people from Africa say, hey, we suffered too and everything, maybe we should get some of this too. Suddenly all the war drums are beaten and, oh my God, how dare you tethers talk about us and everything. All this freaking foolishness. Because it's not about the ADOS FBA, that sacred cow is not about black unity. It's about trying to hate black people that's different from you. Now, what I do is this. Now, people say like this. I check African Americans and I check Africans from the continent. I do it very well. But I love both of them. You know, I see myself as part of Africa, all of it, and I see myself as part of Black America. So I could talk about both of them without being accused of being a hater, whatever like that. That's the difference between me. I'm not saying I'm not African, you know, I'm an ADOS FBA. My ancestors, 400 years is not that long. You got people that that's been wandering in Europe that have cultures that are thousands of years old, and they finally put themselves together. They know where they come from and everything. Yeah, 2,000 years ago we came. Look at the Jews settling Palestine. They were there 2,000 years ago, and they came back 2,000 years later. Roman time, 2,000 years later. And 2,000 is a lot more time than friggin' 400 years. 400 years, we're supposed to be just completely, we're a different race now. We're not Africans anymore. No, we're Africans that were stolen and brought to America. We're still part of Africa. While we're in America, we're still part of the African story. We're the African story in America. How do I prove that? The Native Americans were not enslaved the way we were. The only people that suffered from chattel slavery are people of Black African descent. So miss me with that, okay, we're different, we're in America. No. Native Americans, I mean, there was a case in Louisiana in the 1840s where some Indians were arrested, whatever like that, and they proved that the white people said these people are indigenous, right? And then one or two, couple people mulattoes, right? They took the mulatto people and put them in chains, and basically put them in chains. And they took the Indians and said, "You're free." No, America's very creed means if you're Black African, you could be in permanent slavery just because of your race. That right there is unforgivable. But the Indians, the Mexicans, the Chinese, and everything, some people were suffering. Some Indians were killed and massacred and everything. But no one had to suffer the indignity of, because of your race, because you are African, you are punished for being Black African. Only in America that was the case. Only against us. So miss me with that nonsense about we're some special race in America and everything like that. We were slaves because we're Africans, not because we're ADOS FBA. They didn't look at you and say, they didn't care whether you were Christian, Muslim, whatever religion you tried to freaking call yourself or not. If you were Black and you had that Afro nappy head, why? Because they believed the African gene was a threat to the European gene in America. They didn't see Native Americans, Mexican, Chinese as an existential genetic annihilation threat to them. It's like that to this day. The African blood is a threat to the European blood. The Native American blood wasn't like that. Native American and white people mixed together. The African blood was condemned. Make sure that the African would never basically impregnate a white female. That's the biggest. That's what this whole thing is based on. Keeping the African male away from the white female. That's why other races of people, interracial marriage among whites and other people is pretty much more accepted than black people, black African people. So this is what we're talking about tonight, folks. You know, stop listening to these gurus. You know, they're not leading you any place else. Every time we look around, we have gurus and everybody, oh man, my favorite guru said this and everything. Where are you going with this stuff? No place. You know, it leads you, everything, like I said, when your guru is about not traditions or not values, everything, it's just sacred cow. They give you a sacred cow to worship. The ADOS FBA has been the biggest sacred cow, you know? I'm an ADOS FBA. What the fuck does that mean? I don't know, but it sounds good. It sounds good. It makes you feel good. It's not going to benefit you in any sort of way. All right. Another sacred cow. Let me get on my Pan-African family. You know I had to do this, right? Let me get on some of my Pan-African people, right? Pan-Africanists, right? I'm one of this is hard for me to say this, right? But the Pan-African culture have a lot of sacred cows. One is this Africa worship, which has to stop. You know, Africa is our motherland. We love Africa. But you don't, when you engage in idolatry and you start worshiping, so just like if you worship America, black people who worship America and then they get pulled over by the police and knocked over the head, next thing you know, man, fuck America, man, just like this, because you were hurt. Me, when I get pulled over by the police, I expect it. I'm calm, everything like that, and I got to look in my face like, oh, okay, Mr. McCullough, okay, you go. Because I have that look in my face that, look, I don't expect you to do me justice. I'm not going to sit there, why you give me my Constitution and all of that. I don't believe none of that shit. When the cracker has me pulled over, right, and he has a right to use deadly force, I'm shutting the fuck up and get this, that, and the other thing so I can get on my way. It's when you really actually believe that America is this country because what Martin Luther King gave a speech a couple of decades ago that something everyone changed. No, nothing's changed. It's still us against them. I realize that. So I can never worship America. Now, I'm successful in America, right? But at any time, right, somebody can knock on my door and say, hey, look, we found something, you got to come with us. And it's all over with. I'm not a fatalist, but I'm saying that's a possibility. But I don't let that get me down, and I keep doing what I'm doing in life. I take America for what it is, right? If I got opportunity and I'm happy and everything like that, but when I see certain things in America that's unfair and unjust, I'm not surprised. It's only when you start believing in America, right, that you get hurt. I understand, okay, anytime I see black, that's why when I see black people winning and doing something, I always showcase, this brother did this remarkable. I'm always, every time I see somebody black that really made it and everything like that, that's not a sellout, whatever, I'm happy for him. Because I know what he had to do to get there. And I celebrate black achievement in America. Because everything we do is not because of America, it's in spite of America. America's against us everywhere. So when somebody does make it and make it big, I'm celebrating. Now about the Pan-African world, right? Black people have this thing, motherland. Did they take time to realize that Africa was damaged because of the transatlantic slave trade? And there's a lot of tribalism and stuff like that goes on there. So when you go to the African continent, something happens to you, you're heartbroken. You don't know how to deal with it. Hey, but Mike, can you play that video with a girl in Gambia got her house broken into? This is exactly what I'm talking about. I just came here. I thought this was Africa and everything. This is what I'm talking about, the sacred cow of Africa. Instead of realizing, yes, shit can happen to you on the continent. There's people on the continent who don't like you. There's people on the continent that will rob you. There's people on that continent that don't want you there. There's people on the continent that wants to take advantage of you. So therefore, we have to stop the Africa worship. You know, the eyebrows raised like I have right now and whatnot is how we have to see the world. You know, we understand this is our ancestral homeland. But hey, look, we got to put mechanisms in place to make sure that we're safe. You benefit, we can help out, we can help each other out. That's the real Pan-Africanism. Not going over there with dreamy eyes talking about eyes are free. I'm in my homeland. And then that's like 4 months later, you heading back to America, complaining and say, man, I made the biggest mistake of my life. That's when Africa becomes a sacred cow, you know, the romanticizing of Africa and everything like this. And this is what happens when people do fail in Africa. When something doesn't go right, they're like, oh man, not what I expected and everything, you know, not what I expected, and this, that, and the other thing. You have to be prepared for that. Just like any place else you go in the world, there's going to be trials and tribulations. Now you can say, look, if something goes on in Africa, I can deal with that. If you're prepared to deal with that, right? If you really love Africa, then sometimes you can be like, hey, look, you know, didn't work out here. You know, I got robbed or I got scammed, whatever like that. But I'm going to stick it through because I love the motherland. I love the motherland. But when you're like, oh, you're just so broken that you're like, man, damn Pan-Africanism, fuck Pan-Africanism, fuck all that. I went to the continent and everything like that. I see all these people that are going to the continent. I think they're deliberately fucking up, right? So you can come back here and give their testimony how fucked up Africa is so they can discourage other people. Hey, Bomani, you got that video?
Which video?
The one, let me see.
All right, let me.
Evan from Kenya.
All right, let me check it out and load it. All right, so here we go. Here we go.
Now, I'm not trying to mock this sister. This happened in the Gambia, you know. I don't know why this guy put Ghana's picture up there, you know, and everything like that. But this happened in the Gambia. Usually you read the comment section, that was shit was funny. The Ghanaians like, why you put our picture up there and whatnot, you know? You know, it's happening in the Gambia and whatnot, you know?
Yeah, unbelievable, man. Brother, man, deadly clowns, man. Unbelievable. So family, this is a link to join us. If you want to join us, let's get to this video. All right, hopefully that's the right video.
No, that's not the right video. So let me send it to you again.
All right, it's a not Kenyan video. Let me see what this one's about.
Okay, it's down there. I sent it to you again.
All right, this one say Ghana. This one say Ghana.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, you mentioned Kenya, so that's a pop up. All right, here we go. All right, so all 10 minutes of this. All right, be careful in Ghana, Gambia, Black America, women and men are left homeless. You really want to play this video for real? All right. I'm sure you have a great point to share with everyone on.
Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. They fucking came in. Oh, they took my laptop. They took my hard drive. They took my earphones. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh. So this happened. They knew they couldn't get in the door, so they got in through the window. I'm not coming back here. I'm done. Once I get on my flight, I'm not coming back here.
This is very, very disturbing, and it should never happen. Guys, today we are going to talk about Black Americans moving to other parts of Africa apart from Ghana. Today we are going to talk about the Gambia. The Gambia is a good country, but the Gambia is known to have bad history with the Black Americans. The Gambia is known to have robbery. Yes, a lot of Black Americans are complaining that the Gambia people are robbing them, that the Gambia people think they have money. See, there's one thing with this my channel. There's something about this my channel. I like to give balanced perspective. I don't want to give oversaturated positiveness to the extent that Black Americans who wants to come to Africa, they forget that Africa has some problems. We all talk of positive, we must also talk of the negative for you to be prepared when you come to Africa. So,
all suits are $49 to $109. And the spring clearance sale is here. 3-piece at $50.
Some Black Americans have always complained that they're getting robbed. I can't imagine the Black Americans, a man or a woman in America is working so hard, making money, saving money, so that they can come to Africa. And when they arrive to Africa, just somebody who is a lowlife comes and robs them. This person comes and robs them of their entire lifetime, which I find not ungodly. I don't understand these people who rob these people. Like, I've seen a lot of videos where Black Americans have been robbed almost everything. Almost everything. So where do these people start? They are starting their lives in your country, in Gambia, and then they get robbed. The government does not take these cases serious. Where will these Black Americans live if we Africans, we keep robbing them? This has to stop. For this reason, I want us to jump into this video and see how this Black American was robbed and some of the lessons we can learn from this video.
Back. Do you see this? Look at this. Fucking look at this. Look at this. They fucking came in. Oh, they took my laptop. They took my hard drive. They took my earphones. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh. So this happened. They knew they couldn't get in the door, so they got in through the window. I'm not coming back here. I'm done. Once I get on my flight, I'm not coming back here. Grand Rising, welcome back to Travel with Tay Tay. So if you're watching this video, then you will know why I'm leaving the Gambia. See this. So 4 a.m. between 3:30 and 7 a.m. on Monday morning, I awake to my security telling me that someone was in the house. And this is what I come downstairs to. They stole everything, right? They stole all my electronics. They even stole my fucking back brace. Who steals someone's back brace? Like, they stole my book bag, which had the key to my safe, so I can't even get in my safe in the States. Like, so yeah. Y'all know what I've been doing here in the Gambia, what I've been trying to do for our brothers and sisters here, and this is what happened. Yeah, so you hear it. You will hear this. Yeah, so if they're doing this, you will hear it. Now I'm gonna go upstairs and I'm gonna go in my room as to where I was that night, and I'm going to see what I hear upstairs. Yeah. Wow. So I'm going upstairs to my room, and I'm gonna see what I hear upstairs, because the window is right underneath my bedroom. Now the window is open. See?
You know, this is very disturbing, and when I come to think of it, I'm just coming to understand why some of us in Africa, or we as Africans, will always remain to be poor if we can't let go of such kind of primitive behaviors. Yeah, I'm calling them primitive. We will still remain to be poor. The worst poverty is the poverty of the mindset. Yeah. If somebody invests so much in your country, somebody is giving value, is adding value to yourself and your society and your community, how come you come and rob that person? You know, the white man says, do not bite the fingers that feed you. And if you bite the fingers that feed you, something else will happen to you. You will start licking the boots that kick you. This is what we want. When our fellow Black Americans come to Africa, we rob them. But when the white man comes to Africa, we lick their boots. Huh? To whoever did this, it was not done today.
So I'm sure you've probably heard of TAF before, and you're probably wondering what's all the hype about. Honestly, I was kind of thinking the same thing, so I decided to try it out for myself. And I quickly realized how awesome
It can still be done anytime. But to whoever people who did this, even when I come to think of it, it's not like this money that they are going to sell this product is going to last forever. They'll just squander the money, and the money will end within no time, because a money that is stolen does not help. Stolen money does not help at all. And I'm so saddened that if many Black Americans, if they see this video, many Black Americans, when they see this video, they're going to be discouraged. But still, they have to see this video. This video is to create awareness to you, is to make you be aware of Gambia, Ghana, any country in Africa. This happened in Gambia. Gambia is very notorious of such things. Very, very notorious. Ghana I've not heard, but I know theft is everywhere. But Gambia is very, very notorious of all this. So let's create awareness, and you be smart. When you come to a country like Gambia, do not trust anyone. Do not trust anyone. And always keep yourself alert. If you can install cameras, home cameras. They're cheaper nowadays. Install those cameras, monitor your home, and also go to a good neighborhood. A neighborhood that when somebody hears somebody knocking on your door or somebody breaking your door, they will be alert and they will inform you, or they will inform the police. These are some of the problems that we experience as Africans. our police response is just slow. You can never rely on the police in Africa. They are not as reliant as the ones you have in USA, sadly enough. But do not be discouraged. Do not be discouraged. Come to Africa, come to the motherland. All this happens everywhere.
Yes, Scholar Genesis. We are back up.
Yeah. Only thing about that video is this. She goes, "So I'm gonna leave the Gambia, right? And They didn't show what type of neighborhood she was in. A lot of times when you're on YouTube, I don't know if she had a YouTube channel or whatever. She probably made herself a target, you know. But the thing is, though, and this is what I'm talking about. When you have a sacred cow, you think I'm going to the motherland and Africa worship, right? And then when the reality, something like that happens to you, you don't know how to deal with it. You know what I'm saying? You know something? I don't know. I've never been in that situation because I know for a fact if I ever got robbed in Liberia, that would not deter me. You know, some people are just not built for this. You know, if I was blessed to live in Liberia, something happened to me, I'd be like, whatever. You know, I'll just replace what I have and I'll just keep moving on. You know. Shut up. Shut the hell up. You know. Anyway, so the bottom line is this: she was like, "Oh my God, I'm getting on the plane, getting out of here." Then they won. You know what I'm saying? They won. You know, that's what they want. You know, you rob your target. If you live in a country that's poor and desperate, and this is what I don't understand something about people going to Africa, right? Why not just go to Africa? If you really want to live in a continent, go to a country like Angola. You know, with like Angola. Maybe Liberia, you know, we have a low crime rate. Why are you going to go pick places where you know there's crime, you know there's poverty and everything, you know they had a coup and stuff like that, you know, and everything. There's not wealth distribution. The average monthly salary is $30 a month and everything. You're coming over there, you're rich to them. They figure like, oh, you have so much and whatnot. You could, all I look at it is like, you know, maybe they took that stuff from her or whatnot, and they could probably feed their kids. I don't know what the hell situation is. I'm not going to justify that, you know. But, you know, just basically sitting there like, oh, I'm done with Gambia and everything because of one incident that happened, you know. But then again, she's a woman, you know. I don't know. What do you feel about that?
Yeah, brother, these are the life lessons that we learn in Africa, making these moves. And that's why we're building this Black Star Pan-African community. And that's what I do my best to share with people. Some of the best ways to move as a unit of people so we can look out for each other and make moves. But, you know, it happens to the best of us. You know what I mean? It's
when you decide to live among the local people,
it can be
you have no protection. You have no protection. You're not in a group or whatever like that. You don't have people watching over your back. And I'm not going to try to sound feminine, like a male chauvinist, nothing like that. That's what happens when these females move to Africa. They move by themselves. You know, I don't need a man. I don't need no man around, stuff like that. If you think she had a man in the house, whatever like that, that would happen. No.
That's not Frank's comment.
This could happen anywhere on the planet. Yeah, but we're talking about Africa right now, bro. You know? But people always come in here like we're picking on Africa. We're trying to make the point that this could happen any place. But she was like, I'm getting out of here. You know, because she came here thinking that a sacred cow, that this is Africa. A lot of Africans don't understand the mentality of African Americans. That's why when it comes down to leading African Americans, leave that to us. I know how our people think. They look at Africa through rose-colored glasses, you know? And I understand they want to go, oh, they're in Africa, they're helping the people. Then when something like that happens, it's like traumatic. Everything they believed in is shattered. And a lot of Africans, like instead of saying, you know, something that's really messed up, they're freaking trying to deflect and trying to be like, oh yeah, you know. And I get it. You're trying to defend Africa, you know. I'm trying to defend Africa too, but you gotta understand how a lot of us think that's going to the continent. Now, what you should we tell African Americans stop going to the continent because this might happen? You could be robbed in Detroit. You could be robbed in America, you know. Not like that. I don't know anybody that's going to break in your house and steal a laptop, you know. That shit don't happen, you know. But you can be stuck up at a gas station for your wallet, you know. I seen that happen over here, you know. People in America want cash, you know. They don't want your laptop or your cell phone and shit like that. They can't hawk that shit, you know, because it's traced. You know, but something like you know, she said they took all electronics and everything like that. That's just prize on the continent. You know, the guy probably a year's or his fence is probably a year's salary over there. He said, man, he don't have to do nothing for a whole year after he fence all that shit. But I'm not trying to be funny about that and everything. But the thing is, though, she was in Africa with rose-colored glasses. Like I said, the Africa worship has to stop. You know, you have to go to the thing where, you know something, I could get robbed over here. I could get raped over here. You know, if I really love Africa, I would basically give it a second chance. I really love the Gambia. I love it here and whatnot. I'm gonna give it. I might go back to America. I'm gonna regroup and I'm gonna come back stronger and wiser. But she's ready to give up. You know, give up. And that's what happens when people go there and you try to tell them, join a group like the BAIO. We tell you, you know, there's people in the Gambia that we know. I got one brother that goes to the Gambia every friggin' day. My brother Richard. He goes to the Gambia like 3 times a year. You know, he got property over there. He's starting a business over there. He's one of BAO members. You know, and he does good work over there and everything like that. But he says he can't live in the Gambia permanently because his wife's health issues. He's just being realistic with himself. You know, his wife got to see a doctor and stuff like that. You know, and she's always back in the Gambia. That's good. You know, that's good. But the initial thing is I'm leaving this country and stuff like that, and that. Well, I don't know how long that's going to keep going up. If it happens again, she'll be like, "Oh, I'm getting out of here for good." But her initial thing was, "I'm getting out of here. I'm getting out of here." That should never come out of her mouth. You know, that should never come out of her mouth. And she'd be like, "If Africa is your home, why are you gonna say I'm never coming back here? This is my place, whatnot. You know, I'm going back to the States." Because you basically look at Africa through rose-colored glasses. You basically say, "Oh, this is a motherland. I'm safe here," and everything like that. No, shit can happen anywhere. You know, shit can happen anywhere you go on this planet, and you got to be prepared for that. You know, and I said, I hope people learn from that thing. Like I said, if you really want to go in Africa, go in groups. You know, go in groups. Another sacred cow that we hold on to in Black America. This is the most controversial one. Slavery in America. Okay. I want to say something. Right after slavery, what happened in Black America was this. All that pain and trauma of slavery, right? We just tried to forget it. We tried to move on. We did really well. In the decades after slavery, Black America was thriving. We moved on. We were slaves. Now we're free and everything. The problem was white people were not going to let us forget that we were once slaves. They really believe a people of slaves always should have a low status. The best black should be under the lowest of the white. And with that mentality, right, they justified burning places like Forsyth, Georgia was a thriving Black community. Rosewood, Wilmington, Tulsa, you know, Tulsa. I'm trying to think of some more. You know, there was several other things. Durham, North Carolina, there was a race riot, you know, where the black town was burned. They always targeted Black businessmen and black businesses and Black successful thing because of what it symbolized, what it meant. You know, how could you have a race of ex-slaves outdo white people in their own friggin', which was supposed to be the white man's rule, you know, white man's domain. And the thing is, they said, okay, when you leave Black people to themselves, that's why what they call decapitating the snake. They basically said, you know something, we're going to take the educated Black people and make them a secondary part or underclass of the white power structure to do our bidding. And that's what you have right now. Most of your Black reporters and everything like that go to your what's his name that people keep talking about, Thomas Sowell, Arkansas, Nebraska. There were several of them, you know, massacres. Thomas Sowell and all these other people that basically live at the feet of the white man called the boule. They live at the feet of the white man and the white man's power structure and everything. They hate Black people that can concede without paying homage to the white man. a thriving black community or black business that beat the white man in his own game is sacrilege to them. Then when black people are successful in America, they put out this trope, affirmative action did it. Affirmative action. So in other words, it's almost inherent in white people and Uncle Tom race traders that when a black person does successful, it's at the expense of white people. So if you build a business and everything, that basically means that somebody white went out. And before I go any further, I want to give a shout out to Pharrell Williams. He pulled off one of the greatest events in our city of Virginia Beach, the son of Virginia Beach, Virginia. There's Something in the Water tour. Not only was it a astounding success the whole weekend, but they canceled the Sunday show because we had a tornado. But Friday night, Saturday night shows, there were people coming from all over the world. The ocean front was packed. That stadium, they said, go look it up. That stadium was something I never seen before. They built on the water. The money there. Now, I know the mayor of Virginia Beach, right? Him and I talked when I said, man, come down to my office time. He wants to go out and have drinks with me and shit, you know? And he says, yeah, man, we got to get the black people down here. That's why he's working for Pharrell. And the reason why this is so successful, like all the vendors in this Something in the Water made millions and millions of dollars. They were young black. I'm so impressed by the young Gen Zs and whatnot. They were out there with as vendors, as souvenirs. They had pizza, they had ice cream, they had beer, they had everything. All black people made so much freaking money. And also they showcased entrepreneurs, young black females and males and whatnot. They were vendors and they made lots of money when they're going to go on to do other things. Also concert promotions and stuff like that. This Something in the Water was something I like to see. Now, I never seen Puff Daddy and everybody else do something like that where they empowered black people, you know? That's why I give Pharrell the credit. And a lot of it has to do with the mayor of Virginia Beach. He wanted to see black vendors and black businessmen benefit from these things. He told me, he said, look, I want to see black. He said, look, man, we got Virginia Beach as a large black population, right? He said, you guys not getting your fair share of the city contracts. He goes, you got to sit down here. He goes, I meet with black businessmen every week. We have a monthly roundtable, black minority business and everything. And my friend who's Filipino, he knows Bobby. They're real personal friends. And what happened was that same year I had moved to Chesapeake. I moved right across the city border line to Chesapeake, right? So I live in Chesapeake now. I don't live in Virginia Beach anymore. So I really haven't talked to him because, hey, I'm in living Chesapeake, you know? And so, but the section I live in is the Chesapeake, Virginia Beach line. So it's like the same city, you know, Chesapeake, Virginia Beach line, you know? So, but anyway, but that's Something in the Water. That's what I mean by black power, black entertainment. We're going to do that more. They're going to be there next year. And it's going to start a new trend. These younger black people that's coming up one night, I have every confidence they're going to take over the world. You know, I was just looking at this, just amazed at how they put that together and everything like that, you know, to promoters and everything like that. You know, all you see was black kids down there doing that, you know. So what does Judah has to say?
Greetings, Judah. Welcome to the call.
Read the topic.
Greetings, Bomani. Greetings, Carla Genesis. I'm just listening, man. I'm here to get some vibes from, you know, more information from what you guys are talking about. You know, I've been listening.
You don't hear stuff like this. I'm giving you a higher level of conversation tonight. You don't hear this very often on social media. You know,
tell me about it.
You won't hear this on that for Dumbasses show. You won't hear this intellectual level on his show.
Oh, come on! This shouldn't be a Fidemo show. This should be what you're talking about right now. You know, this is what
I'm not trying not to take shots at him tonight, but the bottom line just pisses me off that he has me everything like real childish, has me in a jumpsuit or anything like that. Like that's really funny, you know.
I'm not a Fidemos, man. We let's stay on the topic. You know what you're talking about. That's what
my topic tonight is sacred cows. Now, since you're on tonight, let's talk about some African sacred cows. Okay, we went over to Black America sacred cows, which it was many problematic, you know. And we talked about India with the Hindus, right? They won't slaughter cows because it's sacred. A sacred cow is always something negative. It's always something divisive. It's always something that basically doesn't get anything, but people do it anyway because whatever they want to hold on to, they may have some little benefit, right? That or identity. For example, if you have a culture that you've probably seen this in Africa, right, where you have a group of people that's a tribe and they make everybody. That's why I don't like when people say, "Oh, you got to learn this language, you got to speak this, you got to do this dance, you got to wear this," and everything like that. It's all superficial. It's all about power and control, right? And like I said, you have this thing in Liberia right now where people in Liberia hate the Fulanis, you know? And recently the Fulani's man, a successful Fulani businessman, was killed by Liberia. Why? Because of talk about, Fulani this. And this guy murdered a Fulani businessman because out of jealousy and envy, you know?
Wow.
And the bottom line is this. When you have people like the Fulanis minding their business, they're networking, and they're pulling off major businesses and everything like that, there's a lot of people that are envious of them, right? They're not Christian. Like most Liberians are Christian. Most Liberians are crew and crying. They believe that whole Congo miracle thing like that. The Fulani is coming in, mopping the fuck up. And I don't feel sorry for them. Right? Why? Because while you guys were talking about the so-called American Liberians and everything like that, the Fulanis are coming in taking over.
But the Fulani are Africans. What the heck are you talking about?
But I know, I know that, right? I don't care.
So are you say they're taking over? Where they taking over from?
No, I'm saying this is what I'm saying. Liberia is a really Western culture as Christian. It's really tethered to Black America. You know, like the Black Liberians don't even know that, right? They don't want to admit that, right? Fulanis come in, right? They want Islam.
They're coming from where? Where in Fulani's part of Liberia?
A lot of Fulanis are coming from Guinea. They're coming from Ivory Coast. They're coming from
but this is what you don't know. Liberia used to be before the
bro. You cannot Judah.
Fulani were already on the ground,
Judah,
man.
you're not gonna come here and Fulani and the Mandingos have no history in Liberia for the most part. You know, I know all the tribes and everything. I know Liberia's history extensively. And the bottom line is, even though there was Fulani in places like Lofa and everything, they still consider like Fulanis in Ganta, right? They do good businessmen, right? But in Nimba County, the Fulanis, I said, like, what's the difference? I see a bunch of black men, right? The Fulanis there is everything like that. Why? Because they got their Muslim thing, prayer, because they're Muslims, right? And they don't do the things that the local people do. They're seen as foreigners. You know
they're not seen like they seen as.
You don't know Liberia. You've never been there.
It's the same history across the board. Like it's the same thing we experience in Cameroon. It's the same thing in Nigeria.
There's not the same thing, bro. It's not the same thing. Liberia is more Western. Their culture is more developed than yours.
No, come on, man. Liberians are one of the most primitive people in Africa. What the hell are you talking about?
Like, look, I study Liberian culture and I study you guys' culture. Liberian culture is way more.
You don't know about the culture.
But their culture, as far as like the way they see themselves in the world, is way more advanced than your people are.
Wow, you really don't have a clue about what you're talking about.
Because remember, Liberia was a country that was never colonized. They don't have a colony.
No, Liberia was colonized. That's why they speak English. What the hell are you talking about?
They were colonized by Black America.
Right. So if you say we're colonized, now you say it was colonized.
Black people, don't you understand?
But you say it was colonized. You know? Wait.
They were basically built. Liberia was built by Black people from the diaspora.
So why did they gain independence?
Well, they weren't colonized. They declared independence. You understand? 1847, they declared independence. They didn't give it independence. They declared. They said, "Look, we declare ourselves to be a republic," because before they weren't recognized. And then what happened when you get independence? If a country recognized you, they signed a treaty. Britain recognized them, Portugal, Spain, all of them. The last to recognize them was the United States in 1862 during the Civil War. So please don't tell me about Liberia. You know nothing about this thing.
No.
What I'm trying to tell you is what I'm saying is this. You know, the Fulanis are doing their thing in Liberia and whatnot. They're not basically assimilating with the culture that's laid out. And Liberia has a unique culture, colloquy. You know, the colloquy, the talk, and everything like that, the lingo, the snaps, and everything like that they do. Fulanis do their own thing, and people see them as foreigners. You know, even though some Fulanis were born in Liberia, they still see them as outsiders. And every time I talk to Liberians, they have nothing good to say about Fulanis.
Yes, Carla. I don't know. I don't know what your topic is. Your topic is not gonna be Liberia. They gain independence. They fought for independence. That's why they have the America. The only country that the only country that was not colonized in Africa is Ethiopia.
I had a real intellectual conversation going on here. If you don't know, you gotta mute yourself and be quiet and let me continue. You don't know what you're talking about. You're destroying the broadcast.
That's why I'm listening. Go ahead and talk. I'm listening to you, man.
Just say I don't know, Colin. Please teach me. I'm not gonna steer you wrong, bro. I'm not gonna tell you lies. I'm not gonna steer you wrong. I have no reason to lie to you. I'm telling you what I know. You know, research and everything like that. I've been studying Liberia probably longer than you've been on this earth.
This is a great scholar, brother, Judea. This is collagenesis, the collagenesis, man.
I don't play around, bro. This is decades.
Listen and learn. Be a student. You know what I mean?
Learn something. You know, learn something. And this is another thing.
But you're not gonna sit down and tell me Liberia did not gain independence, and then after I told you Liberia gained independence,
cow is this, right?
Yeah, you said they gained independence from Black Americans.
If you want to hide something
Liberia.
from Negro, if you look, I got a PhD in Negroology, right? The African Negro and the American Negro. If you want to hide something from a Negro, you put it in a book. Black people do not like to read. You know, they like to understand. If people actually read Liberian history, they wouldn't even believe half the stuff they talk about.
Carla, are you going to be talking about Liberia, or are you going to be talking about Black Americans' economy?
From that right now, I want to talk about African sacred cows. Now, I gave you one example right there.
Yeah, I mean, in most cultures in Africa, they have things that you can do and things that you cannot do in other countries.
What I'm saying is my point is, I'm trying to get at is this. In other parts of Africa, right, they hold on to traditions. Why? Because that tradition is a reminder of who's in charge. That's all it is.
Right. In certain countries in Africa, albinos are being sacrificed because of cultures. You know, there are a lot of things.
Do things. Well, now I'm gonna talk about specifically the fact that I saw some recently where Ghana portrays itself right as a modern country, right? And then I was basically watching this video, right, where they're basically saying, well, to succeed in Ghana, man, you know. You got to speak the local languages and blah, blah. Why, if that's the case, then why isn't one of the local language the official language? So in other words, basically, they pivot to a local language when they want to exclude somebody else. You see how it works? You probably do that.
Yeah, but that's Africa, though. I'm not going to blame a country for speaking their tradition. I'm not going to blame a country for speaking their language.
The sacred cow of African languages, right? You guys don't bother taking your languages or your indigenous language, right, and put it in a textbook and put it in a dictionary and stuff like that, and say, let's make this is official language like the Ethiopians did with the Amharic. You know, you guys basically
Amharic.
Amharic. I can't even pronounce that. You guys take your local languages, right? When you guys want to be cheating and boisterous or threatening, whatever like that, you start speaking in your local language and everything, and then you tell somebody because they don't speak in your local language, oh, you can't do this, you can't do that. But yet your official language, right, is French. Same thing. You go to any part of Africa. Anytime people want to talk about, oh, you got to learn the local language, you got to learn some Cree, you got to learn some Akan, oh yeah. Then why is it Akan in the national freaking thing where people can learn, look up online and learn the language and everything? No, you have to basically, because they want you dependent on them, because they don't bother wanting to speak to you in English, because if they speak to you in English, even though that's a national language, that puts you on the equal playing field.
Let me ask you a question, man. One makes a language national, and one makes a language a cultural language or tradition. One makes a language national.
In Africa, let me tell you something. You want to learn some history, right?
I don't want to learn some history. That history of Africa is part of me. It's not part of you. People were colonized in Africa and they adopted colonial languages. But if they want to let it go, if they want to get back to their language that they spoke before colonization, what is wrong with it?
Hold up, Judah. Let me say this, right? To do that, right, it takes education, right?
It doesn't, because most people already spoke the language. We're not doing it for you.
Check this out. Bomani, in school, right? What's your subjects in school? English, math, science, and history, right? Why do we speak English and we master the English language? Because English is a language.
Do you have to go to school in America to speak English? Let me ask you that question.
Hold on. In America, we had millions of immigrants that came from all over the world. They had to
We're
learn.
not talking about immigrants. I'm asking you, native. Do you have to go to school in America to speak English?
Let me give you an example. Right? Let me give you an example. Let me tell you about the intelligent people, the Japanese, right? The Japanese said, look, man, we have all these books of knowledge when they're importing from the West. Do we teach all our people how to speak English, or do we translate all the books of the Japanese? What the Japanese did was every book of science, learning, and building everything, they translated into Japanese. So they kept their own language as a language thing. Africa did not do that. They basically.
So if African is doing it today, what is happening?
The African leaders, right? They were basically Negropeans, right? Who went back to Africa, right? And because they had a connection with the colonial thing, they spoke the King's English and King's French, or whatnot. They kept the colonial, so they could lord it over and expand things. Now, a suggestion was made, right? In rural areas, right? Why don't you have the books of instruction? Everything's about the books of instruction. If you're a mechanic or whatever like that, right? And you read something and it's in English and you speak your local language, you can't read that, right? So why not translate those books into the local language? You guys won't do that, but you want your language to be to the thing. Africa has
Man,
5,000
I don't know. See, Kala, I don't know what you're talking about. In countries, in my country, we have books. We have books.
Because the reason why Africa has 5,000 languages is because the bottom line is African language have not been translated and homogenized. You know, English is a combination of Latin and things. So was French, so was Spanish, and everything. Those all derive from Latin. Why? They did that because they translate into books and learning and stuff like that. So the language and all that converged into three major languages: English, Spanish, and French, and German. You understand that?
I've asked you a question. You keep in America. Do you have to go to school to speak English?
No, but you to graduate.
Right. And now, let me finish.
So let me finish. Oh man, you got to know right English. You got to know proper English pronunciation. You got to know proper grammar. You got to know all that stuff like that in English to graduate high school in America.
So do you think in Africa we have to go to school to speak our languages? No, we don't have to go to school.
Write it. You know, you got to read and write it and translate it.
If we don't go to school for that, we can still read it and write it. That's a different mentality. You cannot take a mentality that you think.
Most languages in Africa are not written. That's the problem.
But my language is written. You can't be doing generalized statement. You think,
Judah, what's your indigenous language?
My indigenous language is Bangma. You can Google it.
Okay. Let me look it up. Let's look it up. We're here, man. You know, let's look it up. Now, how do you spell that?
You spell that BANGWA.
BA. Okay, go ahead. BA.
BANGWA.
GWA. Okay.
GWA, yeah.
Okay, GWA, right?
All right.
Okay, it's a village in Cameroon. I don't got a language right here. All I got is the Bangwa people.
Yeah, put the language. Put it. That's the BANGWA. Then put language.
Okay, language. Okay, language. It's a Bantoid language because of spoken by the thing. Okay, Bangwa language, also known as Atsuan, Bangwa. Bafu, whatever, you know, read talk, whatnot, you know. Okay, let's see. How to count in what you call it, you know. But I don't see any reference to a dictionary.
Yeah, they don't have a dictionary, but we have it in our own language.
Okay, you have a language, but you have no dictionary.
Right. You know? I mean, we don't have a dictionary, but we know all the words.
Yo, bro. Y'all gotta step that shit up. Y'all gotta get a dictionary, bro. You guys step it up, man. You know, like I said the other day, man, I like your village you talked about, but I didn't see no power lines. I see no construction. Come on, man. You know, nice roads and everything, but damn, you gotta get some power lines. Y'all gotta get some infrastructure. You gotta step your infrastructure game up, bro.
Oh, that power line. We have power line in that city, man. You saw
I didn't see not one transmission line, bro. Come on.
No,
we got
okay. Okay, let me tell you. But Carla, you talk a lot. Let me tell you, we are doing underground power line. That's what we're doing in my
I didn't see no digging, no nothing, man. I didn't see
because most of them is covered up. We doing underground.
I was looking for that. I didn't see no underground. Come on.
We're doing underground power line because we live by. Because we live.
You know what your power line is? A solar panel, Nick, bro. Man, come on.
Why we doing solar panels and we doing underground because of too much wind.
You got that solar panel, man. Come on, man. Come on.
Right, because of too much wind, man. If you go to that place, you won't come back to America, bro.
Yeah, but I need power, man. I'm
telling you, man, we have power over there.
I need a substation. I need to see a substation, man. I need to see the infrastructure, bro. Come on, Judah.
No, we're not going to talk about that because we're on a different topic. But if you want more about that area, I can give you more information.
Okay.
And and that's a good place to do real estate investment. But we buy land cash. We don't do bank. We don't do bank. Bank do not give you money to buy or they do. No, we don't do that stuff. You have money, you invest in your land and buy cash and build from the ground up to the top.
Now let me continue my sermon. Okay. Now I said that a lot of Pan-Africanists, right, go to Africa with the rose-colored glasses, look like that. And I said that in Africa, now let me ask you a question, right? Let me your honest opinion, right? Another sacred cow is we as Black people in America and in Africa, right? We seem to think that just because somebody's old, right? Somebody's old, barely decrepit. Your country is a perfect example of what I'm talking about. He must know what he's talking about. Older means wiser and everything like that. You guys know the BIA, right? Because he's old. He's old. I heard some camera into the street. Well, we might need to change. Young men that should be leading the country, right? Scared to say, that's a sacred cow. He's led us to independence, whatever the fuck. I think he came in the 70s, whatever, after independence, whatever. But he's been in power.
He came in 1982.
Yeah, somewhere around there, late 70s, early 80s. So the bottom line is this, it's in Africa, like what you call people actually considering running Boka as a president in Liberia. I'm saying, my God, man, come on, the guy's 90 years old. What the hell is about with old?
Yeah, but he got experience though. He was the former vice president of Ellen Johnson.
The guy is at a meeting. He's falling asleep one night. They got to hold him up every day. He can't go to a meeting without falling over in the chair.
Right, but Joe Biden, have you asked Joe Biden question?
You guys are worse.
Have you asked Joe Biden that question?
Old man, you automatically think an old man got a lot of experience. What experience of what?
Have you asked Joe Biden that question?
Joe Biden was imposed upon us. He's a freaking idiot. He's exactly what I'm talking about. That we America fucked up.
So how you guys are the most intelligent people? How you guys are the most intelligent people on earth, and someone is imposed upon you guys?
Running this country into the ground. Joe Biden's an idiot, right? They could have the Democrats could have ran somebody younger or whatever like that, and gave Trump a chance and like that. This old guy, we don't know who's running the country right now. So just because somebody's old and whatnot, that's a sacred cow. Oh, he's old. He's old. We got to listen. He got wild wisdom. When you listen to the people in free, like Dr. Arcana. Oh, Carla, man, you shouldn't talk about her. She's an elder, Carla. I don't give a shit about that. If I agree with you, I agree with you. If I don't, I don't. I don't look at somebody just because they're old. There's older.
Yeah, I understand. But see what the young guy in Liberia is doing. Is George Weah doing a better work? I don't think he's doing a good job.
My whole thing is this. So my thing is this. George Weah was elected by it was basically the Cron boys and the Crew boys and the CDC when that's their and that's just dying. That's native Liberian boy. They want to show they can run the country. They failed. International investors look at these guys like, we're not doing business with you. And everybody knows the investors and everything are not going to come to Liberia until some other companies get in power, and then he can bring the people in. No one takes this government in Liberia serious right now. That's just the truth, and they know it. You can't just basically I do not believe in a democracy as far as African Black people are concerned. I do not believe in democracy as far as the Black race. I don't believe it in America, and I don't believe it in Africa. Democracy is only when you, like Lee Kuan Yew said, when you got an educated middle class and everything, we're the majority. The black middle class do not live anywhere in the inner cities. So what you have there is a bunch of idiots electing idiots to office. That's what you have in America. And that's what you have in Africa. The majority of people are illiterate, you know, stuff like that. So they elect people based on their tribal background, you know. They get up there and start speaking their tribal language and everything like that. And they start doing their tribal dances, jumping up and down, hooping and hollering and whatnot. And they go into the poll because they promise a chicken and a bag of rice. You know, that's you know it's the truth. You know I'm telling
you. But what I've watched that guy, right? The guy that is running with George. I think he's old, but they say he did a good job for Liberians. You know,
he did what?
And
he did what? You know, he was in the government all his freaking life, kept like a government check. He did absolutely nothing. Only thing he credit for, he didn't participate in the war. You know,
right.
It's the only thing he's credited for, Boka. And the only reason why Boka want him, the people in Boka power, because they know they can do whatever they want because he doesn't know what the fuck is going on. That's the only reason why they want him in power. I'd rather have George Weah.
Wow, but George Weah is a puppet. He doesn't. That was a guy that took 3. That was a guy that took. That was a guy that took 3 months off in Liberia and went to Qatar to watch the World Cup. Why he said?
Well, if I had a choice, it'd be Cummings, right, or George Weah. The guy Boka is 90 years old, just like Tinubu in friggin' Nigeria. What the hell? Just because he's a Yoruba, it's their time to rule, and you got a guy 100 years old running a friggin' country.
That guy is getting Tinubu is getting sworn in on May 19.
It's a freaking joke. Nigeria, that's why I say I don't take Nigeria serious anymore. You know, and they know they stole the election, and they let that happen. You know, and so I don't take Nigeria serious anymore. How you gonna let Tinubu and whatnot? You know, he was a mayor of governor of Lagos, right? He got arrested by Fashola because he had embezzled a lot of money. I don't know how he got out, whatever like that. But Fashola is the one. He's a young man. He should be the one that Nigerians said, "Look, man, look what he did for Lagos. We should make him president." But in Africa, it doesn't work like that. You know?
Even in America, it doesn't work like that. America have one of the youngest young people in the world. Have you ever seen them elect a young president?
Well, Barack Obama was young. You know?
Oh man, come on, man. 45. Yeah, I mean, but come on.
Barack Obama 47. That's young. Putin 51 and whatnot. That's young. When we say young, we mean under 60. You know, under 65.
Okay.
In the West, we have a lot higher life expectancy. You know,
so but one of the oldest presidents.
Young in America, 50 is young in America, you know?
But one of the presidents in America called Ronald Reagan. He was one of the oldest presidents, and he did a lot of things for America.
He was only 70 years old when he got elected.
But that was old, but he did a lot of good things for America.
Right, he was 70 years old. My parents...
Right, so your age doesn't determine...
My parents...
Your age doesn't determine, you know, being, you know...
I'm not saying an older person cannot do, but when you got somebody basically like Bia, is he even alive right now? You haven't even seen him. You know, when they have him out there, they have him on stick. They hold him up or whatnot. The guy is basically barely alive. How's he a president?
You're right.
We don't even know where he's at. He's in Switzerland, Swaziland. Where's he at?
Right. I mean, he got people that they doing their job though.
Because he's the puppet of the French. You know, the French, he's doing their bidding of the French. You know, that's what it is. Let's be honest with ourselves.
Man, you want to get into African politics, or you just want to keep talking a lot of trash that you don't know nothing about it?
Do you think? Look at it. You got the haters coming out there. This is what they got for you right there.
Yeah, Colin, why are you hating? You don't understand the policy. Not only studied Nigeria for 30 years.
You don't understand. You take American politics and relate it to Africa. You have no clue about African
There's a sacred
history.
cow. Oh, bro, I'm glad you said that, bro. Because we told that when we talked about that the other day. I'm sick of hearing about this is Africa. You don't understand, Colin. Yo, the bottom line is, if you call yourself a modern nation state, right? Don't tell me about Africa. You know, it's the same thing. If you got the rule of law, you have control of the police, and you got taxes, and you can tax people, and you can go to war, and you got diplomatic. You are a modern state. I will judge all modern states. If Asia could do it, Africa. But don't tell me, oh, Africa. You don't understand about Africa. It's different. What's the difference? Just stop calling yourself a modern state. Just go back to, just let the Europeans run everything. Go back to colonialism and everything. If you want to be like Africa, but if you want a modern state where the world takes us seriously, then you guys start with this is Africa and whatnot, you know?
No. We're not gonna copy the West and say we're gonna be
Well,
modern state. We
the
want to
West
be
is
African
thriving
state.
right now. Africa right now produces more refugees than any part of the world.
Okay, and then so what has happened?
Right now in Mexico, right? Because they're doing something. I've seen a lot of Africans at the Mexican border trying to get in here. What the
But
hell?
Africans have produced more of the bigger resources in the world than any other continent.
Why are our brothers and sisters? Why are you coming from the Congo, the richest place on the planet, to go wake your way through Argentina and Mexico to get to the U.S. border? What the hell does that make any sense?
I don't know what you're talking about. So
you don't want to talk about? Should I find the video?
I mean,
You don't want me to play the video, right?
They're gonna have videos everywhere, but
it makes Africans that from the continent that are making their way through Mexico to the U.S. border.
Right. So what is wrong with it,
dude? Man, the bottom line is this, man. Everybody should basically work on building their own countries up with that. That's what I said. If Africa was together, we would come over there and help build too. But if you guys keep coming over here, then we look like fools going over the continent, you know? You guys keep bum rushing the coast, right? It's called bum rushing the coast, right? You guys keep coming over here, you know? He's a come to search for opportunities. Look, people can search for opportunities all they want, but the opportunities should be on the African continent. I don't understand that. I don't understand how we say we got the richest continent and whatnot, but everybody wants to get out of the place because you got in the continent, like you said, that are corrupt, whatnot, and you don't want to get rid of them, right? Because for whatever some reason, whatnot, because he's old, and the bottom line is this: because of tribalism and whatever like that, you do not want to basically get rid of them.
Let me tell you what is going on. When Africans travel or when they go to these countries, right, they are going to those countries that came to Africa and exploit them. So when they go over to these places, especially America, because America was the one that was involved in the slave trade, and when they came, they took a lot of resources from Africa, right? They go to Europe and they are doing the same. They go to Germany. These Africans go to Germany, England, and all the France and all, because these countries colonized them. Even in Belgium, you will find out that most of the trophies that African had, these countries kept it. In Germany, in Belgium, in all these other places, even in America, you go to most of the museums in America, you'll find out that they have African trophies, traditional wares and all these statues and all this. Few days ago,
I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Brothers, I gotta take a leak. I'll be right back. I gotta take a leak, man. Let me.
All right, go ahead, brother. Do what you need to do. Do what you need to do, and we'll let them.
I had.
No, he's coming back, Zogo. He's not scared. He might be scared, but if he doesn't come back, then he's scared of you.
How about this? How about you guys answer this? We have a question on not a question, statement on the board. There you go.
Africans are not producing anything. The natural resources are produced and refined by other Western or Asian countries. Zongo, go ahead, man. Tell him.
Who's the one asking the question?
We have to let Christopher know that we have things in place. But that's very important statement.
What specifically is he talking about, actually?
Right, because I don't know if it's a statement or a question. So
there are different industries within the country that forms the backbone of any functioning society, right? So even in the Western country themselves, they do take human capital from other countries to help propel their economy, right? So as African societies, we cannot just say, we have sufficient human capital to help progress our economies, right? Obviously, we might want to, call on other human capital from other countries, maybe the U.S., elsewhere. To help, help your country's economy progress. There's nothing wrong in that. As an African society, I would say, like in the case of Ghana, where I come from, I'm not going to boast that we are very advanced when it comes to the manufacturing of aircraft. I mean, we definitely need human capital from elsewhere to help us develop our industry, aircraft industry, so we can be able to compete among the advanced or the first world countries. So there's nothing wrong in that. But are we learning? Yes, we are. In the past, comparing our results in the past to the present, you can see that there's a significant improvement, and Ghana is still a developing country, just like Cameroon and other countries within the African countries.
I mean, that's a thing. But let me ask you a question, Zondo. Do you agree with my main thesis tonight, right? That there's sacred cows out there, right? Their beliefs, and I believe that's the main thing that's holding the black race back. Sacred cows. You know, every time when you get ready to do something, you can have all the ideas and everything, and people say, "Well, because our ancestors didn't do it that way, we don't understand it, and everything like that, we can't move forward." And let me tell you something. Right? Now, we as black people in America, we understand that, right? When Europeans come, it's different with Chinese. Chinese just come and do what they don't care about your thing. When Europeans have this idea that when they come to Africa, they want to live there, right? They basically look at certain practices, certain things, and they want to get involved in like things like human rights and the biggest thing they're talking about now is LGBTQ rights and stuff like that. You know, they basically like this, and they look at some of the practices in Africa that holds on to, and so therefore you got to understand something. If you're trying to attract Europeans and everything like that to the continent and to do investments and everything, then some of the practices Africa does, right, has to sort of modify and change. You know, simple as that. You know, that's the way I feel about it. You know, because you know that's why you don't see like you see they built Echo Atlantic, right, with the idea that they built Echo Atlantic with the idea it's going to be like a Dubai. Look at Dubai around the same time and look at Echo Atlantic. Now look at now Nigeria is a way more progressive nation than the OAE, right? But these Emirates said, you know something? If we have this strict Quranic law and everything, our sacred cows, we're not going to be able to build the Dubai world and stuff like that. So let's create a place where we can relax some of these laws, keep our basic values, relax some of these laws so we can attract the millionaires and billionaires as Dubai as a place of international business. You see how it works? And so, like I said, I look at Africa and I'm saying, okay, let's. You say you want to build a new city state like Echo Atlantic, right? But a lot of the things that afflict Nigerian society, right, is you can't attract the sort of people that you want to attract. And let's be honest with ourselves: Europeans are not going to want to live around black people unless they're unless you pull out some sort of Wakanda thing where it's super modern, super progressive, and everything like that. You're the only type of Europeans you're ever going to attract are these vultures and these people that just come to Africa to bleed the continent dry. Same thing with a lot of Chinese, stuff like that. But if you want to attract the right type of thing, like you talk about human capital and everything, why would somebody in Europe with a advanced degree in science and everything come to the African continent?
Yeah, but they're already coming though.
No,
they got a lot of things.
You're not getting the best of Europe. Trust me.
Oh, come on, man.
You are not getting the best of Europe. You're getting the leftovers and the flunkies. That's why development projects are so slow. You're not getting their best and brightest. Trust me.
No, he has a point. Carla has a point. We definitely are not getting the best, but I mean, the point I was trying to say is that in order to compete or to progress, we definitely have to tap into the human capital, right? I cannot speak for all countries within Africa. I came from Ghana, so I can speak specifically for Ghana. I mean, certain industries are a little backwards. And hey, Carla, I'm not disagreeing with a lot of the things that you say, right? I mean, you're right. The Europeans, they're not gonna come on, until the countries advance. Sometimes, I told I work over here, but sometimes,
I know
when I do,
you're probably over there, Zondo. Be like you be like Judah when I showing your European friends your new road. See this road over here and
oh
everything
no, no,
like
I
yeah,
don't
showing
need
your
that.
infrastructure. Africans love that. Look, we got
No, no, hold
infrastructure,
on,
man, showing you a
hold on,
highway and
hold on.
whatnot. You know, come on over here. And
Kala, I
European
don't
just
do
like
stuff like that. Kala, I have the same mentality you have, infrastructure, black race, right? I have the same mentality. And sometimes, I mean, I work with, with Europeans, Chinese, over here in the US, and when they show African countries, sometimes I get, I get in my feelings sometimes. Why we not competitive, like when it comes to those countries, right? Uh, um, and I think, Kala, I think sometimes we have to come to the conclusion that we have failed, and if we acknowledge that fact, then we can find a way to go forward, right?
I look, I agree with that all over, across the world, across the globe, right? But the thing I'm trying to say is this, right? When we're trying to pick ourselves up and have an intelligent conversation, right? We still have people that still want to go back to colonialism and all stuff like that. And when they get in power, they they end up doing the same thing. You know, they do the same thing. How can we have to change the trajectory of trade? Like the African leaders just met recently, and they had a discussion about why do all 54 heads of state have to go to meet with one country? Did you see that video? Bomani, I sent you that video. You know,
Yeah, but the president of Kenya made that statement and want to
I
stop
mean,
it.
right.
but
But the thing is, but look, it's 2023. We should have been saying this all along. Why is it that we basically got to go all the way? People are now starting to say, wait, why we got to go like this? If you're in Africa, you got to act like you're the ones in power. You know what the problem is? Europeans like this. It's like another sacred cow is we don't want to see another African country get more shine than we have. Right now, Rwanda is hated by a lot of people because they're doing things right. I know you guys are going to say, oh, fuck Rwanda and everything like that, but they're doing a lot of things that's right. But
who,
instead
me?
of, huh?
Me, I wouldn't say that. I'm
Well, a
like
lot of
that.
Africans, man, they hate Rwanda. I got a lot of Congolese people be texting me and everything. We got a bum rush parking out. We got to get. I'm
I
like,
mean,
dude,
personally, I just want to check your. I just want to check on your ego sometimes when you speak. It's no, I don't hate on you or something like that. Actually,
I mean,
right?
look, bro. I say what I say. Look, look. If you listen to me long enough, nobody's harder on Black America. Have you seen them than I am?
Kala, I've been listening to you when I was in Cyprus before I came to the US. Actually,
Yeah.
So you look up to Kala.
Yeah. So,
man,
like I said, I basically what I'm trying to do is take the movement away
Kala was the one who put me on Pan Africanism on Dinah's show. Actually,
Zongo, don't start, please.
Yeah, check
Zongo.
us out. Check us out. Sano, check us out. What I'm trying to do is take the movement away from this dangerous ADOS FBA stuff, and I want to make it seem like the Black people in America were not just pushovers and everything. I'm going to check Africans. I'll check African Americans. We don't need an ADOS FBA movement. That's a friggin' danger to the whole entire Black race. That delineation and all this kind of stuff like that. All that is Black people in America, a small segment of Black America who hate the African blood, they hate the African roots and whatnot, and they want to do anything to get away from being Black. That's all that is. I've dealt with them people my whole entire life. So now they got a platform where they can spew their freaking nonsense. We're Native Americans. We're this. Do your DNA test. Also, DNA test come up. 100% African. They fucking commit suicide. Because they've been taught, right, to hate the thing. And let me tell you where it comes from. It comes from America has made it so that if you're a Black African, as much I tell you, Black immigrants, right? Look, you may have this. I know you guys didn't have the experience of slavery and everything, but still, and I know a lot of things have changed in America, right? But let me tell you, bro, still, you have to remind yourself, right? There was times where Black people were killed for even looking at. I had two of my friends that were murdered for dating a white girl. Yeah, look it up right now. Sean Edwards, right? 1986. Look it up. Google right now. He was murdered, stabbed 33 times because he was dating a white girl in my hometown in New York. Look it up. The case is still unsolved. That's what I grew up with. I grew up with that sort of hatred out there. And so therefore I know that sort of hatred out there. So we are basically apprehensive. Not saying all white people are racist, but we are always going to be race conscious, but based on the history of this country. You know, I mean, I don't think anybody has a right to tell us black people, get over slavery, get over racism. You can't do that. You know, let us keep that at least. You know, great job, black people in America, music and everything like that. You look at that Something in the Water thing. It was black and white people out there chilling, having a good time, and everything like that. And black entertainers on stage and everything like that. All those white kids out there and everything like that. That's the things we can do. But don't tell us that to forget who we are. Don't forget to tell what happened to us. You know, that's the problem. You know, and I think a lot of white people want to use black immigrants to basically.
But do you think Japanese kids are still learning about the history of how American bombed their territory?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
I don't think they are doing it. They are not, because I mean that's gonna make them. That's gonna make them low.
In Japan, they have monuments for Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Now, young Japanese may like that, but in school and everything, they know about the Japanese. Years ago, right? There was this controversy, right, in Japanese textbook. This was back in '92. This was back in 91, when the eve of the Pearl Harbor anniversary, right? There was an international attack in the early '90s on Japan. All these documents came out about Japan, also like this. But one of the things that I saw back then was Japanese textbooks, right? The Americans did not like the Japanese because they overemphasized Hiroshima and Nagasaki. But there was a Japanese scholar, right, who basically said he wanted to include the Japanese rape of Nanking, the Japanese the Korean comfort girls, right, to be included in the Japanese textbook. And the government rejected it, right, because they didn't want the Japanese to know it. But the Japanese textbooks were all about Hiroshima, all about Nagasaki, everything like that happened, everything. So the Japanese textbooks, right, got international criticism, right? And so therefore, in the preceding years in the 90s, there was a lot of inclusion about the Japanese atrocities in Asia into Japanese Asia. Here's Frank talking about Rwanda sucking. Everybody always want to blame somebody else because the Congo always basically they say Paul Kagame something.
Hey, Kyle, I have a question for you. Actually, let me ask you a question. Right, you always you are a very strong advocate of trying to bring to build your Afrikstan, and you've been advocating for that ideology for the past 2 or 3 decades now, right?
Yeah, somewhere.
You want to build an infrastructure. You need people to help you build. Do you think the people in the Western world, I mean in America to be precise, are sufficient enough to help you build that?
Well, what I say is, as far as the Afrikstan, right? That's why we're doing the prototypes in Ghana, right? Everything, like you look at America. America started with small towns. New York City was a small town. Boston was a small town. And they eventually grew into cities, counties, and states. That's what same thing with Liberia. Liberia, Monrovia started as a small town. It grew up into a city. I'm saying the Afrikstan could be done the same way. Now, people always will think that colonies are all African American state. I don't mean that. I do believe that in Afrikstan, right, will welcome Africans from all over the world to build a new modern. So I believe in education, right?
You're making sense now, actually, because over here in the States, I mean, I work here in the States. You barely see Black people working in these engineering firms too, actually.
Well, there's certain things Black people do, but you understand something. There's Black engineer here in Virginia, we have them, But
I say in certain industries.
Certain industries, Black people aren't in. Like you see that thing we did the other night, where all those top 15 Black businesses, right? I didn't even know.
I mean, oil and gas isn't part of it, actually. If I can be
there's a guy, Hightower, just in oil and gas. You didn't see that part? Timothy Hightower. He has a friggin' oil and gas. He's an oil and gas magnate from Akron, Ohio. He's been around since 1978.
Kala, if I can be honest with you, I mean, like,
have you ever heard of Hightower Industries?
No, he's trying to find something slick to say. That's why.
Yeah.
Let me know when you're ready to play the video.
Bomani, shut up. Bomani, stay quiet. Come on, man.
Have you ever heard of we got receipts, bro?
Stay quiet. We know what you guys up to.
Yeah, you know, you guys are talking.
I'm in the background listening to you.
And also the McKinsey Corporation, they built the Barclays Center in Brooklyn, you know, and also we have an African American firm that built the suspension bridge in Washington State where Afro Dumbass lives, you know.
Yeah, brother, you can go on and on and on about.
The bottom line is like this. The thing is though, there's nobody. But the thing is about Black America is like we don't get on line and brag about the stuff we do.
Zongo also live in Washington State.
I'm not trying to bring you down. I'm not trying to bring you. We having a conversation. I think it's a healthy conversation, right?
Right.
You know, I mean, my background is more specifically in the African.
What I'm saying to you, you guys have the energy of making it seem like, oh, Black folks ain't doing nothing here, and they never did anything. I came here.
Yeah, that's what they run with, man. Come on,
when I went to
that's been debunked, man. That's been debunked.
It's just always on that energy. But anyway, brother Kala, let me play this video because we don't have a whole lot of time.
Right.
Oh, and you guys will be here for like 7 hours.
Brother, we have things to do. So.
Oh, come on.
I'm sorry if we have business to run.
I gotta go to work tomorrow too.
Enjoy your plantation.
But I'm here to support Kala. Hey, Kala, I saw your
The
ad,
positive thing is that there is a realization that it cannot continue this way. We have what it takes to fix it. And the conversation is already begun on what do we realistically do to be able to get the African Union to take charge of the affairs of our continent. Let me give you a case in point. We decided, for example, that we are going to assemble our market using the Africa Continental Free Trade Area market.
Yes, that's a good decision.
Ecosystem.
Yeah.
And the positive thing is that it was unbelievable at the rate at which we were able to achieve consensus and we were able to achieve ratification. And I want to tell you, it is among the things that happened in the shortest time possible. It tells you there is greater realization that unless we act in concert, unless we act together, we are unlikely to make any impact anywhere. We have, at least on the market issue, we have put that together. There is a debate that is going to evolve. Like, for example, we have also decided that it will not going to be business as usual. We have these meetings, Africa, US meeting, Africa, Europe, Africa, Turkey, Africa,
India.
Now we are waiting for, there is another one, Africa, Russia.
And Africa, Japan.
And Africa, Japan. We have made the decision that it is not intelligent for 54 of us to go and sit before one gentleman from another place. And
welcome to Reich Gantt charts.
I mean, and sometimes we are mistreated.
Yeah.
You know, we are loaded into buses like school kids. You know, and it's not right.
Well, you are summoned. You know,
it's not right. So the decision that we have made as AU is that going forward, if there is going to be a discussion between Africa and any other country, we are going to be represented by the chair, the outgoing chair, the bureau.
The chair of the commission, or the chair,
and the chair of the Rex, and we have 5 Rex. That should be sufficient.
Okay.
For a meeting of maybe 6, 7. Yeah. That should be able to represent Africa, and that is the position I am taking as the president of Kenya. For any other meeting that we are going to have with all these requests that we have a meeting between Africa and one other country. We respect the sovereignty of others. I think to ask for reciprocation is not to ask for too much.
No.
And for us to agree that let us have this kind of setup. The only, because I had a conversation with President Kagame and he actually led that particular position. I have had a conversation with Prime Minister Abiy. He believes very strongly that that should be the position of our continent. Because, as you have said, if we don't respect ourselves, nobody is going to respect us. And we should be able to take that kind of decision. Yeah. And part of that respecting ourselves is when we say African problems, African solutions, we must be serious about the solutions. It cannot be rhetoric. It cannot be talk. It must be accompanied by what realistically and practically we are doing.
And with our capacity, yeah. No, this is wonderful, but just one question. Why you having this discussion in closed rooms? Why don't you bring civil society, all those people in this discussion? Because we can also put pressure on our leaders or whatever to behave in a better way. African people need to tell their presidents, we care about Africa. That should be a priority. Unless we act really together, it doesn't work. And in the reform agenda of the African Union, if you and your colleagues are proceeding that way, there need to be really a serious discussion about the structures and how Africa is. And one problem is African countries refuse to cede any sovereignty to the African Union. So African Union cannot sign a trade agreement in behalf of Africa. Then the African Union go and meet the European Union. This is not balanced.
It is not.
Because those guys had
27 countries,
gave them sovereignty.
Yes.
But our guys here don't want to give any sovereignty,
exactly.
to cede any sovereignty to the Union, as if this is something very
I call it African
fantastic.
Coonie.
They have to keep. When countries like Germany, like
go ahead, Carla.
I said the African Coonie, like you said, the African Union has no real power. It's just a meeting club for just to show off. It's sad. The original OAU, right? That was disrupted in 1970 when they had the OAU conference in Monrovia, Liberia, at the Pan African Plaza, 1979. Most people don't even know that, right? That was the final phase of the OAU, the Kwame Nkrumah and all the.
I know about it.
Yes, in 79, right? And then right there they had the rice riots, and then a year later they had the coup, and it all fell apart. The OAU was supposed to be the preemptive organization for the continent, right? African currency, common military. The military building they was building in Liberia was going to be a Pan-African peacekeeping force for the continent. There was the Liberia helped broker the peace in Biafra. Liberia helped broker the peace in the Congo. It brokered the peace, and it brokered the Lancaster Agreement in Zimbabwe. So they had to get rid of Liberia as that place. When Jimmy Carter came in 1978, right? He went to Nigeria for 3 days and came to Liberia for 3 hours, right? And Nigeria just told, look, Liberia is our big brother. They're the big brother. Liberia led Africa through independence, So trying to paint Liberia like this is America, Liberia, that's a lie. So Judah does not know that, right? Because he has not read a book. He doesn't know.
Carla, actually, to be precise, even in most West African countries, when we're speaking about African countries, nobody speaks about Liberia.
Liberia was what, but like I said, that's why. Like I said, do you know where the OAU was formed?
I didn't know. I didn't know.
It was formed in Liberia. That's why when we go in next year, we're going to lay a reef and a sacred reef at the OAU founding. We'll raise the red, black, and green flag and plant it.
Carla, Liberia has no voice in Africa. That's a fact. Nobody talks about Liberia on the continent.
Liberia is going to be our voice on the continent. Liberia is going to help them make the Afrikstan a reality. That's what's going to happen.
Nobody listened to Liberia. But let me make a statement about what this president of Kenya was talking about, William Ruto, right?
Yeah, but what he said was one thing, but the guy just...
he's making his statement, nobody cares about Liberia. Liberia doesn't have a voice. Carla, go ahead and respond.
Well, let me say this.
Liberia is a state.
Judah, let me say this, brother. You can respond. What the Kenyan president was saying was good. But the guy said, you cannot do this if you're not going to cede some sovereignty. African countries don't want to give up their sovereignty because they all have their little special relation with their colonial masters. You know, that's why I said the OAU, the original OAU was the idea because Africans want to see some sovereignty. Idi Amin was at the conference there in 1979. He said,
That's
"Man,
not true, Kala. That's not true, Kala.
There's no
Kala,
African Union peacekeeping troop. There's no sovereignty was succeeded. They don't want to give up no sovereignty. They don't want to basically say, look, you know, okay, we can use your ports and whatnot, you know, and like that. Africa has enough coastline, right, that the ships that are embarking in Angola should not have to sit out at sea for a whole year before they unload. You know, you go to one African country, you got to pay a huge tariff and everything like that because there's no coordinated effort. There's no rail lines connecting major capitals and everything in the continent, you know. So the bottom line, nobody wants us to see sovereignty and regionalism, and they want to talk about unity. It's a farce, man. You know what's going to happen next year? All those African leaders are going to be in Japan, you know, saying yes a bossa and saying yes a massa, you know, after all that talk.
Yeah, but Kala, for the most part, like most African countries are practicing democracy, right? So in order
I don't believe in democracy. I don't believe
in order for a sovereign country to relinquish their sovereignty to the African Union.
But are they really sovereign? You know, if you have Nigeria too scared to nationalize its oil industry, right? You got British oil, petroleum, Shell, and all them taking all and giving Nigeria some little chump change. You have international companies still own all the mines in South Africa. Do you really have sovereignty? You got sanctions on Zimbabwe. Are you really, because they rightfully took what back was theirs? You going to tell me that's really sovereignty?
But I think this is where when you want to build your Afrikstan, you need someone like me who has the special skills in the oil and gas industry to help you build that. Actually, it doesn't work like that. Actually, I mean, it's just like any kind of business, the oil and gas industry, right?
I can't hear you, bro. You got to speak up.
Oh, can you hear me?
You're real low.
Turn your mic. Turn your mic up.
Let me.
All right, that should work.
Yeah, I think we can hear him. Go ahead and speak now.
You said something about Texas toast. I figured you had roaches before.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can. Yeah.
Yeah. So in a nutshell, actually, the oil and gas, the way the business kind of works is that the countries, like in the case of Ghana, for instance, they sell blocks for you. So like the oil companies, this industry is a capital intensive industry. So
I know. I do. You're just singing to the choir. I know all how the oil industry works.
How does it work in the?
You know what I'm saying? They sell off the blocks, right? The local government gets a share and everything like that. The people drill. What happened was in Nigeria, right?
Hold on. It doesn't work that way, Kala.
Nigeria, hold on. Let me tell you. Let me give you a little history.
I think, Kala, you're missing the point.
Hold on. Let me make my point, right? Let me finish what I'm saying. In Nigeria, right? Do you know initially when they discovered oil, the oil companies didn't even have an office, right? And did no logistics.
Who discovered the oil?
Well, first of all, they were doing palm oil, and I think the British.
This guy, man, Kala.
Let me say this. Let me finish.
Go ahead.
Now, the oil platforms, right, off the coast of Nigeria, the Nigeria Delta, right, they were basically what they were doing, drilling the oil, and just gave the Nigerians, this is what we drill, right? Then in the 70s,
but before you begin drilling and developing the well.
They have to do prospecting. I understand that. They got to do prospecting. So
but who does that? Who does that, Kala? That's the question.
The prospecting company. I know that. They do the prospecting and everything like that.
But someone invested money to discover that oil.
That costs money. But still, though, if that's your country, right, they got to get permission from you to do the prospecting and the drilling.
But if you don't have the knowledge to do that, how do you
let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
Do you know there were black people drilling oil in Oklahoma for almost 100 years?
It's not about drilling the oil. It's about discovering the oil first.
What I'm saying is this, though. The bottom line is the oil companies don't have the knowledge. They sub that out to drillers. You know what I'm saying? They don't have the knowledge.
No, before you start drilling.
Do you understand how that works? You know, Deepwater Horizon, right? They don't forget Shell doesn't.
You're speaking to someone who works in the oil and gas industry.
Deepwater Horizon does all that. You know, so the bottom line is you're trying to tell me something I already know. You know, the bottom line is the
I don't think you
oil
understand
company.
how the business works.
You think the CEO of Shell know how to do that? No, they outsource that to people who know how to do that. They have third-party the companies that do that. Okay. So why couldn't the Nigerian government and the African government use a third-party thing that
they don't believe in stuff like that? Some of the African countries do not understand the idea of investing huge sums of money to discover the oil.
Well, the bottom line is this. So, bottom line is this. This is what I'm saying, right? This is what I'm talking about, right? If all these other people could figure it, Venezuela could figure it out, right? Venezuela realized that, right? And they created Citgo and everything, and they got into the retail end of the oil industry, what they were refining and building retail. Like the Indians are now doing that throughout sub-Saharan Africa, right?
I mean,
building gas stations, everything. Why can't the Nigerians do that?
But Kala, I mean, it's gonna take time. I'll just give you.
They do, man. It's been like 60 years, man. How much time?
Hold on, Kala. I can speak in the case of Ghana. Like, so Ghana, like we discovered oil.
Wait, that was pitiful, man. They almost got raped. You lucky some had some African Americans who stepped in one night.
Can I speak, Kala? Allow me to speak, Kala, please.
You know and I know, man. You know, it was the African Americans who got into help the Ghanaians.
But you don't see a lot of African Americans in the oil and gas industry, Kala.
They helped. They were in the Ghanaian thing. You don't know that?
Who was that?
I don't even know. It's been years ago or not. And then the Ghanaian government wasn't even a whole lot of oil there. They discovered. They only make like what, $1 billion a year? That's nothing. That's peanuts.
No, there's a lot of oil actually, but the development is only taking place in offshore. There's a lot of like oil onshore actually, but we haven't started developing yet. The idea is to start developing offshore to gain the knowledge, the human capital, so that the Ghana National Company can start investing onshore.
We're gonna be all dead and gone before that happens.
It's gonna take time. I mean, to it takes years to gather human capital, to got knowledge, data.
And also, we're living in a world now, right? And you guys basically understand something, right? The West is trying to these Green New Deal people are trying to stop you. Have you guys been paying attention to that? They're trying to stop fracking and oil drilling altogether across the globe. They think they're going to go green, which is stupid and retarded, you know?
But how does
bottom line this?
But how does fracking impact climate change?
No. Bottom line, I don't believe in climate change. I don't believe in that. I believe climate. This is what I believe about climate change, right? There was no climate change.
I'm trying to understand what you mean by fracking. I think.
No, what I'm saying is this, though.
It's just taking place.
What they're trying to say is that oil itself, right? Drilling is evil, right? We're damaging the planet, so we got to move to green. Why do you think right now Africa?
It's not the production of the oil is damaged, actually.
Oh, let me ask you a question. Usage. Right? Most of Africa's energy is renewable energy, like solar panels, green energy, and Africa has oil and everything. Now, President Museveni is building a pipeline, right? A pipeline, which is smart, right? You know why? You know why he's smart? Because he's doing that himself, right? Him and Tanzania doing it himself. They're developing the pipeline, and they're going to be drilling oil, right, and transporting the oil to the coast. And also, along the way, they're going to have refining stations making natural gas and all that stuff like that, and and they're going to be selling liquefied gas to the world market. They're going to be like Russia, selling actual gas, right? And not only that, it's not a foreign company sucking oil out of the ground. All what you have in West Africa is a Western companies with a big tube sucking the oil out of the ground and giving African peanuts. In Uganda, what's going to happen is all along the way, they're going to have substations, everything, and cities and towns are going to pop up all over the way. They're trying to stop that, saying, "Oh, it's environmental catastrophe and all stuff like this." Nevertheless, it's going to go through. It's going to at the port. They're going to be exporting gas, natural gas, and all different types of fuel products to the world. And Uganda is going to make billions and billions of dollars on that. The hell with the Green New Deal.
But Kala, if I can be honest with you, I mean, this platform that you're talking about, right? The platforms, the FPSOs for drilling and separating the oils, this drill ships, the equipment that is used in helping to explore, drill, develop.
Those are all independent companies.
Yeah, but equipment.
They drill all over the world. Why can't you, Zondo, say, you know something? We got oil off the thing. We could broker them. When you come in, you could cut out the middleman right there and take it all for yourself.
Well, you need experience to be able to do that. It takes
You
years.
said you got experience, man. You say you're an oil man. You know, you don't have the confidence. That's what you don't have.
No, college. This is a capital-intensive industry.
No, look. If you have the oil, right? What you do is how to raise capital, right? You form Zondo Incorporated, right? And you raise the capital on the London Exchange, the Nasdaq, and all the different exchanges around the country, the world, and whatnot. Pension funds, everything like that. That's how you raise capital. People don't understand how it works. You know, Black America has a lot of capital in pension funds. Everything. That's what I deal with in my living. You know, pension funds, stuff like that. Billions and billions of dollars, right, alone throughout the world for projects like that. You know, Africans have not really learned how to do that, right? Go to different companies like the city like Detroit. They got union worker pension funds in the billions of dollars that they loan out to businesses and everything. Businesses get their capital from pension fund loans, stocks, and long-term guarantee loans from the government and stuff like that to raise the capital, and private lenders. You know, Africans have not put their consortiums together and say this is a private sector thing. You know, the thing is, we have the oil, right? We have the oil. We have it right here. We want to do this, right? And we have a so-called Zondo Incorporated, and we want to do this. You don't need Shell and all these other people. You don't need them.
Yeah, I think you still need like most of these American companies like Halliburton, Schlumberger.
Well, you outsource. That's why you have to be the one that basically. You're not the master. What Africans do, you know what I'm saying? No offense, right? What they do is just like it hasn't changed in 500 years, right? They wait for Europeans to come there and tell them what they need and saying, this is what I need, right? This is what we have right here. And then you form your own corporation and say, we're going to draw. If Venezuela can do it, you can do it.
But Carla, most of like this oil company, the blocks that they sell, I mean, it's
well, the bottom line is, well, you have to know how to fight fire or violence. Like I said, instead of making us the enemy, you know, there's black politicians in America that can freaking.
Hey, Carla, I'll tell you what, it's easier to do it here in America than to do it in Africa. If I can be honest with you, man.
Well, what I'm saying, no, it's not easy in America. Look at how the Keystone Pipeline was shut down by Joe Biden. You don't have a Joe Biden. Joe Biden shut the Keystone Pipeline down the first day he got in office. So what are you talking about? It's easy here. He shut down.
What are your own people? What are your own people doing? This is all done by the white man. What is your own people doing?
He's gonna be out right as soon as Trump gets back in office. We're gonna drill, baby, drill. We're gonna start drilling oil like we've never seen before.
I think instead of having a conversation with me, you rather speaking at me, actually, right? I mean, if you can allow me to have a conversation with you, I think that would make this this topic more interesting, right?
Go ahead.
Like, I mean, I know you're speaking to me, but in the audience are also listening. Some of them might want to learn something and take something home to learn, because a lot of the audience, like sometimes when you speak, they kind of think in a very myopic way. Sometimes, you know, I think sometimes we should allow some people with a certain background to be able to provide information so they can be able to learn something from it as well. I mean, that's all I was just saying. If I can have a conversation with you personally, that's a different case. But people are also listening, so it's right that we ensure the audience have the right information.
You're welcome on the show anytime. We're talking about something productive like this. I don't mind having conversation. It's what we do these shows for. So we have these conversations out there because Lord knows nobody else does. You know, we have these conversations. The bottom line is this. I
was just saying, like, the way the industry works. I mean, the business model has already been designed. It wasn't designed by us, right? I mean, the fact that the industry is capital intensive, and generally most of these companies from these advanced countries, they have years of experience of operating in the oil and gas industry.
Let me ask you a question, brother. A serious question. Have you ever heard of the Pung Loy Group?
Can you allow me to, because I know like the audience are listening. Okay, go ahead.
The Pung Loy Group. That's an international consortium based in Singapore, Malaysia, Indonesia, and everything. They basically do all the logistics and the infrastructure in Southeast Asia and the Middle East.
So I'll tell you, right, in terms
Phone Group. Now, what I'm saying, when I look at the Phone Group, right, I see nothing but Asians there. It's a multinational. There's no multinational. Angola has oil, right? I have people in Angola that ask me, do you know black people in America that can get into the oil industry and everything?
Carla, who do you have in Angola? Carla, what's the name of the person you have in Angola?
I can't tell. I'm not going to tell people.
Oh, come on, man. You don't have nobody in Angola, man. Come on.
I have many partners, and I have as many partners in the BAO.
Your Carla, don't give out your contacts.
I don't give out my contacts.
Carla is lying, man.
You can say what you want, but I can't do that.
Something, brother.
Carla,
we don't need contact. Carla needs our contact actually, because
I have all the contacts in Africa, bro.
Oh my goodness,
bro! I have so many. I have more contacts on that. What I need.
Carla, you just talk about everywhere. You don't know nothing about Africa. You just Nigeria, Angola. Come on, man. Come on,
bro. I got contacts in Africa, bro. This bottom line is I know a lot that's going on in the continent. My partner, Mr. Rosenthal, bank in Congo. He's in Angola, Uganda right now. With Mr. Museveni building a bullion bank. That's my partner, Mr. Rosenthal, building a gold bullion bank thing. So we got. I'm connected with a lot of people in the continent, bro.
I think sometimes when we're having a conversation, we have to be very realistic. I mean, the oil and gas is just an industry within the energy sector, right?
Let me ask you a question. Now, the oil and gas, right? Now, are you planning on for the domestic market? That's what Africa needs. It needs domestic production and consumption, right? Because Africa uses a lot of gas. Dangote is building a refinery, right? But the refineries.
The problem is when Dangote is building a refinery to help support the customer base in Nigeria, not the whole of Africa.
Well, the bottom line is Let me ask you a question, right?
It's not
a refinery. He's planning on building he's planning on building a gas line, right? Which he could basically supply the West African market, right? Also that will bring the price of gas down.
I think sometimes when we're having this conversation, sometimes people within the industry should be allowed to give their input in conversation like this. I mean,
exactly.
What is the capacity of the refinery, and what is the customers? Are they going to the consumers who they're going to be supplying the refined oil to? I mean, is it going to be the whole of the
Well, they have oil. They're going to refine their own domestic oil. That's going to be their exchange. There are refineries in
other countries, right?
That's going to strengthen the naira.
There are refineries in Ghana, but it's just like
they don't operate
the capacity.
They're really small. They don't really do.
Yeah, the capacity is not enough to to support the consumption base, right?
And that's really sad because Ghana got a small consumption base. Y'all should be doing that on standing on your hands.
No, we have high consumption, but even the refinery that we have is not enough to support the consumption base.
Yeah,
right?
Well, you don't have a consistent consumption. That's what I'm talking about. Now, if you had an industrial base, you built.
No, we do have it, but
you would have a definite consumption. You have a growth, a trajectory that you could basically say, okay, we need to build more refineries there. You don't have that. You have like a retracted economy. We
have it actually. The point I'm trying to say is that the capacity of the refineries that we have in Ghana is not enough to support the consumer base, right? So most of the time we do get export from outside countries as well. We just have to expand it to a different.
And also, let me ask you another question, right? You see how much you know. Now, even though you get it from other countries, right? What if Ghana, right? Instead of just worrying about refining, right?
I'm not an economist. I'm just
no. Let me ask you a question, right? What if Ghana and West Africa invested in their oil tankers where they can go get the gas and bring it back to them? That would save billions and billions of dollars.
Get gas from where?
They can get it from Angola. They can get it from the new thing that's being built in Tanzania.
Hold on, let me tell you one thing, Carla. See, when I was in Ghana,
you can get the gas from the United States. Hold on. You lose money, right? Because you're relying on their supply chain.
Let me
That's
share
why
one.
you lose.
Let me share one information.
That's why it costs so much.
Because I work for I used to work for the Ghana National Petroleum Corporation in Ghana. Actually, I mean when we were producing gas and we were burning the gas for free because there wasn't enough people to buy the gas. because like sometimes you cannot store the gas. You have to burn it.
Hold on. What about the rest of the country? You got Liberia at one time was out of gas. They could have sold the excess to Liberia.
Yeah, there's no pipelines to transport the gas.
No, you could have done by Liberia has the oldest oil refinery in West Africa. You can ship the gas to them on the coast. If you had a coastal thing where African countries were working together, right? Where they had,
it's not easy the way you make it seem like, right?
No, but that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. African countries got to give up some of their sovereignty. Let's have the West African Gas Corporation, and they manage the logistics of importing gas and distribution of gas in West Africa. That would solve like 50% of the problems right there.
But both countries have to be willing to participate in that.
Well, that's what we're talking about tonight. African countries don't work together. They just go to these conferences and talk and blow smoke up their ass about the West.
But sometimes some of these people in the position of power do not really understand the.
That's why I said you have to get rid of them and get them out of power. You know,
I mean, I think they are
you guys got to go back there and say we want some smart people leading us.
No, we want to work here. We want to work here, Carla. We want to work here. I want to work here. I'm helping America. Like, I don't want to go back. Maybe you should go ahead.
You guys got to go back and fight for your continent, bro.
Yeah. Oh no, I'm helping America.
You guys got to go back and fight for your continent.
No, I'm helping.
Africa.
That's what we talk about, brother. The brain drain.
The brain drain. You know,
who's solving the brain drain right now? Who's solving the brain drain? The black people from the African diaspora.
No, they didn't brain drain
back to Africa.
I was useless when I was in Ghana. Actually, America made me very useful, so I'm staying over here.
Well, that's what that's the system that they built. I mean, they built an incredible system to where you end up maintaining your own oppression.
But you have to understand. Sometimes these African countries they do practice nepotism in those countries. You know what I mean? In Ghana, they practice nepotism. You might have the qualification, but if you don't know this so and so, they're not going to employ you or give you the access into the
That's
industry.
Another sacred cow. Nepotism. You know, we let nepotism. You know, people who should be nowhere in power because they're part of a tribe, whatever like that. They get on. So that happens in Nigeria. When how do people get rich?
That's going to be the fall of Africa.
Right tribe.
That might probably be the fall of African countries because they employ people who have no even qualification to be in certain positions because they are affiliated to certain group or political party. I mean, hey, I'm not in the position. I'm not in government, so I can't position, right? So that's why I left.
Well, perfect. We're going to give you a great example. President Samuel Doe of Liberia. I mean, that's a great example of literally just putting.
Man, Liberia. Let me say something. Liberia is not mentioned in Africa, especially us on the continent. I mean, there's no importance. I mean, who is Liberia when other countries are talking in Africa, man? Come on. Like, I mean, you guys have probably want to go there and visit. That's
the main event in Africa.
Let's meet these guys, Colin, because this is what I told you that they're up to their rhetoric. I talk about Liberia. Liberia has never been irrelevant at no point.
I mean, it's relevant to you guys' history, but not to us on the continent. It's of no importance to us on the continent. Maybe relevant to you guys.
Let me give you a country that have no importance on the continent. Cameroon. It's like a country nobody talks about here. When I'm in
Songo native, come on.
Nothing. You know what I'm saying? Nothing. I mean, so. Stop with your foolishness. I mean, I'm trying to make an example of what we're talking about, our good brother Kala, as far as uneducated people who don't know how to run anything being put in power. They want to just take over a country. Like I was explaining, let me go back to it. I was talking about Liberian President Samuel Doe.
Samuel Doe ear was cut off by his own people, man. One of the brutal.
Why you guys are so quick answer to talk? What we're talking about is literally they overthrew a government and then took over the government and didn't have any skills or qualifications to run anything. They had so many issues with what was established before, and then they literally just drove the country into the ground from there on. Because the country was operating fine before.
So how does Pan-Africanism address that problem then?
Well, Pan-Africanism addressed those problems literally by by us, number one, sharing our resources. Number two, by literally just you have a balance, you have more of a balanced energy in a country. Just like us as a people, when we're trying to make moves in the African continent, the more of us connected to the continent, the more of us. Go ahead. As a matter of fact, Judea or whoever that was, go ahead and speak because you guys.
Must everyone adhere to that Pan-African ideology in your Afrikstan state? Must everyone adhere to that ideology?
Bottom line is in Africa.
And hold on for a second. Well, when you're talking about this Pan-African thing, think about this. Think about something simple. You're pushing a movement where Black people are supporting Black-owned business, where Black people are working with other Black people to establish energy. Those of us that are even coming to Africa, we're not coming there to be a burden. We're coming there to work with our people in the ground in the country. If you're really from Ghana, you'll see the amount of Black people in Ghana doing good work. Just because they may not be bringing riches and unlimited amount of riches don't mean anything.
Bomani, I grew up in
Ghana. So what we talking? You guys, let me talk because you guys talk a bunch of rubbish. So when we talk about Pan-Africanism, we're talking about a form of Black unity. So if you're from a country, Ghana, you're from Cameroon, and then you're not, and you have all of these objections to Pan-Africanism, that makes you a fool because you're talking about a movement that's a movement like that's why it's the big banners up here, Pan-Africanism towards nations.
Let me ask you guys a question.
You're literally trying to work together with the best of your people to make things happen.
Right.
I don't understand the biggest drawback of these.
What you don't understand is Africans.
The reality of it is Negroes like yourself is selfish, and because you have a selfish crab mentality, it's hard for other people to build anything together because this is the same attitude. You just brag.
Hey,
all you guys talk about is individualism.
If you need the lecture,
and then when you have
you gotta give me a call. Give me a call though.
Yeah.
All right. Get rid of these two idiots. I'm not even sure people can hear me the whole time.
Yeah.
The thing is, what I'm saying is, you're in Ghana, you're in Cameroon, and what would benefit the energy of us is us doing business with Black people, us doing business together as a people. So when people talk about they don't understand this about Pan-Africanism, all that, it's like it's benefiting you. It's benefiting you as far as us doing business together, and it's a simple thing. Us putting any kind of resources together and say, hey, let's compete. And I mean, so I'm not into these long-winded conversations because these guys are literally sitting around for hours and they'll literally go back and forth with you. I literally sat and listened to you guys for about an hour and they were running around in circles talking about nothing. You know what I mean? And that's why I don't have time to play games with people. That's why I tell people, anyone that wants to deal with me, they can call me and connect with me about business because people like myself are serious about business. I don't have time to sit back and go back and forth with trolls who literally want to do nothing for the greater good of us building a strong Black Africa. You know what I mean? So unless they have conversations to talk in reference to how we're going to do this together as a people, or we're going to build something together. Other than that, I don't have time for people to come on and waste time. So,
yeah, like I said, they don't understand something. Like I said,
so I'm gonna, and I can let them on back, or I can.
Let me say this first. They understand, like we said, about sacred cows, right? The problem in Black people, right? We just say, okay, it's nepotism, people like that. That's the way it is. That's the way it is. And I tell them all the time. I said, look, look, if you say, okay, these people got this, so like that, they look intimidated by the white man's what he can do and stuff like that. The Asians aren't intimidated, right? They say, okay, what we need to drill oil? That guy right there, the drilling people who drill the oil, prospective oil, those are independent from the oil companies. Oil companies hire those people, right? They hire those people to drill the oil, right? Once the oil is they cap it, right? And then the people that pull the oil out of the ground and refine it, that's set up afterward. The platforms and everything like that is set up afterward, and that's what they do. You know, so there's like 4 or 5 different operations, right? How come Africa has not moved into at least one of those areas? Why haven't learned how to be at least the driller, something like that,
But as soon as they start talking about that, what they do is start giving you reasons and excuses. And the thing of it is, these things can be accomplished instead of them being a diplomat. The thing of it is, whatever country you come from, instead of you being a diplomat to get people and additional resources to work with them. You're there working in that field, right? Talk with the folks, recruit them, connect with them, and find a way how they can come to your country. But they don't have that diplomacy energy and things like that. What they want to talk about is the reasons and excuses, and talk about why they're not into Pan-Africanism.
Yeah, they want to stay here in America forever.
Why Black people in America is not doing what they want them to do. I mean, that's all you hear is just reasons and excuses. You know, I say that, hey, I'm bringing groups of people to Africa so we can, network together and build communities, build business together.
This guy right here,
then they have objections. And
check out. Zondo should go to Akron, Ohio. He should go to Akron, Ohio, and see if he can meet with freaking Mr. Hightower. Have a conversation. It might not lead to anything, but that's how you start to talk. But he's not interested in that. That's a Black man, and he operates in Africa too. You saw his thing where he does all kinds of things.
Most of these folks are not willing to put the work in, man. Literally, they're not willing to put the work in.
They think a white man. That's what they look at the white man as a be-all end-all.
When Black people from the diaspora is trying to make the move to connect and work with folks, what happened to us? We get shaken down, and then people tell us about, end up trying to push and blame the victims. I'm gonna let you guys back on, but after this, I'm closing out, and I'm done because we have things to do. And anybody that's serious about anything that we're doing, you can reach out to us. Beyond that, that's not what we do. Just stay on YouTube for hours. We're trying to push a program to educate and connect our people and reach out to our people. But most people feel like when it's time to have a conversation, they want to troll and they want to take things for a joke. Our children's lives and the future of our people are at stake. So if you're not down with Pan-Africanism and you're not down with Black Power, you're not down with nationhood, I have no respect for you, no love for you, and don't reach out to me, don't connect with me, don't come on this show. And you know what I mean? And if you're not about spending money and doing business with Black people and uplifting the consciousness of our energy and getting our children ready to compete, then you're a waste of breath and a waste of life. You know what I mean? So that's where I'm at with this. You know what I mean? So we do real stuff, real things. My information is there. Connect with us. If you want to reach out to us about anything, you want to come on here and have a strong dialogue on how we can do some stuff together, let's do it. Other than that, if you come in trolling and you're running off your mouth and things like that, and you're being just disrespectful, we're done with you. So let me know if you want to share anything else, Carla, before I let these guys on back and then before I play the video.
Look, if anybody want to reach out to me, all you have to do is join the BAIO social network. I don't take no calls or nothing. You join the BAIO social network, right? It's free to join and everything like that. Sign up and everything like that. Then you can get in contact with me. Other than that, I don't freaking like talking. I'm a busy man. I'm on the phone all day doing deals and stuff like that, so I don't have time. But you want to join the social network and have a conversation, fine. Like I said, if you're serious about the oil industry and everything, if you can basically reach out to people in America and say, look, this is what we do. Have you ever put a blueprint together in your imagination? This is what I dream about, an oil industry in Ghana. I just gave you a thing. I said, look, first thing you could do is work with like 4 or 5 African countries that do oil. I don't know if Cameroon has oil, but I've never heard about that. But Angola always would say, look, we should have at least have one country one company that we all have stock in throughout the African continent, that we at least have transport, that we can at least go get the oil or get the gas and stuff like that for ourselves. Why do Europeans, everybody got to come to us for everything? There's no shipping companies in Africa, What I mean by shipping lines, there's no shipping. Everything that comes in Africa is done by European freights and everything. That's $100 billion a year is lost. Because
there isn't much companies, there isn't much shipping manufacturing companies in Africa building. I mean, we just have to.
Where the shipping lines? Look, I live on a port city, right? Port city. One thing I like doing, right, is going down to the port, right, and watching ships come in. I watch the ships come in, right? I see Arabic names on the ships. I see Chinese names. I see all the stuff like that. Stuff like we have the 5th largest port in the world right here in Portsmouth, Virginia. Go down there.
So you go to the port and observe. You don't do nothing. You don't work at the port, right? You just go and watch. Come on, man.
Most people work. I don't need to work down the port. I just go down to the day. We watch the ship, or I go to the beach, right? Watch the ships come into the bay and whatnot. And I was doing that for years. Just watch the ship, and I look at the the color. I'm looking at I see Patal Indian names on it.
But you have no clue. You just do the work, but you're not there to partake in what they are doing. So you have no clue telling us what.
Not my field. That's not my field. But I'm just observing. Like I said, I don't have to do that, right? But that's just a hobby of mine. I'm interested in stuff like that. That interests me. I don't see no African supply chain lines that come into the port. Simple as that. Everything, if anything comes from Africa, it comes from Indians and Chinese, whatever, to the United States.
And what makes you think that there isn't much African supply chain?
Because I know that I've been studying this for years. You can go on Google Map right now. Go Google Map, right?
Hold on,
and look in it again. And I've done my research, right? Look in things. Singapore, little tiny Singapore, has a bigger shipping fleet, one of the biggest shipping fleets in the world. Tiny. Greece has a large shipping fleet. Portugal has a large shipping fleet. You know, and a lot of foreign.
You do have a point. I mean, I wouldn't say I'm an expert in that particular field, but
I've been seeing stuff like this. When you talk about when I created Black African Infrastructure, I've been studying this before a lot of you were even born. You know, I know what I'm talking about. You know, I've been studying this stuff when you guys were in diapers. You know.
Oh, really, Kala? Really, Kala?
Yeah, I've been studying this stuff for years. I know what I'm talking about. I've done my homework. I've done my research. There are no supply chain lines coming from Africa. It's simple as that. Everything that comes from Africa are coming through European or Asian shipping companies and lines and whatnot. That's a shame. There should be at least one shipping company that basically all the countries in Africa use to ship its goods around the world. That will bring billions of dollars back to the continent. That's just the truth.
And the reality of it is, this doesn't have to be this way forever. We can make changes. You gotta embrace. You gotta embrace Pan-Africanism. Embrace us working together. We can fix this thing. It doesn't have to be this way forever.
The problem. I'm not gonna sit here and say I'm an expert in deep sea shipping or something like that. I do not have knowledge of that because I'm not an expert in that area, right? But what I can say is that they have successful business people who own ships in Ghana and several African countries, but probably might not come to the port of Virginia, but perhaps they are going to elsewhere in other countries.
Right now, let me give you a history lesson, right? Let me give you a history lesson, right? And I'm not trying to brag that I'm the knowledge, even though I do have a lot of knowledge, right? Let me give you a history lesson, right? Japan.
Right there.
Let me give you.
Gala, don't start over there.
Hey, check this out. Let me tell you how Japan started, right? For 250 years, Japan had an era called the Tokugawa era, right? They was cut off from the rest of the world. No ships could come to Japan. No ships could leave Japan. The Japanese boats were only small, so they couldn't leave the island. So Japan was cut off from the world. The only contact with the outside world was a small island in a harbor, Osaka, called Deshima. It's a tiny island the size of a small, tiny city block. The only traders that contact with the outside world were these Dutch traders that came there and stayed 3 months out of the year. What's so funny? Anyway, the bottom line is this. Japan was cut off from the rest of the world, right? But guess what the Japanese did in those 250 years, as long as America? They were importing books and stuff like that from the West. They were translating books and the Japanese scholarship class was learning about what was going on in the outside world, right? And they knew about the transatlantic slave trade. They knew about what was going on in the Philippines. They knew about the Western expansion, stuff like that. And so during that time period, Japan said one day Japan has to change and modernize, but they saw the Westerners were having bigger ships. They're going to be able to reach Japan soon. And the day came in 1853 when Commodore Perry came. Now, the scholarship class that nobody listened to, right, said, man, this day has finally come. The American Navy come here and open up. He came back a year later, and Japan said, you know something, we're going to open up rather than get destroyed. Now, what Japan did was this. It said, you know something, we're going to do something, right? We're going to basically give into the West. Japan said, we want to open up Japan to international trade. We don't have ships. We don't have steamships. We have nothing like that. So what they did was, they said they outsourced all their shipping to Western companies. The Dutch and all these other people would have different ports and everything. And they would ship Japanese goods back and forth. And Japanese traders would load their ships up, right? At the meantime, the Japanese would take their young men and put them on these ships to learn all the stuff about modern navigation, right? And then what happened in 1877, right? Yuritako Ataro, the founder of Mitsubishi, 28 years old, right? The Japanese government purchased 13 steamships, right, and gave it to him, right? So Japan, right, now had its own shipping lines, right, that was shipping first around the Japanese islands, right? And then they opened up their first line from Nagasaki to Korea and then Shanghai, right? That's the genesis of the Japanese. And the Japanese started opening up shipping lines to other islands around the country. That was the genesis of the Japanese expansion in Asia, okay? So they had their own shipping lines and whatnot, because they knew that eventually, you know, if they relied on the West, the West cut them off. So they built their own shipping fleet up. So Mitsubishi, Sumitomo, and all these other companies purchased their own ships and everything. And Japan was self-sufficient and moving goods and material and military equipment throughout Asia. And the Japanese Navy was built, you know, on the British model. You know, that's real America. That's real history. Now, what I'm saying about is Africa, right? Now, Africa could be like this. If Africa had a unified government, right? A unified government, they could say, look, we're going to have this one shipping company, right? We're going to purchase ships and everything, and all the goods and everything that we get from the outside world, we're going to go get them, and we're going to ship goods to and from Africa, you know, to and from Africa or ourselves. And then they're like, because Liberia one time, when Liberia was founded, it was a maritime. It had its own shipping fleets. It was early. Liberia had its own shipping fleets that would ship goods to Europe and America, you know. So shipping is very, very important.
But Kala, I understand you speaking about the historical nature of the shipping industry. We need people with the skills and experience who can operate with this shipping machines that we have, right? I mean, enough about this history. I mean, probably if you have a leader like Kala in Afrikstan, that's great. But you know, in order to be able to function in this modern society, you need people with skills who can.
I'm not saying it's gonna happen overnight, but I'm saying is the younger generation should be having these conversations. Why is it that we lose $100 billion a year because we don't control the logistics of the continent? You know, everything is foreign companies that.
I mean, I think when you're speaking about African politics, you kind of like conglomerate everything together as one entity, and it doesn't work that way. You know, there's like a whole lot of like complexity that exists between these African nations. It's not what you think. It doesn't exist that way. Even in one single country, it's not easy to even get things done over there. You know, it's not what you think actually. You know,
that's why we say.
You can just pick one country at a time. Like, I mean, in your case, you like Liberia. So just Liberia and then go over there and then work on Liberia. But you cannot just, you know.
Oh, we plan on doing that, right? We got a lot of Black people in America that's working in Ghana, Liberia, and places like that. But like I said,
what are they working?
What I envision may not happen in my lifetime, but we're laying down the foundation where the next generation say, "Look, we're not going to keep sitting here."
Hey, Kyle, let me ask you a simple question. In Ghana, what are they doing? Like, which industries are they working in?
I don't work with any industries particular, right? And Liberia, right? I have investors that want to work
in real estate development. How about that?
Oh my goodness.
Tourism and hospitality.
Oh my God.
Inventory management.
Oh, you sleep on tourism. Tourism is a multi-billion-dollar industry.
Man.
Do you know a company called Disney World?
Yeah, you know, all these companies like that. Tourism, yeah. Look at Walt. Look at the video of Walt Disney. Walt Disney.
It can only function when you have your
Walt Disney.
It can function when you have your infrastructure in place. I mean, in African society, developing.
We're doing tourism and real estate development and
we don't need special days.
What kind of real? Are you talking about the building that I saw in Ghana? The low rank and file building, bro? Is that real estate?
What building are you talking about?
It's a start.
The low bungalow. Someone was building. Is that a real estate?
We don't have any bungalows on our property. We have homes. The thing of it is, that's what I'm saying. You guys.
Oh, come on. Now you want to divert. Now you're gonna put us on the back chat. Come on, man.
It's no back chat. I'm telling you that. Are you stupid or something? I've told you the videos where the videos are, and it shows videos of the homes on the property. We don't have no raggedy bungalow or anything. The thing of it is, you're so weak and jealous because you've never accomplished
Nobody's
anything.
jealous. I mean, hey,
Yeah,
what's
hey,
your
you're another
Bomani?
one too. You both of you are weak, jealous bastards.
Hey, Bomani,
No,
Bomani or whatever you call
shut the hell
yourself.
up. I'm bringing people to our country, to our continent, and trying to get people to get into investments and business, real estate development, and trying to connect our people so we can build industries together. Okay, that's what I'm doing. You guys are not doing anything productive to work with other
No,
groups
we
of black
helping.
people.
We helping.
You guys are literally losers and a waste of time. And you guys are literally, I'm done wasting my time with both of you guys. You're banned. And you're banned. All right, Brother Color, go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna play that. I have a short video of Epcot Center, right? A vision of Walt Disney. I said it's like 12 minutes. You want to play that? You know, I actually idea what we're talking about.
Yeah, literally, you can shoot that to me. Think of it as, brother, I don't mind having a civil conversation with people, but when people want to be like literally disrespectful of what you're doing, like I tell people, I challenge any of y'all to get to spend 2 decades of your life trying to spend your time trying to build an energy with black people so we can work together and build something together. And if you don't like the way I do it, then you do it your way, and let me see what kind of accomplishments you make. Let me see how you're able to deal with your own people who sometimes some of them are not with you and some of them are against you, and some of them may be down with you and some of them maybe not. It's not a simple situation. We're trying to make moves to where this is serious business. And if I'm telling you we're building a community and I'm showing you what we're building and I'm showing you our documentation, and you literally want to spend time joking, you know, I'm talking about the future of our children, the future of us. These Negroes here are lucky that they had a visa, and they're ungrateful ass. Literally, just literally just feel. I don't know how they feel.
To play a video of what we talk about vision.
Literally have no respect for hard work and no respect for what people put in. He keep on talking about the history. History is important. Our ancestors, you know, after Judea, after your ignorant, stupid ass said that your folks in Africa got rid of us, so we're the worst of the people. And then look what we have built. We're building energy in this entire Western Hemisphere called the Americas. And I'm not gonna let primitive bushmeat eating savages like these guys who have never done anything, never organized with black people, never even read a piece of literature or did any research, come on here and feel like they're gonna troll and waste our time. So I literally banned them from the studio. So I don't have time for them anymore. They come on here after they say too much in the chat. I would even just block them and things like that. So family, if you're out there and you're really about building something, we can build something together. If you're gonna be like these little childish little, childish little feminine little boys, from Ghana and Cameroon, we can't deal with y'all. You know what I'm saying? We're looking for the best of the people who are about building something together. I don't understand. I don't understand where people come from. Africa. I mean, think about this. Everybody else talk about Africa got the youngest generation of children. Okay, give me 20 years from now. What is going to happen to that young generation of children?
They get older. Nothing.
They get older, and well, I'll tell you what's going to happen to them if we don't build. We need to build. They're going to be slaves for all of the, all of the people, all of the other nations and races of people that's in Africa right now and building what they're building. And while they're building what we're building, people like ourselves are reaching out, trying to connect and build a network. And we got jokers and clowns like these, Afro dumbass, and we got people like Not Measy. We got, we just got a whole full of just, little stupid boys who feel like they can challenge somebody like myself, who have built business, someone myself who have built careers. I built a military career, built a naval career in aircraft maintenance, built a civilian career in aircraft maintenance, built an independent career in information technology and business systems, and building an operation where we do Africa tours and investment, and also doing real estate development and building our community. And you're putting your work out there, and I'm never gonna let no little piece of shit bushmeat eating savage, who with their minimal education talk about engineer. You're not no engineer. As a matter of fact, the issue that we have is we have a lot of unintelligent people who literally feel like they can come and talk scholarly with you or talk about what they're doing and literally just have no respect for us building anything. Go back and talk to that white old man Mr. Disney. Go tell him that he's making a mistake in some of the works that he's doing about investing in that land that we call Disney World right now, or the millions of stories that we all have heard of.
Yeah, check it out. Play that Disney video. I said to you.
So I mean, brother, even if I own a cleaning business, brother, I'll be proud of that. Literally, because it's a business enterprise you're building. You're building equity in business. You're building so much things that people have no knowledge of what you're building. You're building something for your generation. You got a lot. It's the last video, right?
Yeah, last video. I just sent it to you. It's a short version. It's like 12 minutes.
Yeah, no, I'll get it load up. But that's the thing of it is, I don't mind ever talking to our brothers, but these two clowns bring nothing to the table as far as conversation. Everything with them is about a fight. You and I start talking about Liberia, and we're trying to make an example of why we need intelligent people to run a government and run a country. And whenever we try to explain or say certain things, these fools that say you gotta jump in and cut you off. You got beef with Grandpa Not Measy, Bomani. Now Ross Morris, you and Not Measy, y'all can go disappear in a hole somewhere. Both of y'all. Y'all both of useless as y'all both useless. Both of you. You know what I mean? I'm all about, like my brother Icon Fire was saying yesterday, we're all about black unity. We're all about building something. And if we gotta steamroll these trolls, we're gonna do it.
There's like I said, I look at this, man. When are we gonna have something like this? This was Epcot. This is a prototype for Epcot Center, And Disney died, so they made it like an amusement park. They made it part of the amusement park. But look how the plans for this was. It was 1960s. This was going to be the prototype cities of the future.
Well, people are gonna start asking us why we talking about Disney World and why we playing stuff about Disney now.
Oh, well,
they're gonna start saying that real Pan-Africanists don't talk about Walt Disney.
Yeah. Well, the bottom line is this. The bottom line is this. There's a lot of Africans that wanted to build something like this Epcot Center. And this is the city he envisioned. And like I said, I would love to have this prototype model. Play that, Bomani.
The guide for the city of tomorrow. Epcot will be a planned environment, demonstrating to the world what American communities can accomplish through proper control of planning and design. Epcot begins with an idea new among cities built since the birth of the automobile. We call it the radial plan. Picture a wheel. Like the spokes of the wheel, the city fans out along a series of radials from a bustling hub at the center of Epcot. A network of transportation systems radiate from this central hub, carrying people to and from the heart of the city. These transportation systems circulate to and through 4 primary spheres of activity surrounding the central core. First, the area of business and commerce. Next, the high-density apartment housing. Then the broad greenbelt and recreation lands. And finally, the low-density neighborhood residential streets. Epcot's dynamic urban center will offer the excitement and variety of activities found only in metropolitan cities: cultural, social, business, and entertainment. Among its major features will be a cosmopolitan hotel and convention center, towering 30 or more stories. Shopping areas, where stores and whole streets recreate the character and adventure of places round the world. Theaters for dramatic and musical productions. Restaurants, and a variety of nightlife attractions. And a wide range of office buildings, some containing services required by Epcot's residents, but most of them designed especially to suit the local and regional needs of major corporations. But most important, this entire 50 acres of city streets and buildings will be completely enclosed. In this climate-controlled environment, shoppers and theater goers and people just out for a stroll will enjoy ideal weather conditions, protected day and night from rain, heat and cold, and humidity. Here, the pedestrian will be king, free to walk and browse without fear of motorized vehicles. Only electric-powered vehicles will travel above the streets of Epcot's central city. This towering hotel is the visual center of Epcot, the shining jewel at the center of the city. It will offer tourists and vacationers not only the most modern guest rooms and convention facilities, but also a 7-acre recreation deck located high above the pedestrian and shopping areas of the city. But hidden from view, directly beneath the hotel, is another kind of vital center, Epcot's transportation lobby. Although out of sight to hotel guests, this transportation terminal will play a key role in the city of tomorrow's ability to meet the needs of both visitor and resident. Two separate but interconnecting transit systems will move people into and out of Epcot in speed, safety, and comfort through this central terminal. Both are electrically powered. The high-speed monorail for rapid transit over longer distances, and a concept new to the American city for shorter travel distances, the Wedway People Mover. Automobiles and trucks will not be barred from Epcot. In fact, a vast armada of vehicles will continuously flow through the heart of the community, traveling below the pedestrian level on roadways reserved for specific types of vehicles. Let's look at another view of Epcot's transportation hub and see how traffic flows through the heart of the city on 3 separate levels. At the bottom of the stack is the truck route, reserved for supply vehicles. Trucks will have easy access to all loading docks and service elevators for the delivery of commercial goods. The middle level is the automobile throughway, exclusively for cars. Adjacent to the roadway are parking areas for the convenience of hotel guests. For the motorist just driving through, no stoplight will ever slow the constant flow of traffic through the center of Epcot. But automobiles and freeways will not be Epcot's major way of entering and leaving the city. The transportation heartbeat of Epcot will be the 2 electric-powered systems, monorail and Wedway, that radiate to and from the transportation lobby. And the key system in this coordinated network will be the Wedway People Mover. The first People Mover installation is already in daily operation at Disneyland. On peak days, it carries nearly 40,000 passengers. The cars you see here are approximately 5/8 scale, considerably smaller than full-size passenger cars would be for city use. Epcot's People Mover is a silent, all-electric system that never stops running. These cars continue to move even while passengers are disembarking or stepping aboard. Power is supplied from a series of motors embedded in the track, completely independent of the cars. No single car can ever break down and cause a rush hour traffic jam in Epcot. Because the cars run continuously, there will be no waiting in stations for a Wedway People Mover. The next car is always ready. Now let's go back to the transportation lobby and see how the Wedway will travel along one radial between the center of Epcot and a typical residential area. Leaving the transportation lobby, the Wedway trains travel above the downtown streets. Within minutes, the Wedway passes through the first station. Many people who work in the offices and stores of Epcot City Center board the Wedway here for their trip home. Some people leave the Wedway here too. They live in Epcot's high-density apartments surrounding the Metropolitan Center. Most passengers who ride the Wedway live beyond the apartments and stay aboard the People Mover as it crosses Epcot's sheltering greenbelt. Epcot's greenbelt is more than just a broad expanse of beautiful lawns and walks and trees. Here, too, are the community's varied recreational facilities. Its playgrounds for children, its churches, and its schools. Beyond the Greenbelt are Epcot's neighborhood areas of single-family homes. This is one radial neighborhood. Here and throughout the community, residents returning from work or shopping will disembark from the Wedway at stations located conveniently just a few steps from where they live. The homes are located in a wide green area that provides light recreation activities for adults and play areas for children. Circulating through this area are footpaths reserved for pedestrians, electric carts, and bicycles. Children going to and from schools and playgrounds will use these paths, always completely safe and separated from the automobile. The resident leaving home in his automobile will drive down a street reserved for motor vehicles. He then enters a one-way road that circles the city center. This road carries the motorist onto the main thruway connecting Epcot with other points in Disney World and with Florida's nearby network of major highways. But most Epcot residents will drive their automobiles only on weekend pleasure trips. From all over the community, residents going to their jobs converge by Wedway on the center city. Many work downtown in offices, stores, and shops. But most employees go beyond the city core to their jobs. From the transportation lobby, monorail trains carry employees either to the theme park or to Epcot's 1,000-acre industrial park. At this central station in the industrial complex, passengers disembark from the monorail and again board Wedway cars that radiate to each facility. This industrial complex will provide employment for many people who live in Epcot. But it will mean much more, not only for this community, but also for American industry. Here, the Disney staff will work with individual companies to create a showcase of industry at work. In attractive park-like settings, the 6 million people who visit Disney World each year will look behind the scenes at experimental prototype plants, research and development laboratories, and computer centers for major corporations. So this is Epcot, the heart of Disney World. In other parts of the country, a community the size of this prototype could become part of an entire city complex composed of many such communities, planned and built a few miles apart. In Disney World, about 20,000 people will actually live in Epcot. Their homes will be built in ways that permit ease of change, so that new products may continuously be demonstrated. Their schools will welcome new ideas, so that everyone who grows up in Epcot will have skills in pace with today's world. Epcot will be a working community with employment for all, and everyone who lives here will have a responsibility to help keep this community an exciting, living blueprint of the future. And now here again is Walt Disney.
That's the starting point for our experimental prototype community of tomorrow. And now, where do we go from these preliminary plans and sketches? Well, a project like this is so vast in scope that no one company alone can make it a reality. But if we can bring together the technical know-how of American industry and the creative imagination of the Disney organization, I'm confident we can create right here in Disney World a showcase to the world of the American free enterprise system. I believe we can build a community that more people will talk about and come to look at than any other area in the world. And with your cooperation, I'm sure this experimental prototype community of tomorrow can influence the future of city living for generations to come. It's an exciting challenge, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for everyone who participates. Speaking for myself and the entire Disney organization, we're ready to go right now.
See, the whole thing is, when he died, no one followed up with that, you know? No one followed that. He was trying to create all across America a new type of city. And some of the Asian countries adopted that model. you know, like Singapore and stuff like that. And also the new cities they're building in Korea. They're building these prototype cities where you don't need a lot of cars, everything. Problem in Africa, they're modeling their cities after the old European model. You know, that's the problem. Epcot Center was like the perfect prototype city. You know, a city that people. So when you talk about building a planned city, you know, probably not like that, but that's what I envision the city. You know, where people have jobs, you have industries, and everything like that, a quality of life. Everything, but you have all that land on the continent, right? And nobody has a vision to build stuff like this.
Well, brother, no one has a vision to build anything until you build something.
Yeah, you know, that's what I look forward to. You know, one day that we're building stuff like that all over the continent. You know, new prototype cities, experimental prototype cities of tomorrow. That was 1966.
I just blocked those trolls. And I want people to understand that it's nothing personal, but we have better things to do. But the last message that who I blocked, it was Zango. He was talking about the Afrikstan, that it would never, you know, that he doubt these things will work. And that's the thing of it is, what I explain to people is like, okay, we're actively involved in a movement and an energy, and we're working towards it. You know, it's not like we're here in America in our mama's basement just playing around on our computer. We're in and out of Africa. We have connections. We're moving people. We're building an incredible bridge from America to Africa, Africa to America, and we have, you know, and we're helping people, and you know, and we're making moves. So the only thing I ever ask people is like, what are you doing other than your job? What are you building other than just, you know, you playing around on YouTube? And if you can't say much of anything, and after listening to these fools, just like I listen to the other fools, you know, and it's always these classic clowns. You know what I mean? And I'm not somebody to be jealous of. You know what I mean? You know, I'm trying to work with you we as a people, always. You know what I'm saying? And things like that. And I really believe in, you know, us as a people rise together as a people. Us as a people work together and rise together as a people. But obviously, these, you know, people ask us why we call people certain names. This is nothing more than a savage. Look at their behavior. You're trying to have a serious conversation about us building something together. Look at what we just saw right there. You know, that's what I want us to talk about.
Yeah,
you know, how we're going to build a future together. You know, my town and community is not like that, but it's like, you know, at least we're building a foundation to build something. And when when you have more energy from other people, we can even take it to another level. And that's what I'm saying to other people out there. You know, do your research on what we're doing. If you want to connect with us, because we have gotten a lot figured out in Africa. You know, even when you combine me and Kala's energy, and the only thing else we need is other people with, you know, to add their other parts of energy so we can, you know, make some serious moves. And then that is it. It's that simple. There's no white monkey that's gonna be holding you back. It's just black devils and deadly clowns like those two that we had, Zango and Judea. I mean, Afro Dumbass sent them here, but you know what I mean? You know, you gotta Afro Dumbass, you gotta come stronger than that. You know, if you know, I told you, you know, I told this little chimpanzee looking, fake, dirty dreadlocks looking Gambian, you know, butt breaking, you know, punk. You know, you could bring your brightest at us. You know, you brought those two clowns. You know, I mean, come on, that's what I'm saying.
Usually when people hear history, right? If somebody's giving me a history lesson, I'm gonna sit back and listen. I didn't know that. Let me go study that. They're just dismissive of history and everything like that. All this stuff plays a role. There's no reason why Africa can't be where Asia is right now, you know, but Asians are humble. They listen. You know, and they say, look, we're doing this.
And I believe that. I believe we as a people can compete. I mean, that's that. You know, I've been this way from, you know, since I was young. I mean, and it's just, you're just trying to find other black people to connect energy with. And people can say all the stuff they want to say about white people, but there's no white people that's just out there that's ready to accept you and things like that. You know, it's not that simple. I mean, and even if you're trying to do certain business, certain people, they won't put you in the industry. They're not, you know, it's not a nice situation where, oh, just be nice to white people and go beg them and they'll give you everything you need. No, we have to learn to put our energy together. All of us make salaries.
Everything we need to build, we need to learn ourselves. Whether it's drilling, oil, everything. That's what the Japanese did. They sent their kids around the world to learn everything. You say you go out there.
So why when you why was it why when, what was he talking about? He's in this industry and he doesn't know how to do anything in this industry. I mean, think of it. Think about it, brother. He may be one of the people who have a title and then they have you taking out the trash and have you doing some foolish work, and they won't put you on a real deal. I believe that you know, which one claims that he's the engineer, Zango. I believe literally, you know, they fit him in one of those quotas where, you know, they really don't want him to do nothing. They just need somebody from a specific country or somebody from somewhere else that's black, unfortunately, you know. And you know, and then just because he works in that area, you know, he's making it seem like he's an expert, but he's not expanding any expert advice to us. As a matter of fact, you know more about his industry than he did.
Yeah, man. Like I said, I take the time. So what he said, what about the shipping? I took time to learn about this stuff because I say I want to learn about nation building. Why do other people have that we don't have? So I took time to learn about how shit works in the world. You know, I study shit on my own. You know, I got books and everything like that. I learned history. I learned engineering. I learned logistics. I learned all the stuff on my own.
Yeah, studying and researching, family, out there is very important. Reading is fundamental, you know, and that's why there's written language, written to where, you know, you can articulate certain things.
And I asked him about remember earlier, I asked him about the languages, right? And his language is not really, so we don't have a dictionary. Then your language don't exist if we don't have a dictionary. And I'm not trying to be funny or put him down or like that, but we got to move past that. Oh, my language. Well, if your language is so important to you, you would have a dictionary.
I mean, 600 words do not make up a language.
Yeah, a bunch of clicks and grunts and it's not a language.
Remember that guy Amara? Every minute he's talking, he's clicking.
He's like clicking and I said, that's not a language, nigga.
My nation, brother. It's been this number of clowns, man.
Yeah, man. Like I said, man.
Clowns. I mean,
I'm the ringmaster, man.
Like you guys just think just because y'all live in America, y'all this. Nah, it ain't nothing about that.
Yeah, we were here when this country was nothing.
I'm trying to connect with people, whoever, so we can do some things together as a people. But I'm not gonna tolerate these little foolish little punks, and most of them are literally jealous. They're literally upset the fact that you're making moves that they wish they could make, and it's just you're telling people, yo, it's not that simple. The moves that we're making, you know, you're taking a whole lot of your, you know, you're taking a whole lot of your money, a whole lot of your energy to do these moves in Africa. And the thing of it is, most of us don't have to do these moves. We can just live comfortably in America and die in America.
Right,
you know what I mean? But that's not the legacy we're trying to build. We're trying to build a legacy where we as a black people build a global black business pipeline. Just like I
basically look at my history in Liberia and what we try to build in Liberia. It's my duty to make an attempt to basically honor my ancestors who made that trek and pioneer to Liberia and connect to that. You know, when we stay at Robert Johnson Hotel, man, we're gonna be staying at the place our ancestors first settled, you know, right there in Painesville. You know, so that's gonna be a powerful thing. You know, we're sitting in the same place where our ancestors came 200 years ago, you know, and started building a community and stuff like that, you know. And so, like I said, we want to connect with history. We want to connect with the success of our people, you know. I don't like nobody.
Absolutely. And that's what we have to deal with some real people, you know what I mean? So we're always looking for some real people to connect with. But I'm being honest with you, family. Me and Kyle have been doing these lives so well over a year, man, and it's been a great disappointment. The type of people that come on here, and you know, it's, you know, I mean, it's like if this hopefully it's not the best that we have out here in the whole world.
July will be 2 years.
Huh?
This July will be 2 years. We've been doing that long since 2021. No, this August.
Yeah, I want to say as far as these shows, yeah, it's a little bit.
August 2021.
It was last year. But anyway, you know, we have all these lives up here.
Oh yeah.
You can
look on at 2021.
But it's like
Negropean.
You know, the people that have came on here, and it's like, and it's just they get into these conversations, but they have nothing to show for anything. I mean, if you want to be a spectator, be a spectator. As a matter of fact, don't even, you know, stay out the chat and just listen to the show and learn. But then to come on here and try to have a conversation with us and trying to just talk certain way, you don't waste your time.
Yeah, also in Afrikstan, I want intelligent people, man. I want people that can sit back and be serious about the motherfuckers. What it is, America makes life too comfortable for them, you know? They're like, yeah, I'm not going back to Africa.
Yeah, I mean, now he doesn't have to hunt and gather no more, so you know, he got life easy.
Yeah.
Afro dumbass, and this is another retard right there. Learn to spell correctly. My name is right there on the screen, and you can't spell the name right.
Bomani.
That's what's wrong with our society today. We just have a bunch of illiterate, stupid people who literally don't want to put the work in to be intelligent, and there's not going to be no match. I'm a very intelligent, successful, professional person.
I would.
I mean, I wouldn't even spit on him if he was on fire. You know what I mean? This person is trash. Is a degenerate, and if he has the balls, he can come on here. Last time he came on here, and he didn't want to unmute himself, but he stayed he stayed on the stream and listened, and then went back and make his little funny videos and things. But people like this, I don't have time for people like this because we do real business. We have real customers. You know, we have a list of we have a list of people to deal with throughout the day. You know, when you look at my website, you see all those tours. They don't just magically happen. You know, when you see us building a community and having to move people around, there's no magic in it. It's hard work, and it's getting up and communicating with people and getting business done. That's why we have a business. That's why here that's why we have a business operation, and this is a business desk right here, and it's a.
We might one day have friggin' something like an Epcot Center in our place where we live at. You know, somebody might say, we could build this. You know?
Yes, absolutely, and that has to be the dream, and that has to be the goal. We have to think about innovations. I mean, are we gonna,
Botswana's a good country, right? Botswana's another country they hate because it's doing well and everything like that. They're under attack too. You know, peaceful country, never did nothing to nobody, and they're freaking coming at Botswana. You know,
who's coming at Botswana?
The people in the diamond industry, the people talking about. They're displacing the Bushmen, They did everything they can to fucking give the Bushmen a modern way of life. And they're saying, Botswana is like, we're trying to give them education and everything. They still want to go out there and throw spears at giraffes and shit. And this other thing about Africa, right? And what I can't stand, the sacred cow of who's indigenous, It's like the Europeans started this whole who's indigenous thing. They did that in Rwanda, called a genocide, They tell one people, even both people can live in the land for the thing. They'll say this person's the original inhabitant. So other people will take that as we're the original, so we really own the land, whatever like that, And that's what happened in Liberia. Start telling people you're indigenous. If you're all black, you're indigenous to Africa, no matter what, So
Kyle, remember, me and you are not real Africans, like Afro dumbass said, because we weren't born in Africa and we don't speak African language. I think that's his criteria. Is that it?
Yeah, you're not born.
But then you turn around. You and I are doing more Pan-African work than him and his whole crew combined times 1,000,000.
Mm-hmm. It's sad, man. It's sad.
About sacred cows. That's another one of those things right there.
Yeah, what I'm saying. Bottom line is people. We're indigenous. You don't know that. So they're dismissive of everything we say. You ain't born in Africa. You don't know like that. I know human nature. I do know that if you give it a chance, most people want education. They want a better way of life.
We're only stolen from our continent and had to survive over the last 500 years. That was it.
Yeah.
These people, these clowns just dismiss the struggle in between that time frame. For me and you to be right here at this very moment, to literally just push that connection in Africa. Our ancestors went through a whole lot, and I don't appreciate some of these folks that come on here who have no respect for what was built for them to have an opportunity, for them to have the little foolish, I don't know what kind of job you call that. Job that they just gave them just because they needed 2 people from a specific.
They need affirmative action. Jay said
affirmative action. Yeah, there you go.
Like Afrodamas. Yeah, I know that. Most people in Africa do not think like no Afrodamas. That's a Negro-Pean talking point. The Negro-Peans are dominating the conversation. They're getting with these ADLs, FBA people. They think they're going to crush us.
Well, they're trying to come up because they're trying to come up on YouTube because they feel somehow they're literally running them out and saying all this the stuff that they can't back up is going to get them views and get them people to support them and things like that. It's like after a while, people get tired of your foolishness. You're not bringing into things.
People.
You're not building anything for black
people. Carter News and all this kind of stupid stuff and everything like that. People want to hear solutions, man. Africa's going through a lot of shit right now. Just about to get real, man. It's just about to get real globally. I don't know. Like I look at the youth in Africa, man. I'm gonna tell you right now. I don't see African youth all the continent going through another generation like, you know, holy. Let me tell you something, all you people on the continent, right? I know a lot of people talking shit because they live in America, right? The African youth are not going to sit back, right? They watch the rest of the world, got modern shit, good life and everything, and they're struggling and everything like that. And a certain amount of people, just because they get paid off by Europeans, they're good. They're saying, oh, we don't need no help and whatnot. And you're trying to discourage black people in America from getting involved in Africa. They're not going to tolerate that shit. So I know we're going to win that battle, you know? You know, because the bottom line, none of these people are bringing anything back to the continent, you know? Black people in America, like I said, that sister, I'm glad I heard she's back. Somebody Mola said, you know, she went back. That's good, you know? And it also has to get to the point where Africans have to start being more guarded about African Americans going to the continent. Because somebody has a bad experience, something like that, man, Africans should be rallying around saying, whoa, what the hell happened? Why? Because when more black people come to the continent, right, that's going to convince a lot of people that got real power, money in America to, and not just black America, right? Black America could be instrumental in bringing corporate America to Africa. You know, that's the whole thing. Like I said, that those 15 top businesses in black African American business and whatnot, you know, all it's going to take is enough of us on the continent saying, you know something, you know, we need this, we need that. You see the one brother that does the power lines? I was like amazed. I was like, power lines and transmission lines? I didn't even know that. I didn't know there's an African American firm that builds power lines and whatnot, hang up the cables that transmit electricity and whatnot.
I can't think of any talent, skills, or anything that we don't have here. We just got to.
We have all this talents here and whatnot, you know. But
the issue that we ultimately have is that, you know, we're trying to make these moves in Africa to bring the energy that we have, and then we're being railroaded, we're being sabotaged, we're being, you know, taken advantage of. And I mean, and for those people that are listening and think it just doesn't happen, this is what happened. This is my life story I'm telling. You know what I mean? Because I've been around so many people that would have been so beneficial. So many people that were, you know, that would have benefited the continent of Africa. But once they went through what they went through, they were done. You know, fortunately, this lady still came back. Fortunately, the lady,
she did.
Yeah, she still went back and made moves. But it's like, is this what we have to keep on going through? Are we? You know, it's bad enough that we have to deal with stupid folks like, you know, these two degenerates. And other ignorant fools like them that literally insult us and talk about, you know, y'all were the bad ones and we sold y'all into slavery. I mean, it's been like negative stuff. I mean, stuff that if they were literally in front of my face, they would live to regret it.
Yeah, what you call also Afro dumbass talk about, oh, slavery was just a business thing.
Yeah, so someone like himself back in the days when I was young in Brooklyn, I'll slice him up with a razor. Yeah, bottom line, he would never say that to anybody's face. You know, and nowadays you just get knocked out and beat down. I mean, the thing of it is, you know, when people, that's why I said not me is a coward, because, you know, he is here last time talking all sweet and soft, like, you know, like he's also butt broken. You know, I mean, it's like, you know, you talk all this stuff when you're on here with us, but then when these people are out there, you know, and it's not like they're contributing anything to anything that's going on. And then you making
it's not it's
cool. That's what I'm saying. Bro. These people come on, right? I'm just blocking them and banning them.
Check this out. I don't even care about the Pan-African thing.
I don't care about the Pan-African thing either.
People in general. You know, black people in general. You never let anybody talk about your family and whatnot. I don't care how much y'all both hate Pan-Africans and whatnot. He's talking about Black America. Afro dumbass used to talk about Pan-Africanism, right? Now he's attacking Black America in general.
And then for all them idiots that you have an issue with Pan-Africanism, what else is gonna put? And I mean, and there's no situation that's gonna get 100% of black people together on one code. It doesn't work that way. But Pan-Africanism put enough of us, our energy together where we can make some moves and literally compete. So no one has been able to explain to me the biggest reason why. You know, why there's so much against the movement. And I'm telling people that if you're listening to, you know, you listen to people like Bucci Bear, that's not Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism strike out is not Pan-Africanism. He's just a gossiping monger that gossip about stuff that goes on in the known black world. Same thing as people like Phil Scott. I mean, I'm not dissing them people. I'm not saying that they're not, because in order for you to be like that, you have to get up every day and live that life. It can't be a situation where you're talking that life. I mean, so when I'm telling you, family, we have our connections from America to Africa. So we're building up the energy in Ghana and Liberia. That's what me and Kala is working on. That's what we're building. You know what I mean? And we're telling you, and we're explaining real tangible information to you, and literally showing you documentation. And once we get there in Liberia next year, family, you know, we're gonna change the game. We're literally gonna work together to bring more energy to, you know, because we need that Pan-African world. So when these two fools are talking about no one mentions Liberia and Africa, and Liberia is not important in things. I mean, you know, are they telling the truth first of all, or they just running their mouth? They're running their mouth, because when I'm in Ghana, Liberia is relevant.
Yeah. Bottom line is this: I talk about, you mentioned anything about. Let me give you a perfect example, right? Guinea-Bissau, right? Nobody knows about Guinea-Bissau. Liberia is known because its connection with the diaspora. You know, it was founded by the diaspora. Guinea-Bissau, I had a guy give, why don't you guys come to Guinea-Bissau? Nobody knows about Guinea. They speak Portuguese and whatever, you know. Everybody, they would love to have the attention that Ghana and Liberia gets, you know, from the diaspora. They know that's a game changer. You know, when you bring people to the country and the people come see their country's on upswing, they got tourists coming and they got people coming there to build houses, buy houses or rent houses, everything like that. That attracts investors. You know, okay, you're going somewhere. But when nobody goes to your country and everything like that, you know, the country that's sit there. I mean, how many people did we go? Yeah, I like Namibia. Namibia is a beautiful country. Namibia is another beautiful country. But the thing is about Namibia, most of the land in there is owned by the whites. And the bottom line is when President Ngongo, whatever his name is, took power, right? One of the agreements was the Skeleton Coast, the Diamond Coast, and all that. It was still restricted land, you know, and the whites still own all the game parks and everything like that, and everything. It's a beautiful country. I got BAO members in Namibia, you know, and it's a beautiful country, but it's one of those countries where they got to share with the whites. You got a place called Swankamont that's mostly German, a little bit that's German. Beautiful city, but it's a German settlement, you know. You know, so yeah, Botswana, Southern Africa is beautiful. Angola, Zambia. And so it's like Zambia has so many. Zambia has the western part of Zambia got whole entire abandoned cities and towns with streets and everything well developed, called Barosi land. They were trying to reach out to black people in America a couple of years ago to get them to come in. Zambia wants to see African Americans coming in, but Zambia would have to come after Angola. You know, yeah, we work with Liberia and Ghana. As I said, people, we got to look at other places, man. You know, it can't be all the Gambia and everything. These countries, you know, have better infrastructure. Southern Africa has a lot of better infrastructure. Angola has so many abandoned cities and towns and everything like that that are developed that can be rehabbed. Same thing with Zambia. You know, so there's a lot of space on the continent to do a lot of stuff like that. Tanzania, we asked him about Bomani knows more about Tanzania. He says, "What do you think about Tanzania?"
Well, I enjoy my vacation, my getaway, my roots and culture connection, and then I make my way back. That's it.
But some people live there. Yeah, go over there.
Trying to live there and do business there. I mean, there's people there. There's people from America there, making it work. So people just have to be willing to put the work in. Just like I'm been there in Ghana, and we're building what we're building, our community, and we're making our moves. And you know, you just have to hang in there and then keep on working at it. But I don't believe there's any simple, easy country until we make it that way, and that's what me and Kala is working on, pushing that energy for Liberia. So
what's the main goal? The main goal is Pan-African towards nationhood. You know, right now, what we saw with the African leaders, right? They can't get their stuff together. So we want to build. There's no nationhood in Africa. You know, there's no sense of nationhood because the people that's running the continent just basically I don't know. There's no sense of nation. There's no responsibility to the people and the citizens. So you don't have real nationhood, that sense of nation. The only time you have nationhood when there's a soccer game on, you know, and everybody got their colors and everything. As soon as the soccer game is over and everything like that, or election season is over, everybody goes back into their tribal mediocrity, you know? You know, so
exactly. Just like the people that we have had on here, all of them were either tribal or all of them were, but they weren't. I mean, they weren't into anything dealing with whether it's nationalism or whether it's Pan-Africanism.
To answer that last question, he said tourism does not necessarily help the local people. When you spend money, When I was in Liberia, I helped the local people.
Let me explain to you, when you're bringing groups of people, and you're creating a program where you're dealing with Black-owned hotels, you're dealing with where you have a circle of people where you're just dealing with, and this is all us, and then you're using that energy to build up on energy. So sometimes it doesn't work that way as far as what he's talking about, but it's the way we do it, and that's what I'm saying to people. We have a whole different program. Just because we're in a certain industry don't mean that we operate just like how everybody else operates. So that's the only thing I can tell people. If the best thing to do, if you want to, when people ask about what can they do, get into the game, get involved. I mean, it's as simple as making your way to Africa. It's simple as joining organizations and working with people who are about that business and that life. So we always have things going on. So whether you connect with us or someone else, make some move, do anything else other than troll and hate, because that seems like that's what you see out of these comment sections. And we have better things to do. So with that said, family, I don't plan on staying on here too long. As a matter of fact, Kala talked about us just cutting back on this long theme so we can get to all the
it's getting late. 3:30. I gotta get to bed.
play the last of the video.
Okay.
And see what they're talking about.
So big countries agreed to cede sovereignty to the collective body because they are smart. They think when they are together, they negotiate better deals. The only stupid guys, unfortunately, are the British, who left that collection. But look, I'm free to say that because I'm also British citizen, and so I have my views about what happened in Britain. I know we have British. Jane is there, the High Commissioner, and the Archbishop, and I have the Minister here also. But do you agree with me it was a mistake to leave the European Union? You agree? You're going to lose your job, I think. Anyway, BBC is not here, don't worry. Nobody watch Kenya TV, so don't worry. Anyway, so no joke. It's not a joke. I mean, it is truth. I mean, it is a mistake. Together, we're stronger. We do things better, and that's what we need the African people to press their governments. We need to be stronger. We need to have our union. We need to cede some of our sovereignty for the African Union. I'm not losing sovereignty because our collective sovereignty is huge. Then we are somebody which will be respected around the world. We go out there in Europe, oh, we Africans, we African. I want to ask you, what do you mean you are Africans? You are South African, you're Nigerian, what do you mean you are Africans? Where is your government? Decisions you are able to make. What is Africa? Unless we have an African Union and a joint, a will, and then it doesn't work. So you made commitments now in front of all these people who are going to fight for that case. Is that correct?
You have my commitment, and not just me, by the way. I think a critical mass of African leaders is building on how we should act together. I told you this particular position of consolidating what we need to do and how we need to engage with the rest of the world was actually driven by President Kagame.
Excellent.
We've talked with many other heads of state, and I think there is a critical mass emerging that we need to act differently. We need to work smart. Let me tell you of an unfortunate situation. I visited one of the countries, I don't want to say which one, and we were having a conversation about the economic partnership agreement between EAC and the EU.
Yeah.
The EU, 27 countries, 520 million people have agreed on what we need to do. EAC we are sizable, 170 million people. Then one country, and I don't want to say which one, refused to sign. So he said, no, you know, we need to teach these people some lesson. So I'm listening. Your country has 11 million people. What are you going to
Now we know
teach?
the country. Anyway.
So what are you going to teach 520 million people who are supposed to serve as your market? Really? You know? So sometimes we undermine our own case because of not acting properly. So I want to promise you that it is our challenge. The realization alone that we have a problem is halfway the solution from where I sit. So we know that we have to change stuff. We know that we have to act in a manner that makes sure that we secure our interests, because the whole discussion, the whole discourse is about interests. What is our interest? How do we protect our interests? Because everybody protects theirs.
Yeah.
So this is awakening, and I think the engagement of Africa with the rest of the globe is going to change. That is why, for example, we are having the Climate Action Summit, because we want to go to the UN. We want to come to the UN General Assembly. We want to go to COP28 with an African consolidated position, speaking with one voice, the whole lot of us, so that people can know we know what we want, and we will not back down.
This is wonderful. If any value to this discussion is, I think we reached some interesting commitment from the president here. No, it's useful, the commitment made by the president. My only suggestion is that mobilize the people, have trust in the people, because the pressure from the people can help produce. Get the civil society into your summit. Get them to press their governments to really to move behind you in this agenda, because that has to happen. And until you get the people behind you, everybody will drag their feet. And that's the history of Africa.
I agree with you 100% that we need to mobilize the people to be with us, to share the vision with us, to agree with us on the paradigm shift in what we need to do. I agree with you. The civil society have a big role to play, because they can do sometimes what governments cannot do. And even in Kenya, we have a robust civil society. They have made a huge contribution to who we are today. Sometimes as governments, we agree with them. Sometimes we don't agree with them. But that is the nature of life. All I ask of our good friends in the civil society space, including you, Mo, is always to look out for the interests of the people of our continent, and not sometimes to play to the gallery of the people who pay your check.
What are abroad for?
That was a good conversation. I hope they're listening, you know? Like you said, man, I refuse to believe that if you got people who can make decisions, write laws and policy and everything, and stuff that doesn't get done, there's something seriously wrong. You know, you got all these heads of state there, right? Man, they should be like, yo, look, this is what we have. We need a plan of action. You know, but they don't listen to people, you know, with ideas and stuff like that. They don't listen. You know, same old, same old. I honestly think that every country in Africa is on its own, you know. That's why I think, you know, the stronger we are over there, we take a certain amount of countries in Africa, just like maybe we just focus on like 5 countries in Africa, right? And make them our bases on the continent, you know?
Yeah, that's the goal, brother. That's what you and I are working on and trying to connect.
We need like four countries that we concentrate on. We can't be spread thin like that, you know? You know.
Yeah, that's real, and that's why even what we're working on right now, it's the Ghana Liberia connection. That's that's two right there. So you just gotta So family, that's it. Non-stop challenges. So that's why it's easier for those guys to be coons than to be about that life of Pan-Africanism and Black Power. I mean, Pan-Africanism will truly help the continent. I mean, as you can see, this all those governments went out there to DC, but that was a great idea to send representation of. I don't know if Joe Biden would agree with that. He wanted all of them to come there and sweat.
That's all it is. And also, they promised them all $55 billion. But one of the stipulations is you got to pass the LGBTQ and all the stuff like this. It's like.
Yeah, I hear some governments are sweating, man. They don't know what to do. They want the money, but they know they can't take it.
Yeah, we have riots, civil unrest.
Well, the people, anything can break out. The people are not with it, but you want to take the money because you can use it.
That's what happens in Africa. It's like, how the fuck this happen? The government did a deal. They don't bother telling the people. Like in Zambia, I remember there was one video a couple of years ago, right? These Indian guys are paving a road, right? Some damn guy, what the fuck are you doing? They said we pay. Why are you doing? The Indians said we got a government. We need the government contract from the government. They were living. They said no. They made the guy get out of the truck, took his equipment, everything. They said, how did he get that fucking contract? How you think he got it? A nice envelope of money to a local official, and that's how it done. That's what happens. There's no accountability. So this is Africa. I'm sorry. I'm sick of hearing that. This is Africa and whatnot.
Break it down, color. Break it down.
I'm so sick and tired of hearing that shit. Like I said, I'm glad we did these shows, last 3 or 4 shows, whatnot, because we're showing the foolishness that goes on, and people try to debate us and everything like that, and we steadfast show that we're serious and everything like that. I gave this guy game about the oil industry. He's serious about the oil industry. He could have took everything I said. Something, Colin, I'm gonna think about it. That's like me when I was a young man. Somebody told me something and everything like that, and I got on a course in life and said, look, this is what I'm gonna plan. I studied and learned, always want to learn and stuff like that. And that's how I am right now.
Well, you felt like he was a professional and you should have been listening and learning from him.
He's telling me all the stuff that what they can't do. So, dude, I know that.
Yeah, good point. Good point.
And I said, look, this is what you could do. Well, there's corporations. You mean tell me? Let me say this, right? I don't understand. You know what a corporation is? Corporation is people. You got a certain amount of executives and everything. You got a charter. You got a board of directors, and you got all the stuff like that. The corporation has assets, right? And it has a charter and everything like that. And it's and the government or whatever recognized say we're such and such corporation, right? And also it's a private sector, and it says okay, we got this many investors, stakeholders, and everything like that. And they come together. It's a meeting. They have regular meetings and stuff like that, and everything. It's being organized, right? I just think that a lot of people in our race, or at least outside of America, don't know how to freaking organize. It's like the attention span is like, yeah, a corporation takes work. It takes work sitting in an office for maybe 10, 15 hours a day doing paperwork and computer work. That takes work. Organizing and everything like that. It may take you months. When you do a corporation, when you build a corporate long-term business, right? You may have the first 5 years you're in the red, right? And you're losing money, right? And then you go to that trajectory where the revenue starts coming in, and then you go on another directory. That's what it is, And unfortunately, in Africa, what they have is people who don't want to take risk, and they may say, "Oh no, it's a risk and everything." But if you have the oil, if you have the minerals, right? And I hope Africa can stand firm with the lithium. You can say, okay, you guys want lithium? This is what's going to happen. We're going to take the first 3 years, right? And you guys are going to build the infrastructure up, right? To build the processing plant and to add value to this lithium, right? If you don't have a 5-year plan, how are you going to do that? You ain't getting 1 drop of lithium. If people don't do that, right? But the thing is, if you go to a country in Africa that got lithium, And the guy says, look, to move this along, right, you can forget your plans and your next bank account statement will have a couple of zeros in it, right? That's what the fuck happens, you know? That's all that happens, you know? And you pay this person off, you pay this government official off on that. And that's why white people, you saw that video where the friggin' Chinese were friggin' had the kids out there as young as 4 years old picking cobalt. That broke my heart.
Yeah, it was sad.
Picking cobalt and whatnot, you know? It said, my hands hurt. Little kids said, my hands hurt. It said, as soon as they able to walk, they're out there picking cobalt, you know? That's sad.
That was
That was the worst. But what's sad about it is it's like, and another thing I want to talk about too, is that there's some people, right, that think Pan-African means that we want to subject our children to the same misery that's going on the continent. No. You know, if we're going to build on the continent, if people are going to come to the continent, there has to be a thing. You saw these two guys on the show, right? Can you basically go there and trust that these two guys are going to make sure that we have opportunity and everything? No. You know, so therefore we have to do things where we're building industries and opportunity ourselves and link with people of like mind. Or else you're not going to see large numbers of African Americans going to the continent, you know? Black people in America are not going to give up their life in America, their comfort, and what they know in America to suffer.
Brother, dead serious. That's the real deal right there, family.
That's not going to happen. It's just no logical sense. That's not logical. It's not achievable. Not reasonable or practical. If you want, these are black people. Every video is like black people are coming home to Africa or not, and they ain't building no damn infrastructure. They ain't building nothing. The same old. White people robbing them. Or why don't y'all have the oil industry popping? Well, you know, every
reasons and excuses nonstop.
And you wonder why black Americans say, no, something, I'm good. I think
exactly, and that's what I'm saying. Exactly. I mean, think about it, brother. Think about how successful we would be in our business if if more things is going on for the African continent and the countries that we're dealing with. I mean, because
if they had industries and everything like that, if they had financial districts and everything, man, it'd be popping. You know, everybody, you would have 100 times as many people going to the continent on a regular basis.
And then you'd have more people that want to be investors, and that's why I'm telling people that's why we push. I love the tourism, because without even the energy of what you're pushing, people would even come over like that. You know what I mean? Because
people don't even realize. Do you know how much Black Americans spend on travel a year? $100 billion a year. You know, $100 billion a year. Look it up on travel.
And but let me see.
But they don't go to Africa.
Yeah, and then you have these people. I don't know who this troll is, knowledge seeker. This is another one right here. It said tourism and slavery modernized the situation when the blacks in the Caribbean were serving the European masses in the big house is no difference as the people serving the European tourists in the hotels. Now, when I'm talking about tourism,
now we're slave masters.
Yeah, so I'm telling people what we're doing is roots and culture tours. I mean, it's a whole different energy of things. If you feel the way you feel about the savoring the Europeans, that's your thought on that.
They always throw it out there.
None of us are trying to copy the slave master and doing the same thing to them.
Throwing that out there,
because that's also what these clowns are mentioning, that based on what the white people did to us in America, we turned around and was trying to do that to black people.
Yeah, that's all trope. Or y'all trying to do Liberia 2.0 and all stuff like this. All this kind of nonsense and everything.
I mean, but it's like, this is the energy you're getting from folks, and you're telling people like, yo, hey, if you want to know why we push what we push, look at the mindset of some of the people from some of the countries. I mean, I'm not saying that they represent the countries that they come from, because I'm absolutely sure they don't. But they're also coming at you in certain ways, and you have to hear what they're saying to you. And number one, insurance, letting you know that some of the people that we had to just ban, they're letting us know that they don't appreciate us, that that our money is nothing because it's not big enough. These are the things that you're getting talked to, and then these people are literally, I don't know if there's some kind of trolls. I mean, it seems like we have a generation of people who think everything is funny.
Yeah, that's like in America.
I mean, this is your future in your life. And just because you think you have a decent job now, you know, there's no guarantee that will be the same in the future. What we're building is business enterprises, and we're building a world of just entrepreneurship for our people. And the way we get through this is, you know, we have to invest in ourselves. So it's either we do it or, you know, other people take advantage of the opportunity. So, you know, I'm hoping, you know, we're gonna do our best, Khaled, to leave the generation with the best chance to win, brother. You know, the best chance to win. But you know, there's only so much. You're not, you know, none of us will live forever. So it's always up to the next.
I'm
people
gonna
to come on board.
mark on this world, and the next generation can take it from here. That's all I could do.
You know what I'm saying? But if it's if we have to look forward to people like these guys that we just kicked off, we're hopeless. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's hopeless, man. I want to hear from the young Africans who racially that want to build and stuff like that. You know, say,
People who actually want to study and read, and that want to actually see the importance of connecting with other Black people, so we can do great things together, and don't feel like it's a curse of to talk about Pan-Africanism.
Yeah, it's just sad, man. It's just a sad situation, man. Because, you know, like I said, and the whole thing is, like I'm learning, man. Like, you know, I'm sad. You know, who the hardest thing on the African suffering is the Africans living in the West, because they try to cover everything up. You know, oh, we're just fine over there. I mean, dude, man, you got kids over there, you know, standing on the street corner selling bread on the top of their head and whatnot. You don't tell me it's fine. You know, that's not good, man. Where are we going to change the directory, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. You know?
They don't need much. Africans don't need much. Yeah, you could say that because you got a passport going back and forth to America.
Yeah, isn't that amazing? And yeah, our children need to be in, you know, my philosophy about school, and children need to be in school. I mean, actually, you know, and actually learning something, not just to be in school, but learning, you know, being prepared to, you know, to compete in the world. So not out there hustling for a few cents a day. But, you know, who am I to judge? You know what I mean?
Yeah, like I said, if you got oil, if you got all these, I don't understand something. We got oil, we got all these minerals and everything. Everybody keeps bragging about whatnot. Why the fuck we don't have shit? You know, it is what it is, man. Like I said, the bottom line, I give people, hey, first thing you do is, you know, if you can't mine the stuff, at least you could do one thing. How can we have control of one part of the supply chain? Why don't we build our own, purchase our own shipping ships? You know, they build ships every day. You purchase ships. You know, you told me that between the Black race, we can't purchase 100 ships, you know, for the continent, you know, with goods, with Africa trade with each other through bulk and everything like that, ship goods from Africa to Asia and everything like that. So we could flood Asia with finished products and everything. You tell me that would create so many millionaires overnight. You know, it will create so many millionaires overnight. But now, hey, the Indians are bringing, the Chinese are bringing everything to Africa, you know? You got some Africans going to China and then bringing stuff back. I get that. But for the most part, most of the stuff you see on the continent is coming from foreigners and everything. And money goes back into their banks and their supply chains.
Hey, a positive comment. Appreciate this, brother. Bob Jones, Colin Bomani, keep your spirits
down.
up.
You two encouraging words. Thank you. Yeah, we did. Bob Jones, look, see the show Saturday night. That show was really encouraging. You know, that show was really encouraging. You know.
Yes, man. You know, appreciate the real people out there that show us love and support. I know it's a lot of you out there, and I know the people that we see in the limelight is just the trolls and the haters, because they always, you know, gotta make their presence felt.
Yeah.
But yes, you know, so family, that's what we're doing. We'll keep on working it, and don't just be spectators and just watch us. You know, join
the BAIO social network. I said it a million times. You know, get involved if you want to learn and connect and everything like that. You know, we have the people. But like I said, besides this channel and Bomani's network and my network, we're really the only real people that's doing this. You know. Other people, so I'm not saying that, you know, everybody's doing their thing, but what needs to be done, this is the only platform that's talking about it, you know?
Yeah. talking about like straight up Pan-Africanism and nationhood. You know what I mean? Us connecting Africa and building a future. Us, figuring the things that we need to figuring out.
Nobody can say now that the idea of building solid communities from the diaspora on the continent is a bad idea. Nobody can say that now. We've proven our case.
Yeah, you're talking about Mr. Disney, right? Yo, man, that layout was brilliant. I mean,
right.
That was
he said there's going to be many of them. See, that's what they see right then. You know what happened, right? At the same time, America was going through so Disney saw a problem with America's suburban, and he was right. But the thing is, there was a lot of people like, no, we like our cars, we like our roads and stuff like that. So they fought against him. They said we don't want to live like that. That would, if that right there, even black people were not. That could have been a prototype city, right? Of everything. People could have had a nice modern standard of life and everything, transportation, everything, work, everything, and live a nice life and whatnot. He was going to build prototypes like that all across the United States. And Floyd McKinsey, right? He had the same idea, these prototype cities,
But the thing of it is, that you have other people, other nations that has picked these things up. Look at what they're doing. Look what they're doing in Saudi Arabia. The NEOM, the line.
Oh, you said in Egypt, in Morocco. Remember the video played?
I mean, because that was the logistics of that was beautiful. So I mean, you're gonna see the foundation of what was built as that model, where other people have copied. And the same thing we have to do, family. We just have to just re-engineer some of these models and put something in place that works for us.
In Africa, we got plenty of land. We could build cities like that, futuristic cities, where we could build, but nobody has the mindset. So, like I said, I would love to see prototype cities like that on the continent. Remember when we saw the video of Egypt? Out of the desert, they're building a whole city. Desert. Remember the video we played a couple months ago in Morocco?
Egypt and Morocco.
God damn. What is wrong with us, man? Why we can't figure shit out like that?
All this crab in the barrel, hating mentality, and all these deadly clowns, brother.
Yeah, and those cities right there, if you build those type of cities where industries will come, and industry will come if you build the infrastructure. They'll come and build the infrastructure. Why don't nobody invest in Africa? Build the damn infrastructure, There
you go. That's simple. And it will come. So
they will come.
Yes, brother Kala. So let me know if you have anything else to share.
No, I think I'm good, man. I think I'm good. I think I'm good for tonight.
Always a fruitful one. So we hopefully we've empowered and encouraged.
I just want to conclude on this. I want to conclude on this. Sacred cows, right? We have to get rid of them. And sacred cows are always negative, right? Anything we're doing in Black America that don't make any sense, that we do it anyway, we have to get rid of it. And also, like I said, sometimes I hate when I see grown men, right? I ask people, I say, well, what do you think about this? Oh, they wait to see what everybody else is saying. They stick their finger in the window, see where the wind is blowing. A real man has his own mind, has his own opinion, everything. Something's not right and everything like that. Voice, do something, say something, do something. Our community is running into the ground right now. Everything is out of whack. The gender wars in Black America, everything like that, because nobody sits up and says what needs to be said. We got all this stuff like that. I said like this, the whole stupid diaspora wars and everything like that, the ADOS FBA. I spoke about that tonight. The jack-legged preachers, I spoke about that. The worship of the Democratic Party. That's the worst thing, right? Black people, black people, man, black people like, something, when Donald Trump was in power, things were going good. We had jobs, the border was secure. I felt good. Vote for him. I don't know. Well, when they're not going to see you when you go, if you feel Donald Trump was thing, vote for him, right? Look what happened in Chicago, right? You voted a complete moron into power. And Chicago is finished. That Chicago, you voted somebody worse than Lightfoot. Crime and everything. What I feel, right, and people are not going to like when I say this, right? I believe cities like Baltimore, Philly, Chicago should be federally mandated, right, with martial law and stuff like that for at least 10 years. right? With curfews, everything for 10 years. You know, I think they should take the city charter away from them. The federal government should take the city charter away from them and say, like, to take over the police, take over the courts, take over everything, housing, everything, and lock the city down for 10 years. And then send people to fucking re-education camps if you have to. Put homeless people off the streets, put them in shelters, take the people that's basically doing nothing with their lives and whatnot, give them jobs and everything, force them. That's what you're going to friggin' need, you know. That's what you're going to need. Baltimore is gone. Baltimore is now a threat to the whole entire state of Maryland because it's so out of control. The criminals so brazen. Now you got black communities in other areas saying we're seeing a spike in crime from people from Baltimore. So these cities got that just ran to the ground because they got weak leaders who don't want to prosecute people, don't want to arrest people. In New York, you got a prosecutor who's trying to put Trump in jail, but he don't want to arrest anybody. So the criminals are brazen and everything like that. Black people hate crime in America, but a sacred cow is you can't speak about crime. You can't speak about crime in America. You can't speak about the problems in Black America, or you call it a sellout. Fuck that. New York City, I don't even want to go to New York City anymore. I was born there. These sacred cows, I can't speak up about crime because, you know, I'll be off code. Fuck the code. Yeah, dead weight. We got dead weight. We got dead weight, and we vote to protect the dead weight in our community. Well, I gotta vote for Joe Biden. Why? Because some fucking piece of shit out here won't get his welfare check. That's the side. That's the type of attitude we have to start having in our community. Start putting our foot down. Yeah, the Mexican border, the border's out of control. I don't know how millions of people flooding in this country. How are we gonna sustain this shit? Now they're busting people up to fucking Chicago and they don't like it. You know, all these people, oh yeah, New York, they're like, why are you busting people up there? Because people in Texas don't want to deal with the shit. And when they bust them up there, they put them in nice hotels and everything, and they tear the hotels up. Came across the border, you give them food and everything. They said, this is not good. We want food from our own country. It's insane. And nobody says nothing because you don't want to seem racist. You want to seem insensitive. It's tired of these sacred cows. When our sacred cows will have you starving. It's time to cut those sacred cows up and eat them. Send the sacred cows to the slaughterhouse. You know crime is wrong. You know all the stuff is wrong and everything. You know fucking this gender fluidity, all this gender stuff is wrong. The transgender stuff like that is wrong. We don't say nothing about it. We know homosexuality is sin. We know transgender. There's only two genders and everything, but nobody says anything. Everybody's too scared to say what the truth is. A sacred cow is we can't offend anybody. We got to accept everything. Everything that comes along, we got to freaking accept. I don't accept everything. I don't accept everything. You know, I'm tired of that. I got to accept everything that goes. Go along with Kala. Just get along, Kala. You know, let it flow, Kala. No. I'm not going to accept everything that the media tells me I got to accept. I don't think a friggin' grown-ass man should be on a woman's swim team. A grown-ass man with a dick in a little girl's locker room. A grown-ass man want to friggin' go into a bathroom stall with a little girl. What the hell's going on with this world? And people are like, oh, you're being discriminated because he identifies as a woman. It's sick shit. And we start being like them old-time black men. They make this seem like, oh, yeah, the old-time black. That's why they got rid of Bill Cosby. Bill Cosby was in the way of all the shit they were planning for a long time. And they have to destroy the black community, right? Because the black community was always the moral compass of America. While white people were going out there on nude beaches and all stuff like that, with swinger clubs, everything, black America was always the moral compass of America. That's why they have to get our celebrities to make our community like them. That's why they got to put dresses on black men in Hollywood right now. Enough is enough. And people think, oh yeah, Carl, you talking about? I talk about everybody. You know, I call right, wrong, wrong. I don't care if you're African American. I don't care if you're African. I go hard at African Americans just like I do just like I do Africans and African Americans alike. I'm not one of these Pan-Africans that sit back and let people shit on Black America when Africa has more a million times more problems than Black America. Those self-hating African Americans I can't stand. I'm sick of the African worship. Somebody's a chief. Somebody's a prince. Africa, what the fuck does that mean? It means nothing. None of that shit has ever moved the needle one bit. 500 years, the relationship between Europe and Africa is still master and slave. And you're going to tell me about you're a chief, you're a prince, you're a king, whatever like the hell you call yourself? The hell out of here with that shit. Tired of it. That's why they call me the collagenesis. You know, I don't play with anybody. I tell it like it is. I'm sick and tired of the foolishness I'm seeing in the Pan-African world, the so-called African-American world, African world, whatever the hell you want to call it. That's how we got to bring this shit from now on. If you're about living, if you're about surviving, if you want to live and do something like that, you get with the collagenesis. Because I'm the one that's not going to freaking play games anymore. If I got to lose friends and people don't like me, I don't give a damn about being liked. What part of that do people understand? I don't give a damn about anybody's friendship. I don't give a damn about who doesn't like me. I'm sick and tired of being part of a race that's a joke of the goddamn world. So miss me with all that. We have to do what we have to do. We have to stand up like men. We need men. I need people to man the fuck up. I don't need no chatterbait, giggling little sissies with me. So that's all I want to say, Bomani.
Yes, brother. Yes, brother. Another powerful energy at night. Well said. Well
Didn't I
said
tell you?
on the breakdown.
Yeah. Bobcat said these racist white supremacy. Yeah, you got Latinos ready to come over here and practice white supremacy and shit like that. Oh yeah, we're supposed to have a bleeding heart for people coming across the border. You know, they get over here to go to LA and start calling you nigga.
Yeah, man, that's it, man. So family, hope you appreciate the energy from Collagenesis, dropping it strong.
It's only gonna get stronger, folks. You haven't seen anything yet. If anybody can look at this show and say, man, Carl talked about sacred cows and everything like that, you know, what do people gonna come at and try to refute anything I said tonight? Nothing anybody I said tonight anybody can refute.
No, nothing is just yeah.
The sacred cows are in every aspect of Black America. The sacred cows are in the Pan-African community, you know? Oh, we can't question Africa, you know? Everything Africa do is right. Brothers get their shit bulldozed down in the Cape, right? Oh, it's their fault. You can't criticize Africa. You know, you should do the right thing, you know? See, that's what I'm talking about right now. You know, Africa is not God. That's our ancestral homeland. We have every right to Africa, no matter what the goddamn governments say. No country has a right to friggin' deny you anything on the African continent. That's the way I see it. The hell with these goddamn governments, these fake ass governments that only propped up by Europeans. That's why we believe in an Afrikstan. We're ready to start giving the best that we have to our mother continent, so we can have a future. And we're getting pushed back from freaking people who want to sit back and act ignorant. So,
yes, Carla, appreciate you breaking it down, brother. Appreciate you breaking it down. So let's close out, and the journey continues, fam. We got work to do. So if you're down with the works, you can always link us, connect with us. Beyond that, we got real business to do. And for all the haters in the show,
they can go to hell.
Get a life somewhere and go learn some. Go learn some. I don't know. I don't even know if I have any recommendation for these folks, man. They're like hopeless and useless. So I guess one thing I can tell you this: hopefully, one day you learn something from listening to us, and maybe you realize one day, who's the real enemy, and you actually go fight and target the real enemy.
That's what I'm saying. We're not the enemy.
You know what I mean? Don't be like not me, Z. You know what I mean? Siding with the enemy. You know what I mean? The enemy of his beloved Black America.
Yeah.
Friends with Afro dumbass.
I actually love Black America. That's why I come from.
I guess you can't beat them, join them, right?
So when people freaking talk about Black America, that's a deal breaker for me. Charity begins at home. My home is Black America, the African American people. That's who I come from. Before I'm anything else, this is where I come from. This is where people I come from.
There you go, family.
And I don't apologize for that shit. So I'm not gonna keep apologizing for who the hell I am. And I take ownership of all our success, right? I throw it up. I say, look, people talk about Black America and shit. Black America don't have nothing. Afro dumbass said the other day, they don't have nothing here. It's Black heritage. They try to steal our heritage, steal our accomplishments in America, erase our heritage, and basically this lie that goes around. People talk about, oh yeah, I got one more video I want you to play, bro. One more video, we'll play good. This myth about Indians and everything like that being so successful and hardworking and stuff like that. I want to play a video. I want to play something, make a point. Everybody gets a free ride with good press and everything. And no matter what we do in Black America, right? How successful we are, everybody make it seem like Black America is not doing what they're supposed to do and everything. So I want to play something. This is the so-called Indians y'all talk about so much, It's the Indians y'all talk about so much, I want you to see this. Okay, I just sent it to you, But we're gonna get ready to go. But this is a couple minutes, folks, and then I'm getting off and everything like that because I gotta get to bed. But play this video, right? This is the so-called Indians y'all talk about. They're so great and everything, and they so hardworking and shit like that, Every Black group of people got criminals and everything like that. But, Indians so hardworking. They got family back. This one girl said if Indians are doing bad in America, they'll tell you all the millions of Indians in America that are here illegally, that are working odd jobs and everything like that. They only go by a few Indians that are making money and everything. And they make it seem like they're doing so much better than Black people, Bobcat, just go on YouTube, right? And go put in Walt Disney World 1976. Just put in Disney World 1976. It's on YouTube. I've seen that video like 15 years ago. And I was basically like, that's what inspired me a lot of way to about the Afrikstan, building a futuristic city state. You got it?
Yes. Can you ever find these things?
That video, did I send you the right one? What's that?
That's the last video you sent me.
Hold up.
Anyway, brother, we can call it a night.
Yeah, we'll probably do it another time. I thought that was a video. That's another video. I don't know where that came from, but that was a video of the Indians fucking scamming people and shit, So this idea, I'm not saying it was a bad thing, but bottom line, I'm sick of Black America getting shitted on, and I'm sick of everybody getting exalted and them shitting on Black America, and everybody thinks this is a free for all for Black America. I'm a warrior for Black America. You come for Black America, all bets are off. You're coming for me. I don't give a damn who you are. You know, and also if you're somebody that's coming from Africa and trying to shit on Africa, don't do it. I'm sick and tired of people shitting on Black America. You know, and you're talking about my family and everything I know and love.
Yes, Brother Color. Genesis, appreciate it, family. So, family, link us if anything, and link us if you're definitely looking to connect with us and make some moves. Beyond that, take care. And
take care, brother.
Keep in touch and keep it strong. Close that music from Melanie Ganji, Sons of Africa.